Duh. It's 11:59 America, and this is Uncle Ponery with news, videos, and podcasts until dawn. Right now, I've got a few words for our brothers and sisters out there in the YouTube demonetized zone. Do not feed the tigers. I repeat, do not feed the tigers. Manuel Noriega has permanently left the building. Manuel Noriega has permanently left the building. It's 12 o'clock America, and we're another day closer to victory. And for all you gun channels out there, this is your stream. Good morning, everybody. This is the I am back from a funeral procession version of Good Morning Gun Channels. Let me remind everybody to refresh the morning wood and to put the join link out there for the rest of you who will be part of my audience and participating crew today. Apparently, well, I'll save it for when Tony gets in here, but I spent most of yesterday on the headstone tour for Memorial Day. That's something I usually do just out of respect for a couple of friends that I've lost over the years that have served abroad. And generally, what happens is I go and uh, I bring flowers in a folding chair, and I just go visit a couple of some friends that I haven't had a chance to catch up with in a while. Have a few words with them, and then I go and I visit their folks and see how they're doing, sort of like a welfare check, basically. And unfortunately, one of those uh, parents of those people live several hours away, so that's why I wasn't here yesterday. It was just a lot of driving and a bit of reflection and a lot of appreciation. So uh, for those that are not watching us from the States, this was Memorial Day weekend. It's considered a national holiday. Uh, some of us do find it a little odd that advertisers out there will commercialize that day, especially not a it's not a day that most people want to deal with, but have to deal with. So, um, everyone does it. Everyone celebrates it in a different way. Some people barbecue. Some people go out and try to make a buck or whatever. Some people try to save a buck or whatever. And then there's people like me who actually do what is to be done for Memorial Day. So I've always said that if you wanted to honor servicemen, um, make Veterans Day have a sale where only veterans can prove that they're veterans or serving or retired, and give them a discount. But for the rest of us, that's not for us; it's for them. So that's my gripe. In other news, Manuel Noriega, the ringleader of the South American drug wars of the '80s, is dead at 83. Good riddance to garbage. So he's gone. And yeah, apparently a zookeeper in the uh, British Zoo got killed because I guess he got too close to a tiger. It is what it is. A little more closer news from the home front. Tiger Woods is in the news again with his dead fish eyes mugshot. Arrested once again, DUI. Apparently, the only thing he still can't drive straight is a vehicle, aside from his driving on the golf course. But it is what it is. Been telling people for years, ever since the cocaine and hookers ran out, that his career has just turned into one slow motion train wreck. So I bet he's on suicide watch. Just a hunch. Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Oh, it was a bad reaction to drugs.
So yeah, my doctor over Friday evening, he finally sent me a prescription for the same pills that my dad takes or used to take, the ones he gave me to try for a couple of days that I've been taking for the last month and a half. And wouldn't you know it, these pills are 4 times larger than the ones I was taking, and I'm still supposed to take them twice a day. Surprise!
Well, hey, man, whatever keeps you alive.
Yeah, actually, I feel really physically good today. I did spend most of my weekend just kind of being lazy, but then yesterday I had to do a fuck ton of driving. And now I'm playing catch up because, shorter week. All right, so let's see what I've got. I've got on I've got our quiz for the day. It's sort of like Guess That Gun, though, surprisingly enough. I found one that's set up just like that.
Hey, you're gonna have to give me a few minutes here. I'm getting me something to eat.
That's fine. I gotta play catch up with work anyway.
Good morning, Uncle Partner. Good morning, Uncle Tony.
Hey, what's up? You're up early.
Yeah, can't sleep.
You haven't gone to bed yet?
Nope.
Jesus. Yeah, that's the way I was when I was in college. Like, oh, I can't sleep. Yeah. Of course, I was up all night video gaming, you know? All right, so we'll send this one. I'm trying to shorten my workload today, and I've got to do returns. Surprise, surprise. This is Garbaggi. This is Garbaggi. I have not done the prep for gun of the day, movie of the day, or vehicle of the day just yet. So, Knives, if you have something that you want to suggest, put it in the internal, and maybe I can just roll with that today. I'll let you have some creative control. I'm still sort of getting my bearings at work.
All right, let me look something up real quick.
Okay. Yeah, take your time. I mean, we usually do that after, well, about 11 o'clock your time anyway.
Mostly like around 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to do it right around there.
Ain't nothing like a fried spam sandwich.
I do like Spam. I know it gets a lot of awkward looks, but I do like Spam. Like, I make fried rice, it has to be in there. I don't know why, but it just does.
Don't hardly eat it.
I really like spam too. On occasion, I would want to eat it every day.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got a friend who just vomits at the sight of it. He was living up in like Oklahoma or something, and a tornado hit, and a tree fell over the top of his storm cellar, and the tree was big enough to cover it. So like they didn't know that this dude was down there, and the only thing he had down there was Spam. That's all he ate for 30 days. Bad luck.
I bet his
You
blood
can't even look
pressure
at
was
it.
on a freaking sight.
No, that's just karma. He catches up to you once in a while.
Morning, everybody.
What's up, Al?
Oh, another glorious day in paradise.
Yep.
Hey, Al.
Hey, what's up?
I just having a little breakfast. Broke out my camping stove, hooked up a propane bottle to it to see if it still worked, and I'm frying up some spam. And life is good.
Oh my God, I hadn't had spam since I was a kid. We ate so much of it that I just can't hardly even stand to look at the can nowadays.
Well, to eat it out of the can, it's really flipping salty, but frying it, I don't know, tastes more like fried bacon and ham.
Yeah, we had it fried, but we just had a lot of it.
If you ever want to be properly sickened, look up pork brains and milk gravy. Google image search that, and then you'll see a picture of the
I
can.
believe I'll pass on that.
No, just look at the can picture because it actually has the nutritional facts on it. If you want to be shocked and awed, just read the nutritional facts on the back of it. I think Armor makes it, but just check the cholesterol content for the daily allowance. It's insane. First time I saw that, I thought it was a Photoshop, but then I actually found the real thing out at a store, and I was like, oh my God, people eat this? I'm like, this is real? Who the hell thought of this shit?
I can tell you who thought of that probably, and that's probably slaves in the South who were only given what's left of the animal to eat after the masters.
Sure, but I mean, what the hell is milk gravy? Never heard of such a thing.
Well, I think most of your white gravies are a milk gravy.
Oh, I was gonna say, man, what dark recess of like backwater bayou, Louisiana did that come from? Like somebody had to go, yeah, I'm gonna eat that. Then again, I always say that to the first time a woman purred in front of her man with her legs spread. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that. There we go. It's been a long time. I'm back from breaking Gunchannels dating vacation. Yeah, I'm gonna eat that.
Shit on the shingles. My uncle told me about that. He served it to me. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
It's like Asians, right?
It's chip beef, gravy, and toast. Shit on the
My
shingle.
people, one of my people sat down and they looked at a fucking sea cucumber, fresh out of the ocean, basically a living turd of the sea, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna eat that." Can you see what theme I'm going with today?
Yeah, I was 5 years old. My uncle did that to me. You ever say shit on the shingle? Like, I was expecting a fucking place for the poop.
That's a military staple. I fucking love that shit. Like every time my local grocer has it on sale, my dad and I will just fill the fucking shopping cart full of it. Cream chip beef on toast. Man, if you hadn't had that, you don't know what you're missing.
He was in the Navy.
Yeah.
He's in the OG. And
that shit is great on if you're hungry and it's cold outside, that is the shit. It'll warm you right up. That and a really hot cup of coffee, your day is set.
I was 5 years old and I was expecting like a big piece of shit right there on my fucking plate. So.
I tell you what else. I tell you what else is good. You take a white gravy, and you get the gravy going, and of canned chicken in it, stir it up. That's good stuff.
That's like homemade cream of chicken soup, huh?
Sort of. And then you just slather it over toast. Good stuff. My mom used to make that all the time.
Oh, I don't know who played it, but I got fucking demonetized again for copyright infringement for background noise. Can you believe that shit? I disputed it.
That would be G-Webs.
I disputed it, and they instantly like said, no, you can't dispute this. I'm like, what the fuck? It was like some UFC entrance music or some shit. But the thing was, is it ran for over, I think the cutoff is 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
I don't know what it is.
Couldn't believe it, man. It's either 2 minutes and 5 seconds or 2.05 seconds, but I got nailed. I'm like, what? And it always happens to be the videos I get more than 4 likes and more than 100 views on. I'm like, come on, man.
Did they give you a strike? Did they just
No.
demonetize it?
Yeah, they just demonetized it. Probably because even they understand that I can't control background sound. Shit sucks though. I'm like, what the hell?
Back to the who thought of eating this is a good idea. I want to meet the son of a bitch who thought it was a good idea to eat a pair of nuts off a hog.
People do that?
Look up Rocky Mountain oysters.
Oh, I thought those were goat balls.
Those are cow balls.
Yeah. I don't know, man. They're big. That's for damn sure.
Those balls. Well, you're a cowboy. It was a delicacy.
Probably.
My great grandpa used to be the oldest cowboy, the last one. I never got to beat him. He was like 65. He died in the fucking 70s. He got married with my grandma when she was 14.
Yeah. Well, it was a different time back then. Okay. I don't want to get into this too much, but don't you find that a little bit weird how quickly we are to demonize the things that our grandparents did? Like,
Yeah.
You look at people in the, let's say the turn of the century, turn of the 20th century, that is, early 1900s. Texas was still sort of fledgling. I mean, there was a lot of open space. There were still like border disputes there were still Indians, like Comanche and shit. And, people had arranged marriages, or kids were getting married and leaving the home at like 13 or 14 years old. And it's like today, by today's standards, you got a young man who's like 17 or 18. His nearest neighbor's on a farm like fucking 10 miles away, and they got a daughter who's like 15. I'm sorry, they're fucking. They're fucking. That's just the way it is. And he's gonna get nailed as a CSO. It's like, what the fuck? You were cool with this 2 generations ago, and usually people back then, they got old-fashioned values. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is wrong with this? We're just minding our own business.
Well, the average 14-year-old 100 years ago had lived 10 times the life the average 30-year-old has today.
Yeah, and they did it in 10 times as little time too, unless they were like built to last.
But back in time, it was all right to have more than one wife. Although I really can't see the sense in that shit.
There is none.
You want to get nagged to death.
No, I mean, like I had a friend who came from, I think it was, well, at the time it was called Rhodesia, which is, I think, Zimbabwe. His dad came from Rhodesia. And he was saying that the reason that they have multiple marriages and wives is because they needed large families, especially if they had like a family plot. Started off as like sharecropping or whatever, but then they eventually took over ownership of it. And multiple wives can give you multiple children, and they all work the plot together. But I'm sure it was like that down here too. Rachel Washburn. Are we doing that already? Let me see who that is. That's that chick that's yeah. Okay, yeah. In keeping with the theme of Memorial Day weekend, that's a good choice. We're going to do it a little early, but our czar of girl of the day has chosen Rachel Washburn, former cheerleader turned Army girl. Good choice. Very good choice. I would go as far as to say excellent choice. If there's no objections, we'll just move right along. I don't think anybody will object.
Hang on, I'm waiting for it to open up so I can see.
Oh, nah, that makes him what, 5 for 5 or 10 for 10 so far. I think he's been doing this for at least a week, so 5 for 5 for sure. Yeah, world of demonetization. I guess it's fine for now because I mean, I figure that the sponsor fallout isn't going to clear for at least another year. I think what's going to have to happen is YouTube's going to have to invite the old sponsors back to like a negotiating table and just show them the numbers. You know, hey, look, we've changed our policies and we're not supporting, or we made a minimum view count and our sniffers are way better now, to sort of convince them to come back. And they'll probably have to give them like a discounted rate or some shit. But they'll have to set, you know, they'll have to put up some solid numbers first, which is why it's slow.
Hey, just tell them to stop being fucking pussy ass butthurt over everything and grow a pair.
They can't because they're commercial interest that's publicly traded. So the thing is, they have to CYA. It's an inconvenience to us.
Stupid fucking shit today.
I know it's an inconvenience to us, but I mean, we gotta look at it this way. They were the first. They're the only, right? There's really not another service like it. So the industry will not learn how to deal with it until the progenitor of it has to deal with all the growing pains of it. You know, the market's changing, obviously, because it's not like it used to be. There's a lot more money in YouTube than there used to be. But with their advent of YouTube Red, I think they want to go head to head with like Amazon Prime Video. They want to go head to head with like cable TV and satellite. So it's like they're learning as they're going because no one else does it.
You would think it would be fairly simple for them to sort out and match advertisers to specific genres of videos.
That's the thing. You see, before they didn't have to worry about it because there was nobody else out there, so they didn't have to make it. They didn't have to invest in R&D to do it because there was no other market that would even call for it against them to force their hand. Now their hand is forced, which is why their sniffers are so vicious, because it wasn't necessary before. Now it is. I mean, I'm sure the same thing happened with car manufacturers when seatbelts became mandatory. You know, it's like somebody had to be first after a lawsuit, or Ralph Nader or whoever, you know, brought it to the attention of people, and then had the government interfere into public life and put in a law. Which, you know, at the time, I was a little kid when that law got enacted, where it was mandatory to wear them. And I hated it back then, but now I can't do without it, because if I don't strap in, I'm gonna, you know, fall out of the seat anyway, because I sort of drive like my pants are on fire sometimes. It ain't no fun if you don't drive it like you stole it.
Well, I'll tell you, the seatbelt law, same people that the mandatory auto insurance or financial responsibility law benefits, and that's freaking insurance.
I'm not a big fan of insurance after what I've discovered this year about car insurance, and I'm not a fan. You know, when my insurance agent told my dad and I at the same time that you can have a perfect driving record, and because of the number of claims in your zip code, your rates can change based off of all your neighbors. And I was like, that's fucking great, because I live in a neighborhood that's turned into like a haven for day laborers and fucking, you know, like young house owners, because the houses are so cheap because the property values have gone down. There was a gang problem in the area, so fences were getting tagged. I'm like, I'm in accident heaven right now because of my neighbors. And I'm like, wow, I didn't even know you can legally do that to us. That's a good legal fucking right there.
The whole damn mandatory seatbelt, mandatory insurance laws, Obamacare mandatory insurances that legalize fucking.
Well, yeah.
Our government really should not be able to tell you that you have to buy something, for one thing, and that they invade your personal space to tell you how you have to live. Just is wrong, and it just chaps my ass.
And you know the FCC charges for dead air, right? I'm just funning. If you guys didn't see that pork brains and milk gravy thing, I think it said that it has 11,000% of your daily cholesterol intake and the nutrition fact. 11,000. It's crazy.
Is that per can or per serving?
Per can, and the can is like 4 ounces. It's tiny as shit. It's like a Vienna sausage style can. Mind blown.
I can't eat a head of cheese. I don't know why.
Yeah, that ain't me either.
There should be a butcher. I should have to cut that shit.
Although if you go to a Vietnamese sandwich shop, banh mi, they'll make a certain sandwich that has pate and then like that pork gelatin stuff or whatever, which I think is head cheese too. That ain't so bad. That's actually not that half bad. It's the serrano peppers they stick in it that get you though. Whew. I don't know how they can take a serranos are pretty hot.
No, they ain't.
But I was gonna say they're pretty hot compared to like a jalapeno. But the thing is these guys, they found out how to make them weapons grade. Like I've eaten ghost chili peppers that don't feel as hot as a serrano sometimes. I don't know if it's about the prep work or what. And then the other peppers that are surprising are you get them at taquerias and like michoacanas and shit. They take a jalapeno and they fire roast it in salt, so like the skin sort of wrinkles, and then it kind of roasts within itself. God, those are fucking hot. I don't know how that works, but whew.
My dad likes them like that.
I do too.
Serranos. The Serranos, all you need the fucking tomatillo and Serranos and salt.
Fire and mustard use more of the capsaicin. Whatever the hell that hot shit is in peppers. I'm a frail old man, man. I don't like that hot shit that much. I love the taste, but I don't like the burning bung the next day.
Yeah, then you definitely don't want to try ghost chili pepper.
The loose gasket.
That doesn't come the next day. That comes within hours.
You give me ghost chili pepper, and I'll be returning the favor with 44 caliber at high velocity.
They're good though. Like once you start getting used to them, they're good. They're real good.
Just kidding. I really ain't gonna shoot anybody who ain't shooting at me first. It's a joke. Fucking calm down.
If y'all haven't realized it yet, Tony is the Yosemite Sam of Gunchannels. He has the aim, he has the accuracy of a stormtrooper.
Oh, no, I don't.
How's your back?
It's all right.
Yeah, I usually recover from Magnum elbow within like a day. The next day I hurt, the day after that I'm back to normal.
I hurt for 2 days, and then it kind of eased off. My shoulder's still a little tender from that freaking rifle.
The Marlin?
Yeah, that really surprised me.
It's got the decelerator pad on it too, right? That little foamy, like 1 inch section at the end.
It's about a ½ inch, and it doesn't decelerate it much.
Just imagine if it didn't have the pad at all. That is surprising though. 44 mag lever gun actually beat you up.
Yeah, I think I did a couple of shots where I didn't shoulder it quite well.
Yeah.
You know, I was fucking around trying to rapid fire and shit like that.
I can't.
And also, since I've lost a bunch of friggin' weight, I'm really not padded up there anymore either.
Yeah. I can't rapid fire my lever guns because if the brass gets ejected off the table, I'm not allowed to pick it up. It's fucking stupid. So like basically I take a shot. I did this with my 30-30. I took a shot and then I rotated the gun 90 degrees and I just emptied the casing right back into the gun case.
Yeah, we got pretty cool range actually. You know, if you're the first one down there, you are the range master.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's kind of on an honor system out there?
Yeah. And if you're by yourself, they don't care much what you do as long as you're shooting at the target area's range. I mean, they don't want you to just spot. If there's other people down there, they don't want you to quick draw and shit like that.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Why do they, like, if you're in your own lane, right? Some indoor ranges, they will not let you draw from the holster. Even if you're in your own lane at an indoor range, they're like, you can't do that. I'm like, why not?
Because too many people drop fucking guns drawing them.
Oh, speed trap. I guess.
I'll tell you exactly why not, because I asked.
I guess that makes sense. They don't want them to shoot themselves in the leg or, yeah. Okay, I get it.
That's what the guy told me. He said when they first built the indoor, they let people draw. And after about 4 different guys who were, quote, gun guys, quote,
shot themselves in the leg.
Dropped a gun. No, nobody shot themselves, but they dropped guns. So they decided to put it into the drawn inside it altogether.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess that makes sense. Besides, you can practice your draw, you know, at home with no magazine in there or something, you know. Or if you're like us, pull your 6-gun from your 2 o'clock holster, Lee Van Cleef style.
Mine will be 3 and 9, or maybe 230 and 930.
Yeah. You gonna do?
230 and 930.
Are you comfortable with handles in or handles out? I didn't know that was a thing until I actually saw it used in practice, and I'm like, wow, that actually works.
I have never really pissed with it. I mean, as far as I know, just hanging fucking straight.
Right, but I mean, do you want the grip spacing outward or inward? Inward's the traditional way.
Probably inwards then.
Like, if you've ever seen the new Magnificent Seven, I'm pretty sure Denzel's character does handles out. And I watched how it's actually a really fluid motion to pull from or draw from the holster that way too, because your wrist will naturally rotate as you come up to aim anyway. So it's surprisingly easy to adapt.
I'm one that I could actually work and it wouldn't bother me.
Yeah.
You know, like dual cross.
I know a guy who, he has a 1911, right? He has a 3 o'clock holster, and the really strange thing is the way his holster's set up is the barrel points directly straight back to him, like straight 6 o'clock behind him, so that the grip is running down his leg, and the grip is the furthest thing forward. So if you can visualize that, it's kind of awkward, but it's because he's left-handed and he puts it on his right hip. If you think about it that way, it makes perfect sense. He cross draws, and I'm like, oh. He says that's the most comfortable way he knows how to carry like an almost 4-pound gun on his hip all day. I'm like, okay, whatever works for you. Not here to judge. We're a nation of what, 2 genders and 31 mental disorders, so yeah, we're not here to judge. I found John a new job, by the way, since he's here.
Hey guys.
Hey John.
He's gonna be the new voiceover for the Katz's Deli commercials.
I'm good. How are you guys?
He's gonna do the radio commercials.
Great here.
Sean, you have a new position for me?
Yeah, you're gonna do the voiceovers for the Katz's Deli radio commercial.
Oh, that would be awesome. Meow 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 meow.
Not meow, man. I'm talking about the deli. Katz's Deli.
Oh, okay.
I think he's after the New York accent.
Yes. We got one of those here in Houston.
Forget about it.
I think he'd be good at advertising Nathan's hot dogs too.
Yeah. Now we have a Katz's here in Houston. It's been around for like almost 20 years now. But the thing I love about that place, it literally never closed. It's like Katz's never closes. I gotta tell you.
Is that like a diner style place?
It's a deli style.
Oh, okay.
But it's 2 stories. It's a brick building. They originated that in New York, but man, do they make a good Reuben? Holy shit!
Yeah. Once you start, you can't get enough.
Yeah, like 3 in the morning. You know, after last call, you're all bleary-eyed and drunk, and you're just trying not to get busted by the cops. You go to Katz's.
Oh, that's totally like drunk food.
And what's really funny is the one in Houston is right next door to a police substation.
Is that the same owners, or is that
Yes.
just a? Oh, really? Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's franchised out.
I didn't know that. I thought Katz's Deli was only in New York City. I had no idea.
Yeah, we got one here.
Nice.
Hell, that's what we use Denny's for.
Oh yeah. Well, Denny's nowadays is for the college kids and fucking hipsters. But when I was college age, we had this one Denny's 2 minutes from my house, and it was owned by a smoker. So when the law said that you couldn't smoke in your buildings, he was like, "Fuck you! I own this place." So he had a smoking section.
Nice.
And of course, being a college product of the early 2000s, it was full of like college kids smoking cigarettes and playing Magic the Gathering, not getting laid.
I remember those days.
Oh, yeah. Those were the days.
But the food was so good.
Well,
Oh my God.
I certainly don't remember those days.
I don't remember a lot of those days.
Most of my younger days were in parking lots with hot rods and big Jeeps. So.
Yeah, what the fuck is Magic of the Gathering?
Really? Okay, so if you really don't know, I'll explain it very quickly. It's a card game. And what it is it's like it's World of Warcraft the card game before World of Warcraft the card game existed.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's been around since like 95, I think.
I was too busy hanging around the homies.
Yeah.
Getting shot at.
Well, that's no fun.
Nah, man, he was listening to Snoop Dogg talk about the LBC while he was in the LBC.
Getting jiggy with it.
Getting shot at and shit.
What the fuck is jiggy with it?
Da 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 da.
No, that's before his time.
Oh yeah, that's true. He's like 13 or 14, right?
No. You're in your mid-20s, right, Nice?
29. Yeah. 29.
You're a
you're
little
late
pisher.
20s. Yeah, okay. So
He's still a pisher.
I think he just missed out on like when Will Smith actually sang cool shit.
Yeah.
Like back in the 80s when he did like Parents Just Don't Understand, that was probably the best song he ever wrote. Or at least performed.
I don't like Will Smith. I hated that.
You're going to find this hard to believe, but once upon a time, he was cool.
Yeah.
Like in the 80s, he was cool.
He was totally the 80s.
Yeah. He did
Fucking
this.
Will Smith in every goddamn movie.
He wrote a song about finally convincing his parents that he was old enough to be on his own when they went out on vacation or whatever. And they were rich. He actually took parts of this song as premise for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And then, so they went on vacation. They left the Porsche in the garage. He took the car keys. He went out on a drive to troll for girls. He picks up this chick who is fucking hot to him, right? And then, he's hauling ass in this thing. He gets pulled over for speeding, driving without a license, technically a stolen car. The girl's a minor. It's hilarious. You'd love it. Like the whole story is laid out in early rap form. Back then, rap was innocent and funny, and it was hilarious.
And it was worth listening to.
Yeah.
Until Ice-T.
Even today, every once in a while, there's a golden nugget in the turd known as rap. There's still a couple of good ones out there. Like,
Hell no, dude. We lost them, dude. All you hear is mumble rap now.
there's a lot of that, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, we lost it all.
But like every once in a while, it's not often, but every once in a while, somebody will come out with something kind of decent. You're just like, I like that, and probably because it feels throwback to the original style, before gangster rap. Oh, I have a movie of the day now. Low budget B movie, but it is fucking hilarious. Maybe I'll just go ahead and say it now. Movie of the day.
Friday?
Is called No, way better. I don't know if you're going to be able to find this. Like, you can probably search YouTube and find bits of it. Maybe the whole movie's on there. My movie of the day is called Gangsta Rap, the Glockumentary. It's fucking hilarious. It's like one gigantic 2-hour satire of rap in the 80s and the 90s and what they thought it was going to turn into. It's the funniest shit ever. And yeah, Glocks are all over this thing. So the gun of the day, we'll just say, is the Glock 19.
Well, it's been searched for a bleep load of times.
Yeah. It is so fucking hilarious. Gangsta Rap, the Glockumentary. I think it was produced in like the early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. But it is really, really funny. If you've never seen it before, highly recommend it. Like if you like old style satirical comedies and shit, you will love this movie. It's got everything: sex, drugs, rap, rock and roll, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, that's it right there. That shit is so fucking funny.
I actually don't think I remember that.
Yeah. Trust me, it's not going to be one of those movies you go, I just lost 2 hours of my life. You will love that. Everyone I've ever recommended that to is like, dude, that was fucking hilarious. I pissed myself.
I'll
And
have
it's
to
got
check
guns
it
in
out.
it. It is gun related, so.
I'll have to
Like
check
they
it
make
out.
fun of they make fun of the gangster rap wars, East Coast versus West Coast, and everything.
I'll see if I could find it online later to watch. How long is it? Does it say?
It's close to 2 hours, if I'm not mistaken. The pace of it feels slow though. It feels longer than it is, but it's really good.
I know the movie Friday felt like that, but it was still funny.
Yeah. I guess if I wanted to do movie or vehicle of the day, just in keeping with the gun and the movie, let's go with the 1963 Impala convertible, which I believe was owned by Big Worm in Friday, right?
That works.
Yeah.
What? Not an Escalade?
And it was, no, this is before Escalade. And I think it was painted House of Colors Tangelo, which was just, it's a gorgeous color. So there you go. Gun, movie, and vehicle today all in one shot. That was easy. We started off with a comedy this week because, you know, can't take ourselves too seriously.
I never got that huge attraction for the 63, man.
You know, I didn't either until my neighbor bought one.
So much better looking one a couple of years before, a couple of years after.
Oh yeah, my favorites are like the Tri-Chevy year for Impalas was 58 through 60, and the 60's kind of stretching it out, but 58 was the best one, 59 was the interesting one, 60 was the okay, you're starting to let it go. And then 61, they completely did away with the fins. They went with the bubble top. I don't know, man. Like Powerball Fantasy, I'd like to have every Impala from 1958 to 1966. Like one
65, 66 were my favorite.
65 was pretty nice. The 66 was, I think, just a facelifted 65. That's when they finally stopped making radical changes. The 67 is a weird one. I had a friend with one of those.
65 and 66 are virtually identical except for the taillights.
Well, they had the triple tails, 2 on the trunk lid, one on the quarter panel, right?
You're talking about the 65 or the 66 now?
They're both really relatively the same.
The 65 had the triple and the 66 had bar.
Yeah,
okay,
65 was the better one. My neighbor had a blue one just like that.
Like this one?
Yep, he had one exactly like that. 2-door though.
These two look the same.
Yeah, if you got that in a 9C1 package, you were in good shape. Had all the police goodies on it.
Talk about the power you got on that under the hood.
Bigger brakes, lower emissions. I think that was a 327 car. My neighbor.
So what's this? What's the difference between? Oh, the 66.
Oh, that was a hot motor.
Yeah, it was.
My first car that I got from my stepdad was a 65 Chevy Impala Super Sport with 396 4-speed. Unfortunately, it had a hole inside the motor from the owner before me blowing it up, so I never got to drive it.
That's funny that you'd mention that because I had a 68 Chevelle SS 396 and it had a pop motor. And first thing I did was I built a 383 stroker for it. And it did wheel stands.
Oh, that's a nice looking car, actually. The Chevelle.
Yeah.
The first car I bought for myself was a 65 Impala, but it wasn't a super sport. It was 327 Power Glide.
Cast iron too.
A dog.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the difference between the 68 and the 69 Chevelle was the grill was a little different, and the taillights on the 68 were squintier, and then the 69 had like bigger taillights. But it just happened to be in my area, and the guy only wanted like 900 for it. The whole body was just primer and Bondo. But I was working at a Chevrolet dealership at the time, so like everyone helped me out rebuilding it.
I'm not gonna lie, this black and red stripe one looks like Batman's car without the shape.
Yeah, it was all right. I sold it after I got busted street racing in it.
Well, you got a street race in it. What else are you gonna do in it?
Well, it was the first time I actually took it out to street race. I had the car for like 7 months building it, and I left it primer and Bondoed so people would think it wasn't, you know, worth a shit, but everything underneath the body was bulletproofed. And yeah, first time I took it out, I raced a dude for $3,000, and I won. I got paid, but I got busted by Harris County Sheriff, and they were like, "I don't want to see you or this car here ever again." I'm like, "I'll sell it tomorrow." He was like, "That's a plan," and I sold it.
Look at what this one is asking for.
Oh yeah, they're not cheap. They are not cheap. A really well sorted out one.
89,000.
That thing better be a matching numbers, like low original mileage.
Dude, it's an original rust-free stainless steel 396. Rust-free. Holy cow.
No, not stainless steel. Just
And that's with now.
Oh, I'm
Super
sorry.
Sport.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow.
It's been messed with them.
All those things, buyer beware, because it's too fucking easy to clone.
True that.
Serial numbers, you quite possibly get fucked.
We live in the era of smartphones, so if you ever actually are in the market for anything like a Chevelle SS, all you have to do is just have the decoder on your phone, go up there, type the VIN number, and it'll tell you everything about it.
Right. I think Tony's talking about actual parts matching.
Oh, numbers matching? That's a little
Yeah.
harder to that's really hard to counterfeit. Usually anyone who sells a car numbers matching, they have provenance. They've got paperwork or something to back it up.
Right.
So like if you had something like an appraisal from Hemmings or whatever, you're in good shape. We are going to geek out on cars for a little while.
I remember one of my friends when I was in high school. He had the Thunderbird. This one.
Ooh, I had that car to the left.
He had this one, and we broke down. I can't even begin to count the number of times we broke down, but we had so much fun in it.
I had the one to the left of it. Same year and everything. I had an 85 Eldorado Biarritz. And
like this one?
Yeah, exactly like that one.
Nice.
Black with a red pinstripe.
Nice.
It was a good looking car. It ran good, but I dropped like $3,000 trying to get the air conditioner fixed. And this is in the early 90s when
$3,000.
Yeah,
wow.
And R12 was expensive back then. $3,000 to try to get it fixed 3 different times. It still couldn't. They still never got it figured out because it had a computerized AC system back then.
Right.
So I fucking gave it to my dad to trade in towards, at the time, a 91 DeVille because he wanted a new car. So I gave it to him as a trade-in, and they gave him like $7,000 trade-in for it, which was ridiculous. And this was back in '92. Like I wasn't even supposed to be legally old enough to drive back then. I still had this fucking car. Fuck it. Good deals came along and I cashed in on it. It was pretty though. It looked really good. I had Vogue tires on it because I mean that's what came with the car when I bought it, so that's what I kept buying for it. Which is a wide white wall with little V's on the white wall and a gold stripe all the way around. Which I know nowadays they're kind of frowned upon as being like gangster and try hard or whatever. Back in the 80s and 90s, that was what you did to make a Cadillac look good and classy.
Because it's what you did, don't mean it's something you should have done.
No, it looked good on that car. I had factory wheels on it with the red center caps and the Cadillac logos that were gold trim, and then I had the Vogue wheels on a black car with a red side stripe, pinstripe. It was really good looking. That's what attracted me to it, which is funny because it was like nerd musk. when I was a manager at an O'Reilly Auto Parts, I had a friend with a dealership up the street, and not only did he tell me he had a car that I would be interested in, he drove it up to my shop because he knew that if I saw it, I would take it at the time. And it was a 19E6 Jaguar XJ6. It was black, and it had a red pinstripe down the side. It had peanut butter tan leather interior, and I fell in love the minute I saw it. I bought that like right off the fucking parking lot, right from the guy. I was like, "Yep, I'll take it. Just leave me the keys."
That peanut butter, man, goes good with everything.
Yep.
Damn straight.
Unfortunately, that was a Leyland. I think that might have been a post Leyland car, but it still had Leyland electrical fittings. That car died from the inside out. Those electrical connectors back then were utter shit, and the car just slowly died. And then one day, one of the valves, they call them tappets, one of the tappet guides broke. The valve stem snapped at the head, and then the piston just chewed up what was left of that valve until it poked a hole right through the cylinder. That was the end of that car. Made it home on 5 cylinders. The hole in the piston was the size of a MasterCard logo. It looked like that too.
That's pretty funny.
Like I had to keep my foot floored from the vacuum pressure loss, and I had no brakes. I had to hand brake it. I drove it like 1.5 miles on 5 cylinders with a gaping hole in number 6.
Look what these people did to this Ford Excursion.
Excretion. Oh yeah, I had one like that.
I hate when they do that shit.
What? Murder it out?
When they fucking put a long dick style on it.
That's a Ford Excursion. Holy cow.
It's the cowboy Cadillac.
Suburban wannabe.
Nah, dude, this thing crushes Suburbans because it's got the stir. If it's the diesel, the old 7.4 liter, I think it was, the Power Strokes, first generation, they're stout because they've got their Sterling corporate axle in the back. That thing is made to take a beating.
7.3.
Well,
Yeah,
it's fully loaded, that's for sure.
Like I want to get one of those and put it on 38 Demon groundhogs, which are, like super monster motor tire, but it's made out of really hard rubber, so they last a long time even if you drive them on the street.
How well do you think those things would handle in the snow?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
The 4-wheel high range on them are decent.
Like this, or you mean like from factory?
Either way.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'd
yeah,
imagine there's a
those
little
things
extra
good.
weight over here.
I don't think I'd want it that tall if I was going to put it to snow duty, though,
Right.
just because you want the center of gravity nice and low. Of course, I had a guy who was he built rock climber vehicles. He had this, I think it was a 66 Chevy C10, and he had this lever in the cab. I mean, the thing was a beater, so like he cut holes in the floor and shit. But it had a lever in the floor of the cab where you would think like a low range shifter would be. He had twin stick shifters. He had I think it was called a T18 Rock Crusher transmission, or T18A. And when he would rock climb in this big ass long bed truck, I was like, dude, don't you worry about tipping over. And he goes, pull that lever. And what happened was he took a 12-inch piece of train rail steel, which weighed something like 600 or 700 pounds. The train steel is heavy. And when he pulled on the lever, it moved this piece of steel up the frame rail on the passenger side. So you can shift the weight forward or backward. And then he had another lever on his driver's side. He could pull that one too. So like if he had to like regulate the weight, he had 2 pieces of steel in the frame rails that he can manipulate with the 2 levers to move his center of gravity while he was rock climbing. I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. So like if he was going up vertically, he would push both levers forward to force the rails up towards the front of the truck. So it had not only the engine weight, but it had these big pieces of train steel move up there too to keep the nose from tipping backwards. It's awesome.
You definitely did a lot of work on it for that.
Oh yeah, old school traction control. That truck was heavy too. It weighed like 6,000 pounds.
Damn.
And it started off life as a half ton. So
It's just amazing how people keep some of these cars with original parts.
Mhm.
And in the condition they're still in. Wow.
It's funny, the older I get, the more of a purist I become when it comes to stuff like that. But now I'm a resto modder at heart. I like it to look original. Well, for classic cars, I like them to look original on the outside. But it's like, I don't know. I think Jeremy Clarkson described this one time. He was like, you want it to look like Mother Teresa on the outside, but you want her to wear a thong.
Exactly.
I'm like, I got it.
Well, this is Mother Teresa's thong right here.
You want it to have the modern computer-controlled fuel injection engine management system.
Not necessarily. I'm the one thing I've never learned to do, which I keep telling myself I'm going to do it eventually, is I've never learned how to program fuel maps, which I think I want to eventually, because it took me years to accept this, but turbocharging your engine is actually, it is more efficient than supercharging an engine. It's a lot more plumbing, but you're just using something that was going to be waste anyway to drive the turbo. So I'm like, okay, I sort of get where the appeal is for that. And if I actually do get a 6-liter V8 out of a Suburban or a Silverado, then what I'll probably end up doing is turboing that. Turbo 6-liter, and that would be more power than I'll ever need for a little 2,600-pound BMW.
You talking about this one?
What is that?
That's Fred Flintstone's car.
Oh shit. Wouldn't mind doing that.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, I'll take that any day.
Is that a Ferrari?
Let me see.
Turbos are great, man. They really are. As long as you can be mindful of the lag.
I'm not sure.
Tony, they've already solved that problem. I think BMW was one of the first manufacturers to solve that problem. What they do is they put a really small turbo in there, and then they feed that one into a really big one. So you have instant response right off the line.
They've been doing that for years.
Yeah, and then there's a valve that diverts to the bigger one once you start getting into the mid-range and the fun range.
Oh, Sean, this is a Mercedes.
Holy shit.
You see that?
Yeah. Back then, they all look sort of the same.
Yeah.
Like my next guess was going to be a Maserati.
Holy crap. Look at the design on this one.
It's a bit much.
Yeah, it's still cool, though.
When you do a flame job that looks more like a quilt pattern, that's a bit too much.
Still cool. It looks like the face of a robot. It's a transformer.
Hobots in disguise. Before the fembot. NSA pop.
It's barely 9:20. You still getting there in NSA right now?
Yeah, it's 9:20 a.m. Do you know where your kids are?
Be right back.
So I had a really epic moment where I basically made my dad feel like an idiot. When I got home last night, they were playing war movies all day. And right before he went to bed, they played 13 Hours. And I'm like, you need to watch that. He's like, all right. So he sits down and watches it. And then he comes into my room later on. He's like, that was a great movie. I'm like, you know, that was an actual event, right? And he goes, really? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, who the fuck was the asshole in charge that denied these guys security and airstrikes? And I'm like, the bitch you voted for. And he just looked at me. He just looked at me dumbfounded. And I'm like, she was Secretary of State when that happened. And I'm like, are you good and mad? He's like, I'm fucking pissed. And I'm like, well, you voted for that bitch. And he was like, never again. I'm like, of course not, because she's not running ever again.
Dad, did you learn your lesson?
No.
Well, it was insane.
He still thinks liberals are trying to save him. And I'm just like, they're the ones who bankrupted your Social Security. 4 administrations. Like, one administration created it, which I still say is the last great Democrat the nation ever had. Everyone else after that killed it. And then 4 administrations after the creation of it bankrupted it. Like, I still put him over Kennedy. That, and he was kind of the first womanizer, too.
Kennedy gets to be a hero just because he didn't have time to fulfill all he wanted to do.
Yeah. And died in office. More or less.
Have you guys seen this one?
That is, if I'm not mistaken, a Pontiac prototype
Really?
car. Yeah. Made to look like a jet.
Yeah. I thought that was like a real jet, just added
No.
wheels.
I think that was a prototype car from Pontiac. The bumper is that nose tip right there. It's actually part of
Right.
the frame that sticks out.
Freaking cool.
And the really cool thing is the inside, it looks like a cockpit on the inside too.
Like the,
And if I'm-
the actual wheel and everything?
No, the gauge clusters.
Oh, okay.
Is this
That-
actually a gun chat or what?
Well, I told you we were going to geek in on cars a little bit. You're loud.
We've been well beyond a little bit. Honestly, I find that as I get older, I don't care that much about cars. I just
It's
want
because
one
you
that
see them
gets
as a
me from
tool.
Point A to point B.
Tony,
Exactly.
here you go, Tony.
I can't see it, so you're wasting your time.
You can't see the screen share?
No, he's on
Yep.
his phone.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll stop screen share so I don't get logged out again. It takes up too much memory to have both open. So what do you think about the 40 caliber versus the 9, Tony?
Oh
think
my
about
God.
What do I think about what?
What do you think about the weather? You think it's going to be nice later or not?
It is nice.
I think
Excellent.
40 caliber is a great compromise round between 9 and 10 millimeter.
Just
I
say
don't-
10.
Not 9 and 45.
I don't particularly care what people want to carry. You want to carry 40, carry 40. You want to carry 9, carry 9. It doesn't fucking matter. It's when people say that 9 is ineffective is where I start getting frosted because it's bullshit.
That's true.
I think out of 9 and 40, I think 22 is better there. I said it.
I mean, I've made it perfectly clear if you're going to carry anything, you should carry 44 Magnum or above.
Did you guys see the Glock that they made look like a Nintendo controller?
Yeah, I've seen that. That's fucking stupid.
Still cool. It may be stupid, but it's still cool.
I'd have it.
Let's make our guns look like toys just to
I'd
help
have it.
bait kids into killing themselves.
Nope, I'd have it. I'd have the first generation, the gray one, not the orange one. Because I grew up to that thing. That was my gateway into real guns in the first place. I would totally have it.
I
Well, I
actually
have a question.
searched for cars that look like Glocks.
You know,
Cars
some
that look
ISIS
like
fucker. Some ISIS fucker grew up playing Nintendo. He probably made an RPG 7 look like a Super Scope 6.
Cars that look like cars. Seek out the Pontiac Aztec.
Oh God. No.
Mm-mm.
No Aztecs. No. Although I do know I know a funny little historical tidbit about the Aztec that most people probably didn't recognize. But the headlights of a Pontiac Aztec, I believe, are the exact same as the fog lights on a Chevrolet Avalanche truck. I think they're the same part, flipped around. I was working at a dealership during that era of GMs. I had both Aztecs and Avalanches in my shop. I'm pretty sure that the headlights of the Aztec are the same as the fog lights of an Avalanche.
Oh,
the
Tony.
Aztec is proof positive that somebody at Pontiac was deeply addicted to psychedelic drugs.
Yeah, 6
That's
cents.
possible. Tony, got a quick question. Are you reloading your 44s since you have so many, or you just got a good
course.
deal on them?
I reload. Yeah, that's how I blew up my first Ruger.
Okay.
Yeah, hell, I couldn't
Yeah.
afford to fucking buy 44.
What are 44s going for?
Locally, $40 box.
How many in a box?
50.
$40 for 50?
Yep.
Wow.
Sounds about right. I think I was when I got into reloading because of my 44 Magnum, because I was getting tired of paying. I think after tax it was like $48 for a box of 50, and this is before Freedom really took off. Freedom Munitions, that is.
And is that like the lowest average price?
Winchester white box.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Winchester and the Federal, they were all 40, 42 bucks.
Yeah, like the match grade hunting loads and shit. They're more like $65 to $70.
Holy shit. That's
Yeah,
too
that's cheap.
expensive.
That's why you hand load.
Yep,
This is
exactly.
So do
Two
you buy
calibers.
your spare parts, or do you get used brass?
I haven't found used brass. I had a guy send me 11 cases, and that was mighty nice of him. But
Squid?
yeah, I know. Indeed, no doubt.
Squid hooked me up on 3030. He's like, yeah, I've got some. I'm like, really? He sends me this box, and I'm like, holy shit, thanks.
So how did he get it? He swept it, or he?
He just picks up everything at the range. And he was
Okay,
like, I
that's
sort
cool.
it out later. That's really cool.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Squid
totally
didn't have
worth
any
it.
before. But I found a couple of local pretty good deals on it, and I bought I think 400 new cases. Plus, I had bought 250 rounds of ammo, so I have those cases too when I use the ammo, which I haven't yet.
You bought that Yagaman brass, I think, right?
Yes.
I think it's out of what, Wisconsin? Something like that?
Mhm. Yeah. I also bought a bunch of Starline, I think.
Yeah, usually that's what I go. That's my go-to. Like I'll go to Starline because they make their own head stamp first of all, and it's really thick, and then the part of the casing, the base of the casing before the head stamp is ultra thick too. Like, they don't fuck around. They spare no expense when they make those.
My gun range had a bag of 180 of them for $30, and I jumped on that.
It's like nowadays though, thanks to Freedom Munitions because they have their big grain series. It's like I do buy 44 Magnum from them on occasion because their box is like $30 or $32, which it's reasonable because I get to keep the brass. Now they have a company making their head stamp for them, which is fantastic. And they make 500 Magnum. So I'm going to probably buy a couple of boxes of their 500 Magnum. I think it's like $30 for a box. So
How many in a
That's
box?
cheap.
500?
I'm pretty sure on the 500 it's 20 rounds a box. Or 20, yeah, I think it's 20 rounds a box.
I was gonna
I'll
say, if
check
that's a
real quick.
50-round box, that's cheap.
Oh, dude, if it was a 50 round box, I'd be all over it. I think it's 20 though. Take a look.
I sit down and figured up what it cost me to load, and it is less than half of buying it. Unless I had to figure in the new brass the first time, then it's about 10 cents cheaper. Not much.
And if you overcharge it, it costs you way more.
It didn't cost me nothing.
Oh, that's right. Your warranty was covered, right?
That's right. That's why I bought 2 more Rugers.
I know who bought one recently. I think I was watching I forgot who bought it. They bought a Ruger Vaquero.
I did.
Those things are nice. Oh, you bought one too. I was saying I was watching a video of someone who bought one too. That's what made me think of it.
Yeah, I bought a Ruger Vaquero Talo edition or Talo, however the fuck you say it.
Those are such nice pistols.
Because that's the only way to get it in 44. I think I'm going to order
$27
another
for a
one.
box of 20.
That
Of
still
what?
doesn't seem ridiculous for 50.
Yeah.
500.
$135 for 100, so $1.35 a round.
You guys are talking about just the brass?
No, he's talking about loaded
Completely made.
rounds.
No, but I'm saying you're buying the box, just brass or loaded already.
From Freedom, it's loaded already.
And how much? 50 for 20?
$27 for 20.
Oh, that's a freaking awesome deal.
Yeah. See, the way I usually describe how to buy bullets is how I tell my customers that call me when they duplicate discs and stuff. I'm like, don't ever price your blank discs by the spindle. You know, you go to your Best Buy or whatever, and it's like, what, $20 for a pack of 100 or something, a decent pack of 100. I'm like, never think about $20 per 100. I'm like, what you need to do if you do this for a living is you need to think about it as cost per disc. Because when you start buying, you know, or when you start duplicating in the thousands, and then you start having a lot of failures and you're throwing away these discs that are halfway written, you're throwing away money. So the magic number for DVDs is try to get it down to about 8 to 9 cents a disc. I get them for 6 cents a disc because of my bulk rate. But same thing with bullets, especially with large calibers. You never want to think about it per box. You always want to think about it per round. When you reload it, per round. When you buy it, per round. That'll let you know if you're getting ripped off or not. Because when it says $1 for $27 for a box of 20, that comes out to like $1.55 or something. I think it's like $1.55. But if you buy it 100 or greater, they drop the price to $1.35 for it, which is fair. I can reload 500 Magnum for I think it was 59 cents a round. When I factor in the actual bullet itself, the powder load, the primer, and I reuse the brass. So I think it's like 59 cents a round.
Now see, with 44, it's 56 cents a round if I have to figure in the cost of the brass.
Yeah, if you figure in the cost of the brass, the first initial layout is kind of up there. I think I reload 44 Magnum for like 13 cents.
That's actually pretty good.
That's really good.
I'm reloading it for 21 to 27 cents, depending on the powder and the lead.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And I think you were where you were getting your powder. You're getting better deals per pound than I do. Pretty
It
sure.
depends on the powder. 296 is not. It's
Right, but didn't you buy like 5 pounds of Trail Boss for next to nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good deal. I can't get it for. I don't think I can get it for less than $38 a pound out here.
Oh, this was 119.
That was for 5 pounds, though, right?
Yes.
So you got it down to like
20
barely
bucks.
over $20. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, reloading supplies, you always want to do price per something, not per jar, but per pound or per grain or whatever. That's how you really figure out how you save. Like I quit buying primers in the packs of hundreds. I just buy them in the 1,000 primer brick now.
Right.
Because it's like, I know I'm going to use them eventually, you know. It's only 30-something bucks once. I'm like, fuck it. Whereas if you buy them one package at a time per 100, it's like they charge you $4.50 to $5 each, and I'm like, no, I'll just buy the 10 and save $15 overall.
Oh shit! I buy 3 packs at a time at least.
See, I haven't had the need yet to do that. Like when I get to the 1,000, I can usually make them last about 3 months ish. Like the large rifle Magnum primers are the only. I only use those for 500 Magnum. So, you know, I only reload 500 Magnum, I think 200 rounds at a time. So, you know, I hardly ever use them.
Yeah, that's the same with me and the Magnum pistol primers, large ones. I only use them for the heaviest 296 load.
Well, I think you're probably going to end up using a lot more now, just because you have what 444s to feed.
Yeah, but I won't run those heavy ass loads through any of them but that Hunter.
Yeah.
Maybe the other Black Hawk is pretty manageable too, but not the Vaquero or the 629. No.
Pretty sure your Vaquero is built out of like good steel, so I mean, like you can probably run those kind of hot. But I mean, I know why you bought it, so you probably don't need to.
Well, I don't want to run them kind of hot because it's really freaking hard to hold on to.
Maybe you can cheat and put a little bit of skateboard tape on one side of the grip so it stays in your palm.
Would that help
Oh,
if it's hot loaded anyway?
Oh yeah.
They absolutely forbid hot loads.
Yeah, for Cowboy Action, they went, what are they, about 20% below the 20% below the minimum loading in most books, I think, is a Cowboy.
Is that because they don't want people to get hurt, or they don't want to destroy the targets?
No, they want it to be as close to the real thing as possible.
Okay.
1,000 feet per second is the maximum allowed muzzle velocity.
Yeah.
400
They probably
minimum.
make you chrono before you actually get it, or before you compete too.
What I'm loading is about 850 to 900, so
Still respectable velocity.
yeah, you'll know you're shooting a gun.
Oh yeah. Like I always make fun of velocity. I call them velocity queens. Sort of like how that guy, what's his name? Shit. I remember his video production name because he does La Platypus Productions or whatever. But he's up in Michigan. He calls them people reset queens because like everyone wants to know what the trigger reset on certain guns are. So he's like, okay, for you reset queens out there. Too improper. That's his name or YouTube name. Anyway, I always make fun of velocity queens because everybody who's a velocity queen will at least agree that no matter how fast that bullet's coming, they still don't want to get hit by it. And honestly, you're not going to be able to duck out of the way of a bullet coming at you at 900 feet per second as opposed to one coming at you at 1,100 feet per second. You're still not going to be able to see it coming at you. So
You're not going to duck out of the way of one at 400 feet per second.
See, that's the thing. Some paintball guns can do that, and you can definitely see those coming. I can dodge those like nobody's business. But of course, they're a lot bigger, and they're usually brightly colored when they're coming at you too.
So you can watch fucking BB coming at you too at 400 feet per second, but you
Can't focus your eye on it. Yeah, I guess you're right. Because I mean, the paintballs are gigantic and they're really bright, so that's why you see them.
But they're
Actually, they're getting smaller.
they want it to be
Really?
fast enough that it destroys the lead ball or projectile enough that you don't get a full round bounce back.
Wait,
So-
did they change the standard size of a paintball? Wasn't it something like 68 caliber before? Now they're making them smaller?
Yeah, you can go smaller now.
Huh.
Damn, if they make them in like 308 caliber, I'll start loading up my 30-06 for a little paintball fun.
Don't simunitions have like a paint tip on them or something? They're like a low pressure round, enough to cycle the action, but they've got like a paint tip or something on them, so when you shoot them, it leaves a little splatter on you.
God, I have no idea.
I always wanted to buy a box of that stuff, but I don't think you can
Why can't you buy it?
because it's for like police and military training.
The paintball?
No, the simunition.
Oh, okay.
Don't quote me on it though. I haven't really been actively looking, but I always wanted a box. That way I can add it to my 454 as part of my, or my 44 as part of my XXX series of ammunitions. Blood splatter dart. That kind of upset me about the new XXX movie. He didn't have his 44 Magnum from the first movie.
Well, he's getting older. It's harder to hang on to them big guns.
Shit. His was more like yours. compared to my competitor. I think it was a 6-inch. It was actually a 4-inch with a 2-inch custom brake on it. It looked really cool. I'd have it.
I wouldn't mind having a big collection of those bullets.
Who needs a blood splatter dart when you can actually make the guy bleed?
Let's see here. Let's just switch around here and select knockout dart.
My manners. I haven't even been looking at the chat.
Knockout dart's fine until it just goes right through the person because it's coming out.
It's all
of
fun
the
and games until somebody gets shot in the leg. All right, Angry, name that quote. Name the movie that came from.
I know what that fucking movie is.
Hang on, let's see if Angry gets it.
I can't think of it, but I know it.
Hickok's son looks goofy as with that head. Oh, so he
The
shaved his
shaved
head. So
or
what?
with the fuzzy bald spot shaped head. I'm almost convinced that he was sort of comment shamed into cutting his hair. Almost. But then again, I had long hair longer than his ever was, and it is not easy to maintain. For sure. Like I had hair.
It's also
that grew all the
really
way up.
hot in. It's really fucking hot in summertime if you're in a humid climate.
Oh, you're telling me? Like I used to cut my tail. Like I'd let the tail grow all the way down to my tailbone, and then I would cut it once a year, back up to my shoulders, and then I would donate the hair to. Well, at the time, I thought I was doing a good thing. I was donating it to Locks for Love for cancer victims, and then I found out Locks for Love doesn't give them away. They charge these people, and I was like, "Fuck you! If someone's making money off my hair, it's gonna be me." So then after I discovered that, I just quit growing my hair out. I'm like, nope, that's enough. I'm not even gonna try to
Sean,
make
you know why I think you might be right? Because where Hickok lives, it's hot and humid as fuck. So the only reason, and John's had that hair for such a long time. The only reason I could see him cutting it off.
I remember the movie now.
Right. Imagine a 20-year-old kid with hair down to his tailbone driving a Jeep that had no air conditioning. A Jeep 3/4-ton truck with no air conditioning. And I know the words Jeep and 3/4-ton truck usually don't go together, but if you Google Jeep J20, it'll make perfect sense to you. That was me. I was that guy back then, like 19 or 20 years old with hair down to my ass. And then I was working at, I was fixing arcade machines in the summer when it was like 140 degrees outside on the track for the outdoor parts. And then I would go inside and have to fix the arcade machines on the inside with no AC. Yeah. It was. You remember
the Simpsons episode with not the Simpsons, I'm sorry, Family Guy, where they went behind the guys, Peter was walking behind the guys with a clipper, and they snuck up behind them and they started cutting everybody with a hair clipper.
What?
You don't remember that episode?
I don't remember most of Family Guy.
Oh, so they had an episode of Peter and the gang like doing like crazy stuff like Jackass the movie.
Yeah.
And they started, and one of the things they did was they took a hair clipper and they started cutting each other's hair, like snuck up behind them.
Now you go and Google Kiss frontman Paul Stanley from about 1976.
What was it called? Kiss what?
The band Kiss's frontman, Paul Stanley.
Yeah.
From about 1976, and that's what I had. Only I didn't perm mine. Mine was fucking natural like that.
You don't still have that, do you?
Hell no.
Damn.
So what movie was my quote from since Angry's AFK?
Armageddon?
Yeah.
Damn.
Ben Affleck yelling at Harry Stamper, played by Bruce Willis, after he got shot with birdshot out of a shotgun, and one of the pellets hit him in the leg. It's all fun and games till someone gets shot in the leg, Harry.
Whoa, it's
Where's
getting real
AJ?
now.
Huh?
It's getting real now.
Yeah. Say your prayers, AJ.
It took me a long time to run through all the fucking movies that popped up first to get to that too.
What's Armageddon?
Yeah.
Armageddon is a well-known movie. I'm surprised it didn't come up higher
It's not
in
a
your
well-known
search.
quote.
Oh yeah. All the quotes. How do you search fast for a quote?
There's a wiki quotes website, actually.
It's called Wiki Quotes.
I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
Wiki Quotes. Wiki Quote, yeah. Okay. Just for future reference.
But you'll never get the original Patton troop speech from wiki quotes. You'll get the movie version, which is condensed and watered down. That the censors would have had a field day even back in 71 when they made that movie? 70. Even back then the censors would have fucking shit the bed. The shoveling shit in Louisiana part's real though.
I wonder if they're ever going to remake The Big Bang Theory.
TV show?
Yeah.
With Kelly Cuoco?
Yeah, whatever her name was, yeah.
She's a looker.
Oh, I don't care about her. I just love the show. The show was hysterical. I'm upset that they even that they didn't continue it.
Definitely a looker.
Hey.
Yep.
Big part of my cowboy clothes should be showing up today.
Oh yeah.
What part?
Pants, shirt, and hat.
Oh, you got the full gig. Nice.
Wait, I got
go to the store and buy Wranglers like everyone else.
I ordered Wrangler. Wranglers 501s.
Gotcha.
Now you got something going on that you ordered it, or you just want to have the outfit?
I'm gonna start getting into cowboy action shooting.
Oh, okay, nice. Oh, that's why you got the vaqueros?
That's exactly why I got the vaquero. Yeah.
Okay. Very nice.
They better let me use my fucking outlaw if I want to do that shit.
Why wouldn't they?
You have to use a certain set of guns on the list.
Oh, you're limited. Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they would though.
Well, if they had it back in that time, why would it matter?
Because the one I'm getting is a repro.
Ah, okay.
It don't matter. You can use repros. That's fine. Hell, I'm using a gun that's a redesign.
Yeah. Yeah, because they put the transfer bar in yours, right?
Yes. And they specifically say the Blackhawk's fine too. But you can't use it in traditional matches because it's got an adjustable rear sight.
Right. You have to fix gutter.
It don't have to be a gutter, it's just non-adjustable. So I'm going to make one that's non-adjustable for this one. So that's all it takes. They let you use 44 Magnum, and that wasn't even available back then. So that is largely due to the Black Hawk because so many people had them in 44.
Yeah. No, I think the easiest way to get around that whole thing, if you're not a reloader and you want to shoot 44 in cowboy action shooting, is just buy 44 Russian rounds. They're roughly cowboy loaded, so.
Would they let you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can actually buy cowboy action loads for like $25 a box, 50. They're pretty cheap. But
not down here. I think Mag
still load them a lot cheaper.
Now it depends on where you are that they have all the same rules, or do they all have different rules?
It's a nationwide thing, monitored by or governed by the Single Action Shooter Society.
SAS.
Oh, so they handle no matter what state you're in. They organize how it's handled.
They go by that set of rules. I'm sure that there's some laxness from one place to the other, but
right,
pretty similar.
Okay, so at least there's a general standard for everything.
Yes.
Okay.
And of course, Sass wants you to give him $75 a year for membership.
I was talking about your soul patch.
Whose patch?
No, I never did my hair in apartments. I used to just do it straight back, like Ronin style. And then after many, many years and many, many donations, I got tired of how much shampoo I went through and how much maintenance it was. Like my girlfriend at the time, although she did like my hair, she said it was kind of annoying. If I was, well, let's just be graphic. When I was on top, my hair would always fall on top of her face, so she didn't like that. No shame. No, I don't need this.
You could have put it up in a bun, you selfish bastard.
Well, I usually just tied it back, but the tail would go over my shoulder.
Why didn't you put it in the two ponytails that come out the sides?
Because I wasn't a bitch. No, I originally grew it with good intentions. You know, like I had a friend who, when I was in high school, she had cancer, and she went through chemo. She wore like really stylish hats while she had no hair. And I was like, you know what? I said, one of these days I'm going to do something for folks like you. I started donating because everyone told me my hair was really thick because it's Asian. It's really thick and really, like wig makers love it. So I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot.
I'm surprised when you said that they actually charge the cancer patients for the hair people donate. That's messed up.
Yeah, imagine my surprise.
I did not know that.
That's when I quit doing it.
Well, they
like, no way.
got to make it into wigs and shit. I mean, you know, they just ain't hand them a bag of hair and say, here.
No, I was tricked into it. Initially, everyone who donates it under the premise that, yes, they're going to get it to the right people because you donated it. They're going to take care of these people. And then nothing could be further from the truth. They charge these people exorbitant amounts of money for it.
Yeah, they took care of them as long as they paid for being taken care of.
Right, and that's not what
that's not charity.
They were supposed to be. So I was like, nope, not doing it anymore.
I don't blame you.
I think by then George Carlin died, and I was like, Anthony Kiedis already cut his hair. I originally grew my hair out. I started growing my hair out in 1993 because I didn't discover the Red Hot Chili Peppers until then, admittedly, because I was a kid. And I was fascinated with Anthony Kiedis' hair at the time. And I'm like, I'm going to do that. And then I had a reason to do it when I was in high school. I'm like, I'm going to do that because of her, but he was inspired because of him. And then he cut it off. And then George Carlin died. And I'm like, this is too much to maintain. And they're not giving it away. They're fucking selling it to these people and extorting them. So started looking for a barber. Found a good one. Been going to him ever since. Good barbers are hard to find.
That's true. I lost my barber.
I just kept mine long to get laid because women loved it.
I stopped having to worry about that early in my 20s.
I had an old school barber, man.
Yes, it was Raphael. Yes, angry. It is the capital of South Korea, batch. All right, I'll be right back. I got to put some stuff in boxes. It's going to be noisy.
That's kind of what I was saying about growing my hair long.
What, it's noisy?
And putting stuff in boxes.
Oh, okay.
Dude, the longest I ever had my hair was fucking to my armpits. That was it.
Hey, Knives, are your boxes packed yet?
Fuck no.
When are you going to pack them ready? Come on, man.
You want to owe money to the foot?
You want to what?
You want to owe money to the Foot Clan?
Who's the Foot Clan?
Oh, God. Ninja Turtles. Ninjas in black suits.
Oh, okay. You're part of the Foot Clan. Okay.
No, I owe them money.
Oh, you're the Foot Clan. Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait just a goddamn minute. Now, turtles have their houses on their back. They can fucking go anywhere.
That's right.
Negative.
But you're not a cool turtle, right? Or is your shell broken?
It will be broken if I don't pay.
Knives Angry says, you see you can rent the Foot Clan hideout on Airbnb. We gotta get you over to heavy as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, my friend messaged me back finally.
Woohoo! Big box.
You found one?
Yep.
Nice. Good job. And what are you gonna do with it?
I'm gonna open it.
Oh, you got something in the mail.
Yes.
Anything good?
Well, it should be a cowboy hat and a pair of pants.
Well, hurry up. Open it up. Now, as far as materials go, did you get something similar to an original?
I got a pair of Levi's 501s.
Okay.
They had blue jeans back
Yeah, Democrats are urging Ohio. They want Jerry Springer to run for Ohio in 2018.
I'd vote for Jerry Springer.
He's a Democrat.
I won't vote for Jerry Springer. But they should bring his show back.
Oh shit, it's Matt.
Matt!
Yep. Back from
What
the nether.
What's that?
See, stories of my demise have been greatly exaggerated.
Do tell, do tell, do tell.
Ain't nothing to tell, really.
How was that steak, though?
It wasn't steak, it was a burger.
Was it good?
Yeah, it actually turned out pretty well. In fact, I think we might be doing it again this Sunday.
What were you doing?
Just grilling.
Oh, cool.
Actually, I got the recipe off of a YouTube channel. It's called Barbecue Pit Boys. So if you like barbecue,
good channel. Good
check
channel.
them out because
It'll make you hungry.
Yeah.
What are you grilling?
I did the beer can burgers Saturday.
So next Sunday you can do steaks.
I think next Sunday they want to do the same thing. So
No, you have to switch it up. Come on, man. Keep it real, son.
surprisingly, I'm not a huge fan of steaks. My roommate is. He loves them, but never been a huge fan of them.
I can do them breakfast, lunch, and dinner on the same day.
Well, I think it was because my dad loved steak so much. We had steak growing up probably like once or twice a week. I feel like I just got kind of tired of them after a while.
Yeah, I guess that's true. If you have it too much, it's not as much of a treat. But at least the burgers were good, right?
Oh, yeah, they were really good. Like, I guess when you're like 8, you don't realize how expensive steak is. Because I told my roommate, I was like, yeah, we used to have steak every week growing up. He was like, man, you're lucky. That shit's expensive.
We find things out as we get older anyway, so let's enjoy it while we're still young, right?
Right.
I'm gonna make some popcorn now. I lost 6 pounds last week, so almost a pound a day.
I lost 3 pounds this morning.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I need to lose some weight myself.
Knives, you're doing an Instagram so you can catch us up on your weight loss?
Nah.
Thank you.
I can show you a picture if you want me to.
No. Definitely don't need to see a 3-pound weight loss.
All that corn. It's called, I should call it quarter pounder with cheese.
Yeah, I'd rather only see it on the way in, not on the way out.
It's definitely called the Rate My Poop.
So we're not hashing up that old conversation, are we?
No, sir. I hope not.
I thought it was funny. Your coworker was looking at that shit for like 2 hours and a half. What'd she say?
Who said? Say what?
Your coworker?
Oh, she thought we were totally joking with her, and she came in like to work the next day and was like, so I went home and got on like Rate My Poop, and I ended up looking at that stuff for like 2 hours. I told you it was a real site.
She's addicted to it now,
huh? I hope not. She's too pretty to be addicted to that stuff.
You told her about RateMyPoo.com? Oh my god.
Yeah, because we came in talking about it, and she was like, what are y'all talking about? We were like,
How can you
nothing.
Talk about a website like that to a girl you want to bang, for real.
You gotta get in the friend zone real quick.
I didn't want to bang her at the time, so.
She's gonna send you a picture now. She's gonna be like, rate this. You're like, no, God, no. That is a fucking anaconda. What have you eaten?
She's gonna let you hit it, but she's gonna say, no, try this.
No, she's gonna send him like a fucking quick fire 4-pounder anaconda turd. And you're gonna be like, holy shit, you're from the wrong side of the tracks. Man, how did we get to talking shit? This is what happens when I go AFK for a few.
Yeah, sorry.
That's horrible. That's just terrible, Kenny. Terrible.
Bad turtle, bad.
Terrible. Alright. Hopefully I'm on the wind down part of my day already at 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock American, and I'm another day closer to payday.
Woo. So did y'all see that Mattis interview.
Oh yeah,
God,
that was funny.
What, the state of the war on ISIS thing from a couple days ago?
It could have been the same thing, but the guy asked him, they're like, what keeps you up at night? He's like, nothing. I keep the other guys up at night.
That's fantastic.
It's like, that takes some brass balls right there.
New details emerge in Tiger Woods' DUI arrest.
Oh yeah, they found him asleep at the wheel.
Yep, and failed all his field sobriety tests. You know, how come every time he gets hit for DUI, he's asleep behind the wheel? Didn't that happen the first time too? Oh, he was asleep.
Well, according to the statement, he was on pain medication.
Alcohol is now pain.
Well, no, I think he didn't test positive for alcohol.
Oh, just under the influence of something.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a DUI, you know.
Got it.
Although it would probably be easier for a judge to dismiss it because it's kind of like, you know, people fall asleep at the wheel all the time and they're not charged with DUI.
Every time I look at his mugshot, I see two things. Dead fish eyes, and if he shaved the facial hair underneath his chin only, so he kept his mustache and mutton chops, he would look like a fucking badass.
Yeah, because if you look at his eyes aren't bloodshot at all, which is usually a sign of
Visine.
You know, yeah, I guess that's true too. You know, his eyes aren't bloodshot. He just looks super tired. So
yeah, I woke up and they were taking my picture. That would do it.
But I saw these memes, and one of them, it's like a black and white picture of his mugshot. And it's like just Dewey it.
Yeah, who got DUI?
It's like the Nike check.
Tiger Woods.
Oh
Again.
shit!
Again. Like the entire internet all caught on to the same joke too. They were like, "Well, he hasn't been driving straight for 10 years on the course. It only, just a matter of time before it goes off the course."
And then another one was like EA's Golf 2017. It's just him getting pulled over by a police officer.
You know the fucking judges are like, "Hey man, can you send my Nike balls?"
I was telling Maroon, I was like, shit, Michael Phelps has had like 3, and it hasn't hurt his career any. And he's got caught smoking pot, so.
Yeah, the weed made it faster. I'm hungry.
So anybody make any gun purchases over the weekend other than Tony's 444s?
No, like fucking 6 guns in one fucking weekend. Tony's gonna be purchasing something else by next month. Watch. Hey Tony.
Hey, what?
You got your stuff on the mail yet?
I got most of it, yeah.
I think I want to do that cowboy thing, man. The cowboy action shitty.
Yeah, I got the hat and the pants and the shirt in the mail today.
I want to do it. I just want to get a sombrero and a fucking bandolier and a poncho. I'll be set.
Matter of fact, now I'm wearing it.
Tony's going around the house, pee-pee, pee-pee.
Now I had to send my freaking holster back. They didn't send the right one, so I can't carry the gun yet. Unless I carry it IWB or Mexican carry.
Tony's log, day 4. Wife still hasn't caught on that I brought home 5 guns.
Yes, she did. She caught it last night.
What'd she say?
How many fucking guns did you buy?
Well, yeah.
I'm on Facebook and someone's got a picture of the Tiger Woods mugshot, and it's like, why does Tiger Woods look like a sad Russell Wilson after throwing an interception from the 1-yard line to lose the Super Bowl?
Damn, that's harsh.
Kind of looks like him, though.
The similarities are uncanny.
Hell, I thought his mugshot looked like he'd been fucking partying for about a month and a half.
He just looks
Kinda
super
like
tired.
When the
To me.
cocaine and hookers ran out, so did his wife and his career.
Yep.
Looked like that dude on Wayne's World who was all partied out.
Like everybody. Why won't you pop? Wait a minute. Okay, it's not popping.
It's no wonder these fuckers killed each other all the time. These clothes are a bitch.
Should have just got all the shit from Duluth.
Well, I don't know if like Tony had some Air Jordans and some gangbanger was going to shoot him for him.
Let's go back even further, man. He ain't wearing British Knights. Okay. Z Cavalry cheese. Ah, that just took you way back.
I have basically an expensive hand tool pair of cowboy boots on, thank you.
Actually, if you're in the market and for a very specific set, like if there's a certain look you're going for, I do have a vendor that I shot a booth review for at the antique center that I filmed for, and if he doesn't have it, he can find it. So like if you end up wanting something like that, just send me like a picture of what you're looking for and I'll forward it over to him, or I'll just set you up with the dude. But he's Old Testament. He's like in his 70s and he's done just about everything under the sun when it comes to hunting, firearms, or leather work. So
The way it looks now, I'm probably not going to need another pair of boots forever because I don't wear them that much.
yeah. Well, he was like, with proper maintenance, they'll outlast you. I'm like, wow, that's cool. It's pretty cool. Well, oh yeah, I didn't do this yet. That's what I was doing. I sat down. One sec.
Oh, well, at least I'm good to go to the freaking event. Watch it anyway. I don't know how long it'll take to get the freaking holster replaced.
Are you excited to take your first trip to Westworld?
Not excited. It's something to do.
We all secretly want Westworld to be real.
No shit.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I don't have much pasture land for a horse, but I live across the street from the park, so just look on my wife's face the other night. I said I was thinking about getting a horse. She looked at me like I'd slapped her.
Westworld.
No, I'm not really thinking about getting a horse.
Say Westworld's a good thought experiment on how sadistic people would be if they knew A, they want to get in trouble, and B, aren't going to get caught.
Would it surprise you at all to tell you that the only horse I ever wanted were Clydesdales?
Not really.
To pull your beer wagon?
I always had this fantasy owning two. One that looks just like the ones in the Budweiser commercials, and one that was all black with like a Roman cut mane. I don't know why.
I have
Kind of
worked
want his
with
mane cut like the
Clydesdales.
Roman horses were.
I have worked with a couple Clydesdales.
And I heard just because they're huge, they're actually really, really like friendly.
They're like great big fucking dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a stable in my neighborhood. Those things are gigantic, man. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I want one of these. And he's like, well, feed him. He's got apples over there. And I'm like, all right. And like, I would reach over and grab one. He was eyeballing me the whole time. And as I got closer, you could see him get excited. Like he was starting to like prance on 2 feet, with his front feet. I'm like, he really likes these, doesn't he? He's like, oh yeah.
My boss, as one of the sidelines he's into, he did the horse and carriage rides down in Springfield.
Hmm.
And he had a number of draft horses, mostly Percherons, but he had a couple Clydesdales in and out of there and some Belgians. And yeah, they're like being around big dogs. They're extremely friendly, nosy as hell. Love people. They just like being around people. It was weird because they're a little bit more friendly than a regular horse. And I was out fixing fence for him, stringing hot wire, and one of his 2 big Percherons come up behind me while I was working on this damn fence and stuck his head right over my shoulder to look what I was doing and scared the shit out of me because I didn't hear him walk up. Standing there and this fucking horse sticks his head over my shoulder. I like to piss myself. And I swear that fucker giggled. I could have just imagined that, but my boss would get young draft horses and he'd break them with a plow. He'd hook them up to harness and then hook them up to a fucking plow, and if they started to try to run, he'd just sink the plow in the ground. It was really neat to watch him working horses because he was pretty adept at it for being a guy from the middle of frickin' Illinois.
Is Knives still in here?
Yeah, he's here.
I just read something.
Yeah.
LA mayor warns if Trump enforces immigration law, there could be riots. How would you like to respond to that?
This guy's a fucking idiot. He took all the money out from schools and building roads and shit, and put it in helping the immigrants out.
Well, Trump doesn't enforce the immigration laws. He's going to fucking have riots in LA. It's LA.
I did see something that I guess in Texas, maybe Sean heard about it, that a bunch of illegals showed up to protest that anti-sanctuary city bill, and someone called ICE to come get them.
What?
Yeah.
I did see that.
I was like, man, that's savage.
No, it ain't. That's American. Go protest at home, motherfucker.
Oh, no, you can't because you'll get killed by your dictatorial fucking government? Oh, no wonder you want to be here.
You want to hear about a true immigrant? The immigrants that will fucking be protesting, they're not the good immigrants, man. The good ones are fucking working, not fucking standing around.
Oh, yeah, from what I've heard, most legal immigrants, they're all for deporting them. It's like...
I learned something new about my governor this morning, which I think just makes him even more of a he was a bit of a gambler, and he would wager for quarters target shooting while in a wheelchair. Someone asked him, they're like, what about your higher recoiling guns? How do you shoot those? And he goes, oh, it's easy. I just set the brake on the chair. Makes sense to me.
Is he really in a wheelchair?
Yeah.
Was he paralyzed?
From the waist down.
The governor of Texas?
Yep.
Huh.
From I think it was a car accident or something.
Did not know that.
He's biplegic.
I didn't know it either, but it's awesome.
I just set the brake on the wheelchair. Fucking great answer.
Classic political pun.
Yep. You had her back her up against a tree.
My favorite political story kind of like that is Calvin Coolidge. They called him Silent Cal because he never talked much. And during one of his inauguration parties, these two women came up to him. One of them said, I bet my friend here, Sawbuck, that I could get you to say more than 2 words. And Calvin Coolidge looked at the other girl and said, you lose. Another story, California man was speeding along his DeLorean at 88 miles an hour. While he didn't travel back in time, he did get a ticket.
Set for the future.
Yeah.
Shit.
You know that judge is gonna read that shit like, get the fuck out. You know he's gonna laugh. He's like, get the hell out, dude.
Either that or he's going to hold him over for a psych evaluation.
You got a DeLorean? Back in time.
I don't know if it's a liberal judge. He'd be like, well, Your Honor, I was trying to go back into time to stop Trump from getting elected. He'd be like, good point, case dismissed.
Sorry for wasting your time. Or we'll let you do that.
All right. So, my friend's dad, the guy who was a conservative his whole life until he retired and then became super lib, he did this post yesterday, and he was like, come on, man. Ain't the president going to say anything on his Twitter about the stabbings in Seattle or Portland or whatever? He's like, you would think that that would be important to him or something. And I wrote him back, and I was like, first of all, that happened on Friday when he was still overseas. Second of all, if you just took the 30 seconds to look it up, he did that 3 hours before you wrote this bullshit post, and he stopped writing the rest of the day.
Huh. So what was the story behind that? The guy was just shouting anti-Islam shit and started stabbing people?
Well, no, he was shouting some anti-Islamic shit to these 2 girls. One of them wasn't even Muslim. And, but I guess she was wearing a hijab anyway, for whatever fucking reason. It's like, hey, I'm here to provoke somebody, right? But anyway,
To do rag.
she was like 16 or 19 or something. He was talking all this shit. And like 3 good Samaritans stood up and they're like, "You can't talk to a woman like that. That's bullshit. You need to sit down and shut the hell up." And he lost his cool and he fucking started stabbing these guys. 2 of them died and 1 of them survived.
Insane.
And then she was interviewed later and she was like, those men died for trying to save a complete stranger or something. But it's like, hey, if you're not Muslim, why are you wearing a hijab in the first place? Oh, I'm going to show them solidarity. Well, why don't you go get your genitals mutilated then?
Yeah.
What better way to show solidarity than to mutilate your body? Really show them how committed you are to the cause, right?
The guy was a fucking nut, and he should have been incarcerated before it escalated that far.
Dipshit should have been shot.
Well, yeah.
He
killed 2 people. He should have been shot.
It's Oregon now. Fucking New California.
Yeah.
I feel bad for PBR. What the fuck is PBR anyway?
Hope he wasn't one of the Good Samaritans.
Yeah, I haven't seen that dude around in a while.
Illinois lawmakers propose National Gun Violence Awareness Day and Month.
That's why I put it up there.
Well, it's 12:30. We're at the bottom of the hour. Let's go ahead and get into today in military history, or today in history in general, which it's actually a short day. There were a lot of skirmishes and stuff, but one of the things is actually of pretty good interest, especially since I'm going to thumb my nose in defiance of all these dipshits taking down Confederate memorials and trying to erase history. So let's start with the basics. Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto landed at Tampa Bay, Florida, with 600 soldiers in search of Cibola, the city of gold. That would be in 1539. And I hope I got the pronunciation correct. Knives, you can catch me if I didn't.
Hernando de Soto.
Hernando de Soto.
Yeah,
Did I do that pretty good?
Yes.
He's right. The reason when the colonists came over from England, there weren't that many Indians left.
I actually own a De Soto hood emblem, which is made out of, I think, amber. It's got an orange hue to it, and there was a light that went up through the neck. It's gorgeous. It's like this huge chrome bit with an acrylic. I'm pretty sure it's amber, but it's an amber thing on a chrome backing. It's awesome.
Yeah, he actually made it up to the mountains of North Carolina because he had heard a rumor of this vast silver mine, and it turned out the silver mine was just mica.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, and his first words were probably merde, or mierda. All right, so this is the good one. By proclamation of General John A. Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic, the first major Memorial Day observance is held to honor those who died, quote, in defense of their country during the late rebellion, end quote. This was also known as the Confederate Memorial Day. That was today in 1868. See, they were even trying to erase history back then. In 1922, the Lincoln Memorial was dedicated in Washington, D.C. by then Chief Justice William Howard Taft. Which, well, let's be fair. That's probably the end zone for Antifa to have a memorial removed, right? That's the goal. 2003, the U.S. government, for the first time ever, lowered the terrorist threat from orange to yellow with the color coding system. Every time I talk about the color coding system, I'm reminded of a Lewis Black joke saying, look, this is really simple. There should be it's a Ron White joke. There should be 2 terror levels. Put on a fucking helmet. Don't put on a fucking helmet.
Yeah, right.
And there were 3 citations for the Medal of Honor. Unfortunately, not a single one was issued today in history. Wah, wah. All 3 citations were for Civil War and post-Civil War. Indian territory, actually, fighting. Huh.
Well, they definitely want to get one now with all the SJW shit going on.
Right.
Yeah, Yeah, there's no awards for slaughtering the native people and robbing them of their land.
Oh man, this is too easy.
I was being facetious, guys. I'm one of those let the strong fucking win. That's why I got lots of guns and big ones.
Well, that's
You
just
come
your
here to
white.
take-
That's just your white privilege talking.
Fucking A right. You come here to take it and you're going to earn it. Believe me.
The best response I've ever heard when it comes to like the whole Indian Wars is from Gavin McGinnis. He's just like, we fought them motherfuckers for 400 years. He was like, this just wasn't like a little, walk in the park,
I can't use that one.
I don't know. Some parts of our history, it's a little hard to reconcile, but I didn't do it, so what the fuck?
Yeah, what was that big massacre? Was it Wounded Knee? That one's pretty hard to justify.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
It had been me, we'd have been using 44 Magnums and it had been worse. So, hey, what can I say?
Damn you, Tony. Damn.
Listen, only by the grace of people like me are you here, motherfucker. Show some respect.
Nah, man, sometimes I did the work.
Oh
And
man,
he
you
got
upset
it.
Tony.
He got
so
mad.
talking.
Sorry, Tony.
So who won the Saturday tactical quiz show?
Oh,
Or was it Sean again?
no, I didn't play. I kept telling G, I was like, if I keep playing, it's going to discourage people.
See, I feel like I was pretty fucked up around 7 p.m. on Saturday, so I would have been any good.
Oh, I know I was. I had a 4-pack of Celebrator Double Bock, and I had 3 Leffa Blonde Abbey ales on top of that. Saturday night was an early night.
See, I had four or five Hell or High watermelons, and then 5 of that alcoholic water. Just say I was really surprised I made it to work at 8 a.m. on Sunday.
Uncle Tony's back.
Yeah, it was just a joke, man. I'm nice as my buddy.
Like a dude.
What's up?
Yeah. I'm going to give you guys a real softball quiz.
Hey.
Whoa, what the hell was that?
My bad.
338 Lapua.
Actually, I got 9 out of 10.
454 Kasul.
It was a 30-06 snap cap, so.
I bet Angry ain't on. Yo, he is on. Good. All right, let's go ahead and knock out some of this quiz. It's going to be easy for almost every one of you. And some of the questions may be outdated because one of them is about Finnish, and I'm pretty sure they don't use it anymore. So just keep that in mind. Just answer that question as it was from the past or whatever. So this quiz is known as Glock Perfection.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
I don't know. It's only perfect until you throw a couple $100 of extras on it, right?
Right.
Let us begin. This may be easy for you guys, so we'll probably get through this quickly. How many safety operations are disengaged when the trigger is pulled?
3.
3.
Yes, that is correct.
I got that right. Holy shit. Next.
Glock trigger has 3 separate safety devices attached to it, which are disengaged sequentially as the trigger is pulled. All right. I shouldn't even be asking you these. What is the Glock frame manufactured from to give it such a high corrosion and abrasion resistance?
I think they call it polymer 80.
That is correct.
It's plastic.
Basically, yes. Glock pistols were the first production firearms to be manufactured with a high-strength polymer frame, which, in addition to giving great strength and incredible corrosion resistance, made the handgun 86% lighter than a steel equivalent. Very good.
And then the other ones came along and showed them how to do it right.
All right. In addition to its lightweight and revolutionary frame, the Model 17 in 9x19 caliber offered a huge magazine capacity. What are the
21.
standard capacity Glock 17 magazines?
21.
As manufactured, not the legally mandated small capacity types in certain countries.
21.
17 rounds.
That is 17.
Not 21?
Very good. All right. True or false? The Glock 31 is chambered for 357 Magnum ammunition.
True.
357 SIG. That is false.
So that would be correct. Knives and Matt are correct. The Glock is chambered for 357 SIG ammunition.
Damn commie state got me all brainwashed.
All right.
Most modern semi-autos don't play well with rims.
Rim job. Any more questions?
Yeah, I'm it's going to be 9 questions because this one's so stupid. It's so obvious. Not that the polymer wasn't. All right. Glock pistols also come in a variety of different overall sizes, including standard, compact, subcompact, slimline, short frame, and what?
Full.
Long frame.
Full.
Yeah.
Long slide.
No. We're talking about frame sizes.
Yeah, Tony said long frame, right?
Nope. This may not even be true, but we'll go with it. I mean, it might be long frame, but it has a different name to it.
Oh, okay.
Competition?
Yes. That kind of threw me off too.
Ding, ding, ding.
Competition-sized pistols are also termed practical tactical due to increase in overall size, which brings them more into the category of tactical pistols like the 1911 A1 and similar pistols. All right. This is a true or false also. The mass media claimed the firearm would be invisible on airport security screening devices and that it would be a weapon favored by terrorists.
True.
Although the frame was made of polymer, which is hard to see under X-ray, the idea that it was invisible is impossible as the pistol contains a steel barrel, magazine, springs, and internal working. Not to mention the fact that the bullets are also made out of metal too. Shows it very, very clearly on any X-ray or metal detectors.
Thank you, Die Hard.
True or false? Glock pistols have a 2-piece trigger that affects as a safety device.
False.
True.
True.
That is correct. Glock triggers are actually 2 separate pieces. A smaller section of the trigger stops the rest of the unit moving unless it is first pulled out of its blocking position by the finger. It's all done in the normal action of firing the pistol. Okay, this one's a little tougher. What is the actual amount of force required to pull the trigger back on the Glock 30?
42.
So I'm looking for a trigger pull weight.
8 pounds.
And I'm pretty sure it's based off the average because none of them are, there's no way they're all exact.
14 pounds.
8 pounds.
5.5 pounds?
12
Yes.
pounds. Really?
5.5 pounds is required to pull the trigger and fire the pistol. Kits are available to reduce this for competition shooting and the like. All right, so this is the question that's kind of outdated, but if you knew the old Glocks, then you're going to know this. Glock used Tenifer on the barrel and slides of their pistols, which is a very hard finish and is used for corrosion resistance. It
True.
similar in hardness to a diamond. What is the Rockwell hardness for this finish used by Glock?
81.
Is it 64?
Yes! Wow, can't believe you knew that.
I know my Glocks.
Glock have been at the forefront of firearm technology for decades. Using Tenifer for the slide and barrel increases the strength and operational life of each pistol. Very good.
I'm just trying to make you guys feel bad for me so you can get me donations to get out of here.
Yeah.
That shit don't work good, trust me.
The question that I skipped was, it was a list of calibers, and it was like, which one of these do not belong? It would have been too obvious. 44 Magnum was on the list, so it would have been like that one. Let's see. Ooh, this one says tough. Maybe we'll have time to do one more.
Be right back. Gotta get a phone call.
Yes, the 44 Magnum again, rimmed, not Glock.
Are you looking at a set of questions, or are you just trying to pick one out?
It's going to be 10 more.
Okay.
This said difficult. It seems really easy. Let me see how many I got. Yeah, the Glock one was quick and easy. All right. So bear in mind, it's going to be using NATO measurements. So it's going to have to be in metric when I ask you measurements, okay? All right. Wait, Angry took off. He's going to miss out on this one. He's going to be so mad. Or should I wait?
Don't matter to me.
I'm ready to get it wrong.
This is America, not a metric guy.
Yeah, I know, but the quiz is based off of a NATO rifle. So
I'm ready to get it wrong.
let me move some stuff around that I have to do later today anyway while we're waiting. And if you see Angry chime into these facts, then we'll begin.
Angry, get your butt back here.
We were closed. I had a 3-day weekend, and yet a shitload of returns showed up at my door anyway.
Y'all got your Old West playing cards yet?
Ooh, Knives, why don't you tell us about the Kickstarter for the Old West playing card sets?
Oh, the Old West playing cards? Oh, shoot, they still going on, dude.
Tell us about it.
We got the Old West playing cards right now on Kickstarter. You get a deck. They go back to the G-Webs up for the Cowboy playing cards. They're pretty nice. They're good and they're pretty interesting.
Come on down to gunchannels.com. You'll see a link posted to help join this Kickstarter. And for every dollar donated, it lowers the price of each deck and ensures that they are made here in America.
It's funny, I'm on the page now, and guess how many backers we have?
7.
223.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, yeah, don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com for patches, hoodies. And right now, they're selling bayonets right now for your AKs. Don't forget to go to gearwebsites.com.
Knives, check the side chat.
You're becoming a natural at this.
And as cool as it would be to just have 223 backers, you should get more money.
I gotta get the phone real
Get
quick.
them cards made here.
What better way to use your lunch hour than to ruin my lunch hour? Be right back.
Knives, did you see what I wrote on the side chat?
Dude, you gotta grow up, man.
It sounds like that's what it sounded like you said.
Dude, you really gotta grow up.
Yeah, it did kind of sound like you said that.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it. I gotta slow down.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
let it pass due to your particular dialect.
You gotta
See,
you gotta articulate better.
fucking Tony.
That was good.
That was a little bit better, but I effed up.
Angry says, "Don't let us pick on you. You're a proud turtle."
Don't pick on the turtle
No, we love our turtle.
with the nubby fingers.
They're so cute.
Really, dude? Don't go there, man.
Oh, so I logged out before because I had to take a call from a friend I haven't spoken to in a while. He works for Customs and Border Patrol, so I haven't spoken to him for a while. So I had to jump out of the chat for a minute.
Is he actually on the border?
Yeah.
Has he noticed a decrease in the amount of people trying to get here?
He works with the narcotics. So
Well, that's probably not going to change.
Let's just say they're still loading up on that stuff. So he's found he's found quite a few loads. I mean, like nice big chunks.
I read a story this weekend that they caught a pigeon, I think in Saudi Arabia, trying to smuggle in, I think, like 158 pills of ketamine on the back of a pigeon.
That's a big ass pigeon.
Yeah, like the pigeon had like a custom-made backpack and was like a messenger pigeon, except this is like a drug mule pigeon.
Was it like a 511 backpack?
I don't know. It looked homemade to me, but apparently they've had that same problem with pigeons sneaking in like cell phones into prisons.
What the hell?
Yeah.
They've been doing that for a while.
That dude sounded stoned as hell, man. Called me from Jamaica. A little early to be. Well, no, I guess it's almost about 2 o'clock over there.
Sure,
It's
wasn't
stone
Marvin.
Nah, dude, this dude was high on fleek. All right, is Angry back? Angry is back. Good. All right, let's begin. Get 2 today to make up for not being here yesterday.
Let's do this.
All right, so this quiz is titled the M16 Assault Rifle. Woo! So this should be pretty easy for you guys.
Yeehaw!
Where's Bob to diss the poodle shooter? Pretty good for a golfer round, you know.
All right, first question. Easy. Which company manufactures the M16?
Colt.
Yep.
Colt and FN, right?
As a replacement for the M14, the Colt Manufacturing and Fabrique Nationale companies make the M16. It was originally designed by the Armalite Company, and rifles sold on the civilian market bear the designation AR-15, which does not stand for assault rifle. All right. Now remember, we're having to use metric for NATO designations and stuff, so you can get close, we'll be good to go. How long is the M16? Not any of the newer versions. From butt to tip.
Ooh.
Just a tip.
41 centimeters.
Well, I had a 20
41
inch.
centimeters.
No, the overall length, front to back.
Well, I had a 20-inch barrel. I'm not sure what that converts to in centimeters.
68 centimeters.
Shit.
Andrew has a chance here.
88 centimeters.
No.
Oh, where's my ruler?
30 centimeters is about a foot.
Yep.
I'm going to say 95 centimeters.
No. No. I'll take centimeters, Angry, but that's not the link that they're looking for.
Damn you, metric. Damn you.
I feel like Googling it would be cheating, so I'm out.
You guys are all like beating around the bush on the link. I think Angry was the closest so far, but he technically overshot it.
98 centimeters?
No.
92?
87.
No. Now we're just going to be shotgunning numbers with each other.
I've been shotgunning numbers since I started.
How many?
99?
Yes.
1,003 millimeters?
It's actually 98.6, but they rounded.
Google. Fuck you, Google. Got it
There's
wrong.
also an A3 variant, which has a stiffer butt and is 1 centimeter longer, which would even it out at 100 on the standard. So you were close, Andrew.
Google said it was 1,003 millimeters.
I think that was before the A3.
Screw you, metric. Screw you, metric.
Right. Which war was the M16 introduced?
Vietnam.
Well, technically you're all wrong because Vietnam wasn't a war, it was a police action. Trick question.
Grenada.
You're correct. The M16 was introduced during the Vietnam War to replace the M14. It was introduced formally in 1963 and mass production began in 1965. The butt of the M16 is paddle-shaped so the soldiers could use it as such while traveling the many rivers of Vietnam, or at least that was the premise. Unfortunately, the M16 is extremely sensitive to water and rusts very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Colt influence.
Yeah, see, Angry is giving me the A3 numbers too. All right. Now there's a key word. What is the maximum rate of fire for the M16A1?
A billion rounds in a mag in a paperclip.
950 RPM.
860.
No.
750.
Yes.
I just guessed on that one.
It's actually between 700 and 900.
This is a retarded explanation answer. If you had a 750 round magazine, you'd shoot all of it in a minute.
California right there.
Obviously, you've never had a Colt AR-15 because you'd shoot about a third of it before it melted.
Right.
That sounds like
a high rate of fire and a high muzzle velocity because of the low weight of the bullet, only 55 grams.
It sounds like John Madden when he's like, here's a guy, when he runs, he goes faster.
Thanks, John.
I do what
No
I can.
problem, Pat.
Take a pill, Pat. John.
All right.
Me?
No, we're doing the John Madden joke.
Oh.
There is a new and shortened version of the M16 with a collapsible stock, removable handle on the top, and is more accurate. Name it.
Mark 19.
M4?
Yes.
Fuck!
The M4 and M4A1 are a, quote, lightweight, gas-operated, air-cooled, magazine-fed, selective rate, shoulder-fired weapon with a collapsible stock, end quote.
So they're saying the M4 is more accurate than the full-length M16?
Well, it's just what they're saying.
I guess that's based off the full auto versus 3-round burst.
Maybe. Or it could just be the barrel material.
That's interesting if that's true.
This is so stupid. What caliber does the M16 fire? NATO numbers.
5.56.55.
Yes.
NATO.
5.
The 5.56 bullet comes in a variety of types: armor piercing, tracer, SS-109, rubber tipped, and many more. The bore in inches is 0.223 inch, and that is what is taught in the U.S. Army. Was.
And in none of its forms compares to 44 Magnum out of a 8-inch handgun.
Can you attach a bayonet to the M16?
Why not?
Yes.
Everybody wants to.
Knives is correct. It is true. Although banned by the Geneva Conventions, there is a place to attach a bayonet to the M16. The bayonet appendage is also used to affix other things like laser targeters and maglite flashlights.
Hold on.
I didn't know there was a light attachment for the bayonet.
They banned it?
That's what it says.
So the knife is more dangerous than the gun?
Well, I think it's because it's more up close and personal.
It's war.
Well, so is the bullet when it hits your head, but you know.
Right.
All right. This is on.
How many rounds can you load into a standard NATO Stanag magazine?
30.
30.
Yes. While some armies fill up the magazine to only 29 rounds, a full one will hold 30. The reason behind the missing round is to keep the strain off the spring of the magazine so it will be able to be reused. Some armies do not recycle their magazines and have no qualms about topping off their magazine. If you load 31 rounds into the magazine, the strain on the spring will cause loading problems. I can tell you for a fact that that's bullshit. A spring does not wear out being compressed. It doesn't wear out being fully decompressed. It actually wears in the motion between being compressed and decompressed. The usage of it wears it out, not actually leaving it compressed.
Yep.
So load the magazines and leave them the fuck alone.
Yeah, that is a physics fact. So, anyway. All right, now I didn't get this one. Maybe you guys will be more keen on it. What's different about the left-handed version of the M16A2?
I didn't think there was a left-handed version.
To be honest,
The holes on the other side.
No.
Well, if it's left-handed, it's just a reversed image of the right-handed model.
No.
Really?
They put a casing deflector on it.
Yes.
Nice,
But
Tony.
There's something specific to it, but yeah. The pyramid was added after field testing showed that spent cartridges hit left-handed shooters in the face. It was introduced as early as the Vietnam War and has been on every version of the M16. Nowadays, every M16 manufactured comes with the pyramid deflector, as it cannot be accurately measured how many southpaws will be in a single unit.
That's proof that lefties are inferior.
Sorry, lefties.
We're sorry that you're backwards. It is what it is. And that you live an average 7 years less than a right-handed person.
Is that
That's
true?
That is
Really?
true. It's statistics. Left-handed people live on average 7 years less than right-handed people. I can't explain why, but it is what it is.
That's because of the added stress of their life early on when their parents tried to beat them into right-handedness.
I think, well, you know, you may not be far off, because if you've ever watched The King's Speech, he does go into the fact that his father, King George IV, used to scold and beat him for using his left hand, so he had to learn how to write with his right hand. A lot of his stuttering was attributed to basically a royal version of PTSD. Like, that's not even me trying to be funny about it. Dude got his ass beat constantly. Anyway, yes, that is Queen Elizabeth's father too, by the way, who became King George VI. Or he was just Albert. Never mind. His brother was King George VI.
Next question.
His father was the fifth. All right. Well, it's the last one on the quiz. Which grenade launcher was designed in 1969 and standardized in 1979 to be attached to the M16?
M203?
Yes. Very
Nice.
Good job. 203 is a single-shot 40mm grenade launcher. Named the M203 because, as legend has it, there were originally 203 different types of grenades designed for this launcher. Common grenades found nowadays in active Army usage are anti-personnel, anti-vehicular, phosphorus, illumination, and many more, which are in constant use with armies around the world.
Should have had a China Lake underneath it.
That'd be
I'll
awesome.
bet you got that one right, Ponnery.
Yes, I did get the 203 correct. The one I got wrong was the pyramid-shaped thing on left-handed ARs because it was my understanding that all ARs are freaking the same. You know, I thought they were always built like that.
Well, technically they are. They all come with that pyramid. I had read somewhere about them adding that casing deflector to it.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. All right, so you guys got 2 quizzes today.
Spoiling us.
We already did the movie. We already did the gun. They were kind of cliche, obviously. And the vehicle.
Already did the hot chick.
And we did the girl.
Who was the hot chick?
So that's it. We're done. Woohoo! Good. Now it's just, you know, glorified lobby chat. Yay! Which is fine.
Who's the hot chick again?
And John leaves. He's like, oh, we're done. I'm out of here.
I can't remember now.
Man.
She must not have been too hot then.
She was a cheerleader that's an army chick now.
It was Rachel Washburn.
Yeah, that one. She ain't bad.
It is. I'll check the news and see if there's anything new today. I don't think there was. I didn't see anything breathtaking.
I did see, I don't know if you did anything about it, but they found out who's been leaking classified material to the press.
Oh, really?
That's the story I read on, I think, Friday, but I haven't heard anything else about it.
There's 3 people. One of them was named so far.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name.
That they actually might face prosecution.
That'll face fucking firing squad.
Well, it is technically
treason.
Yes, because treason is defined as undermining your government. So that is undermining.
I just hope that they're all 3 Obama people, and that one of them cuts a deal, and it's like, yeah, Obama told us to do this shit.
Would it not be cool to see the former president of the United States, His Holiness Obama, tried for treason?
The current president is urging the Senate to make the nuclear option permanent.
Huh. I don't think that's a good idea.
I bet my Superlib friend is all over that this morning. Oh, great. I got to see it on Amazon.
On the ass.
Yeah, it's like when Harry Reid did it, you know, the reason half of Trump shit's gotten through now is because of fucking Harry Reid.
Yeah, I hope that.
I don't like that at all.
Won't that bite us in the ass if they ever take over and they fucking try to fill some shit else?
Well, see, that's the thing with the Democrats. The Democrats are so cocky. They're like, "Oh, we're never gonna lose power. What are you talking about with this?" And hopefully, the Republicans don't forget that because they probably won't be in power forever.
Right. Let's not forget, just 8 short years ago, they were in this position.
Yep. And it's like if they pass this new healthcare law and people's premiums go up and people lose their coverage, the Republicans are going to be the ones losing seats in 2018, 2020.
Be right back.
Yeah, I'm like all for them dragging this healthcare thing out until after the midterms.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not a big fan of making the nuclear option permanent. 51 just seems a little too easy to get things done. And, you know, a way to control your government is gridlock.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, look at Illinois. They've been doing it for fucking years.
Right. I mean, if you really want your bills passed, you're just going to have to sell it to the people that vote on it.
Yeah. What we live in today's society is they want everything done, you know, yesterday. And that's not how huge laws and bills should be implemented. They should be debated and they should take a long time.
Right, but I mean, even if it takes a long time, as long as you can sell it to the people who have to vote on it, you know, like if you do your part, the system should work. If you don't do your part and it's because of bipartisan politics, then if you're the majority, you need to publicly remind the people that you're constantly being stymied over something as trivial as bipartisanship. So then you get those people out, then you get the majority, and you still sell it to the right people.
Well, see, I think that's what Trump needs to do. I think the next spending bill's coming up in September.
Yeah.
What Trump needs to do is say, we want this wall built, but the Democrats are, you know, totally against having a wall to keep illegals out. You know, they'd rather shut down the government than pay for that wall. That's what Trump should do if he's smart. Because that's what the Democrats did with Obamacare for years. It's like, oh, the Republicans are willing to shut the government down over Obamacare. And it's like, that's even less trivial than like, hey, the Democrats are literally wanting illegals to come in this country. They would rather that happen than actually fund the government. And I think most sane-minded people would be like, yeah, that's partisan politics. We got to get these people out of office.
I think what I would do if I was president of the United States right now is you can't belittle them on your Twitter. That's just childish. But what I would do is I would hold like an AMA session or use TV airtime or simultaneously do both every week. And I would remind the American people, this is what you've elected me for. And this week, here is a list of everything that the Democrats voted against because they're petty and peevish and they're just voting on party lines. And you shame them every week. They're like, look, we tried all these bills and they shut down all these bills. And just remind them every week. And you're like, this is the people that are in power, you know, holding back everything I promised to do for you. And just shame them.
Yeah, that's what he should do. That's a smart
Treat
move.
them just like ISIS. Shame them.
Yeah, actually makes sense.
Like if he came on there like every week and say, hey, we caught 3,000 illegals trying to cross the border because the Democrats refused funding for the wall, even though they approved it like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, and of these 3,000 that we, you know, deported, 75% of them had criminal records because no one really wants criminals coming in this country.
You can't use statistics and facts with
They vote Democrat.
They don't care about those. You just literally have to put in their face a list and say, I told you I wanted to do this, and these people won't let me do my job, so I can't serve the American people to its fullest capacity. And here's what they voted on, and as you can see, they all blanket voted against me, and just do it every week.
Well, he would have to do it because the media is not going to do it themselves.
Exactly. And they couldn't dispute it because all he's doing is showing the actual ballots, you know, results. So it's not, they can't say it's fake news. They'll be like, look, these are the actual tallies every week.
Yeah, that's actually pretty smart because, yeah, they're going to do everything they can to keep anything, even if it's a good bill. They're going to like his tax plan, I think is wonderful. But, you know, they're going to do everything in their power because they want the estate tax in there. It's like, you've taxed me my whole life. Now that I'm dead, you want to tax me one more time to screw over, like, my relatives? Like, fuck that. Yeah, my mom, she called me the other day, and my little nephew was in the background crying. I was like, oh, Sully's doing his best Chuck Schumer impression. She got, like, super mad.
That's harsh.
I mean, you don't remember him crying during Trump's travel ban? It's like,
yep, crocodile tears.
That was really mean. That was mean of him.
You hurt my feelings.
Yeah. It's like, no, what's mean is every time there's a shooting, you propping up the dead children and literally using them as your talking point.
Did you
see morbid talking points? Well, that's all they have.
There was a story that was released on Yahoo News on, well, it was the day after the bombing in Manchester, and they wrote a piece that literally was trying to get the reader to sympathize with the bomber. It was a story written about how he called his mother before he did the act, and we're supposed to feel sorry for him. And I broke the story, like I broke it. My first comment was, "What the absolute fuck are you idiots at Yahoo? Who the hell screens your stories? Yemen?"
Yeah.
And as soon as I wrote that, like within 2 minutes, it had something like 1 million thumbs ups, and then they took the story down. I was like, we don't care about this guy.
No.
We don't need to feel sorry for him.
He's a loser, an evil loser.
Yeah, he's a loser.
He's a huge loser.
Huge. Cut off his hands.
Yeah, it's amazing to what they're willing to go to just try to sympathize with those people.
It's like, I can't believe they would even write this shit on their site. And it was on the front page with a picture of this dude. And they're like, you should feel sorry for him. His struggle was real. It's like, no. I don't think so.
You ever see Mr. Nice struggle? Shit.
See, if that same attack would have happened here, Trump literally could have come out and said, hey, under my travel ban, this guy would have never been allowed back in the country. And guess who's blocking this? The Democrats. So the Democrats are actively helping terrorists get back in the country.
And they are, because they want them to come in.
And it's like, if Trump went on, like, if he did like a national televised thing and said that, it's like, what are the Democrats going to say? Like, oh, well, not all of them are terrorists. Yeah, a few might get in, but the majority of them are good. And see, that's why I think Trump's good at what he does, because Trump's the guy that can give, like, Ted Cruz, like Lion Ted. He can come up with a nickname, and since he knows, he's been in show business, he's a businessman, he knows how to get that nickname to stick. So it's like Crooked Hillary, like Crooked Hillary. He's the only one that could have made that stick as well as
Well, the Russians came up with that, don't forget.
He is good at pet naming. That was shitty of him to do, though. It's like, what happened to just winning on the merits of your campaign?
Yeah.
Let's drag it through together. It's a great idea. Let's do that immediately. I started right on that. I want 51% equity.
Yeah, actually, when I was at work today, I saw a map, and it was actually the most detailed map showing the 2016 election. And it's color-coded, it was red and blue, and it was literally a sea of red with little islands of blue. And it's like, see, this is why we have electoral college. Because it's literally these little islands that are heavily inhabited. They would, determine the election. Even though if you look at the country as a whole, not based on population, voted Republican.
Bob posted a really good picture the other day about that. And he put it on his Facebook page. And it was literally the election by the numbers. And basically Hillary's defeat, even though she won the popular vote was based off of only 5 counties, and 3 of them were in New York. And out of the ones in New York, she had 2 million voters that all voted Democrat in that area, and nowhere else did. And that whole area was Democrat. And it was like, so you want to determine the outcome of 3,000 counties based off of this one county that had 2 million Democratic votes? I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, I read something. Like, if you take out the counties she won, like the heavy counties like that, Trump got like 87% of the vote.
That's pretty popular.
So, yeah, that's like, I always see people that I know are Democrats. They're like, it's time for the Electoral College to go. And I'm just like, no.
It's time for you to go, not the Electoral College.
Yeah. It's like the Founding Fathers, even though you say they're all, slave-owning racists, they knew what the fuck they were doing when it came to selecting how elections ran.
Yep.
It's like democracy is literally mob rule. And I have noticed Katy Perry's been kind of quiet since she made that bonehead interview.
Well, that's because I heard she was about to be promoted to what was it, official diplomat to Syria or something like that.
What?
Yeah, like
Is that real?
Yeah.
Holy!
As a threat.
What the hell?
I'm kidding.
Oh, oh shit! I thought you were serious.
Can't be.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Democrats trying to do something like that.
Yeah, I saw on Netanyahu, he gave a speech, and he was essentially just like, I'm glad I can now have the USA as an ally again. Because essentially Obama just like shit on him for 8 years.
Anybody want something from the store?
No.
Yeah, give me a 211.
Kleenex for Sean.
Anything else?
I couldn't reach for the mute button in time. Sorry.
Some beef jerky.
Okay.
Four Locos.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a couple of
Six-pack
Four
of
Locos.
hookers.
That'd be great.
And a couple of blood rats.
It's like only one of the 3 people that left on vacation Friday are in work today, so I probably could have pulled that one off. Man, dude, Friday customer service was epic. That was a 4-pack of Golden Drac Friday. Awesome. Drive home was in like Dealer Vision.
All right, I'll be back.
I did my best impression of Tiger Woods on the way home from work Friday.
So if you didn't get caught.
For all those out there, I do not smoke weed. I'm just playing around.
It's cool. It's not driving drunk. It's driving awesome. I don't condone drunk driving. I wasn't drunk. By the time I closed the shop, like I was already over my buzz and I was like full into the headache. I was like, what did I do? Then I stopped at Specs and picked up everything that I drank Saturday. Never gonna learn.
I just read a story. It's Trump sending so many gang members back to El Salvador that officials there are now in a panic.
We don't know what to do with all these cholos.
Cue the Moab.
It's like, this dude's from Paraguay. What the fuck are you sending him here for?
So most of them are MS-13 members.
There you go.
It's like the article's like, oh, boo-hoo, feel bad for El Salvador. And it was like, well, fix your fucking country and they won't want to come here.
Yeah, burn out the corruption before we're forced to, because we won't be able to tell friend and foe alike, and we'll just burn everybody.
Not El Salvador, they need to fucking rise up again. Fucking had a civil war for years back.
I can't remember. I don't know if it was Yankee or someone else, but I swear someone on a Gunchannels chat, and they were talking about like illegal immigrants from Mexico. He was like, what we should do is we should invade Mexico and go to the local townspeople and be like, tell us who's corrupt. We will remove them from office, and we will allow you to set up your own government. We will end the cartels, and we will literally let you fix your country.
That's half of the motherfuckers.
Exactly. And it's like, and once your country's fixed, we don't want to see any more of you coming up here illegally. And it's like, we did it in the 1840s. I don't know why we can't do it again.
You guys reading what U.S. just put up?
I like the legal immigrants. I ain't got nothing wrong with legal immigration.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a problem.
I remember I used to go to what you call the flea market. It should be these immigrant shirts, and he fucking had like a bunch of fucking aliens, illegal alien shirts. A bunch of aliens on them.
Say one of my neighbors is from Ecuador and another one's from Kenya. You know, they're pretty chill, you know, but I'm sure they came up here through the right channels.
Hey man, you gonna go up to 40 or no?
40? What are you talking
Are you gonna
about?
upgrade?
Oh,
Who's
I don't
passing
know.
40s round?
I've been thinking about it. I'm tired of getting 9mm shame from all you guys.
I don't even have a fucking gun. I'm just shaming everybody because I can't have shit. We sell you guns on Gunchannels. You'll shame you into buying guns.
See, if I got that 320, I could get a 40 upper to please those guys, but in reality, just keep using my 9mm upper. It's like a trickaroo.
Don't be freaking put down by guys who just can't fucking hit a good spot on a target.
Talking about Raphael again. Poor guy already said he had the aperture set wrong.
Is that what was wrong with his AR?
He had the rear sight aperture set on the wrong setting.
Oh. Yeah, that'll definitely do it.
I can't even hit paper with this thing at 7 yards. Take it off of fucking 300 meters. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, it's like, which peep set are you using? The really small one or the wide open one?
At 7 yards, you ought to be able to hit paper, hip shooting, son of a bitch.
Yeah. Well, I think he sorted it nice as it groups fine now. Yeah, so we started carrying these little widget spinner thingies. I can't even believe this is a trend and a fad and a thing, man. Like, seriously?
I think they're stupid.
They are. This is like...
Well, it's like Pokemon Go.
Well, this is for like those people who are victims of Common Core math.
Hey, I got my fidget spinners from Ruger.
I got my fidget spinners. I was born with a pair of them. Anyway, yeah, we got several manufacturers' versions of these, even though they're all the same shape. And apparently the very, very first generations, the ones we shipped out, they rust very quickly. Like, I got one back, and it's just a fucking heap of rust, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, wow, this is the finish you put on these things? And he's like, yeah, we don't carry that makers anymore. I can't believe this is a thing, man. I'm spinning around one in my hand. I'm just looking at it. I'm like, how is this a thing?
Like I said, I got mine from Ruger in stainless steel.
If you weren't force-fed Common Core math, you would look at this and just go, this is stupid.
So it literally just spins around on your fingers?
You haven't seen one of these? Yeah, sure.
I mean, I've seen them. I didn't know if it was like a trick or something to it.
All of these were rusty. I just hit it with a freaking steel wool and WD-40, right? The thing is they're heavily weighted on the ends, and there's a bearing here in the middle. And the weird thing is when you spin it that way, it goes one way, and then you turn it the other way, and the optical illusion makes it look like it's going the other way. And it messes with like the balance in your hand too. It peels, like you get to play with something that moves around in your hand. But you know where this idea originally came from? Take a hard drive that spins at 10,000 RPM, plug it in, let it spin, and then grab it, unplug it, and try to do this in your hand. It's going to do the exact same thing these stupid things do. And then when you're done with the hard drive fascination, you can take it out on the range and put bullet holes through it.
Well, you know, every freaking generation has its own version of the pet rock.
All right, let's delve into that just a hair, because I was about to lead into that anyway. So this hand spinner thing is for post-millennial Common Core douchebag, right? So we'll say that was for this year. What was the pet rock of, say, well, I guess it would be the Furbies.
Yeah, I was gonna say Furbies was.
Yeah.
Furbies or the Kichigo Mo or whatever, that little keychain game thing.
Yeah. Oh,
I think it was
the
kind of like
pet.
Yeah, I think it was kind of like Furby, but it looked like an old Game Boy.
So there was Furbies, there was virtual pets, there was
Dogs.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Big thing when I was in middle school was a yo-yo. Like yo-yos made a comeback for a little while.
Yu-Gi-Oh was
yeah.
fucking Yu-Gi-Oh was definitely racist. There was racist undertones out the ass. It's like, I'm gonna summon my blue eyes white supremacist. Kidding.
Pokemon.
There was
Pokemon, yeah, I think that was a bit of a fad too. But you know what? The Nintendo game versions are actually pretty fun.
Pokemon Go.
That's a ruse to get fat kids to go walk. That's exactly what that was for.
Anything to get them active.
Sexual predators would set up like gym zones and things. I'm not kidding. There were people arrested for that shit. Getting robbed.
I don't doubt it at all.
Like they would set up a gym or they would set up like a point of interest. I don't know how you do it, but they did it. And people would show up and get robbed. I'm like, wow.
Hey, Jimmy, I got a fluffy one coming.
Yeah.
Back in
Remember Pogs?
late 60s, there was clackers, which are basically two-inch diameter hard plastic balls connected by a string.
Oh, yeah. And you'd flip it up and down. It would like smack into each other.
Yeah, and basically those were a way to get killed.
Oh, I got another one for you. Remember the slap bracelets?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like everybody had to have one.
Early 90s.
See, in the 80s, though, we had cooler, mindless toys. We had Swatch watches. Everybody had to have one. I remember those. And then you had to pay an extra $5 for like a fancy rubber band. They called it the face guard or whatever. I'm like, really?
Did you ever have any of those wacky wall walkers? It was like...
I know of them, but...
The precursor to that was the Slinky, which was actually really fucking cool.
Oh, yeah, Slinkies are cool. Got like a set of stairs somewhere.
And I don't mean this cheap plastic shit they put out today, but stainless steel.
I had a famous one.
I had a friend that actually killed a cat with one of those. not deliberately. Like what he did was he ran it down a set of stairs, and this little tiny kitten come running at it and tried to attack it, and he got all tangled up in it. And then while he was fighting to get untangled, he fell over the side of the stairs and dropped like 6 stories down to the concrete below.
Damn.
And he's like, a Slinky killed my cat. And I was like, you're a dumbass for buying a Slinky.
Well, cats are like that.
Can't land on your feet when you're wrapped up in a steel coil. Poor bastard.
Be right back. I'm getting yelled at.
All right.
I don't even know if a cat could survive a 6-story fall. That's pretty high.
Yeah.
Even for them.
I don't know, man. Let's try it.
Steel rope.
It's like we do not.
I know they don't survive being flung off of a clay pigeon shooter and shot at very well.
It's like we at Gunchannels do not encourage people to throw cats off large buildings. Just want to say that for legal advice.
I think that's what it's called.
We do not discourage it neither.
Yeah. All right. I remember another stupid toy. You remember the Lolo ball?
Repeat that, please.
The Lolo ball. It looked like the planet Saturn. It had this rubber ball, and you stepped on it and like hopped around on it.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
That's one of those dumbass toys.
You remember moon boots?
Moon
Or moon shoes?
Sounds like Michael Jackson inspired.
They were like little trampolines you wore on your feet, and you like bounced up and down in them.
Big time toys. Moon shoes. God, those were retarded. They were basically just bait buckets with rubber bands and a fucking cheap ass jelly sandal on them. Remember jellies?
Yeah, I remember jellies. We still sell them at Old Navy.
No, you're kidding. They still make those?
For like toddlers and
I was gonna say, I thought that was like
kids.
a 5-year-old kindergartner girl thing, you know?
Yeah, and they smell now. They smell like strawberries and sour apples. Yeah.
Oh, great. You choose that your kids will eat.
Cover up the smell of toe jam.
Yeah, I'd imagine those would only last like one good sweaty day in the South before they smell terrible.
Aw. It's okay, Raphael. We're not killing cats. Although, I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you a story. It's a horror story. When I was in my mid-20s, I used to play this MMO RPG with a couple of people. And one of the dudes that would join my clan or whatever, he was I think 16 or 17 at the time. And then as I got older, he became an adult or whatever. He bought his first gun, which was an AK. And I think this is even before I got into guns, to be honest. He got arrested because he was living with his brother and his sister, or his brother and his wife, so sister-in-law, I guess, in another state, in I think Louisiana, and he was killing all the neighborhood cats with his AK, and he got caught, obviously.
You know, well, a guy.
I was like,
go ahead.
what are you thinking?
It's like a guy I hunt with. When he was in his 20s, going to UNCW, which was kind of near Wrightsville Beach. Him, and a bunch of other guys lived at Wrightsville Beach. He said like we were all dirt poor, so he would spearfish for food. And he said one day his neighbor's cat kept coming over and eating the fish. They said one day they're all like drunk sitting on their porch, and this cat comes, and one of his friends picks up the spear gun. He's just like, "Oh, I bet I can't hit this cat with this thing." And he was just like, "Yeah, I want to see you try to kill that cat with this thing." So he said he shot it, and sure as shit, that thing went right through the cat. So the cat takes off running, and it's attached to a fishing line. So they're trying to reel the cat in before it can hop over the fence, because they're like, "Oh shit, if our neighbor sees this, they're gonna like call the police on." So they're like trying to reel this cat in. So they said finally the cat won out, and it got over the fence and just like fell dead. She said the neighbor comes running out screaming, and she ends up calling the cops, and the cops show up, and they're just like, "Hey, the cat's eating our food. Like, this is the only food we have." And the officer went over to the neighbor and was just like, "They got a point, man. Your cat's eating the food, and they've told you several times to like not let your cat over here." So like no one essentially got in trouble. I was like, man, that shit went. If you did that shit today, you'd probably be going to jail for animal cruelty. But I can just imagine them fighting this cat like, a big game fish, trying to reel in a marlin.
Oh, strap me into the seat here.
Our Democratic mayor has responded to the Texas Antifa's demands to take down the Sam Houston statue. I don't think they got the answer he was expecting to give, because he's a liberal, right? It said, when Mayor Turner was asked if he was in favor of the statue's removal, it hadn't even crossed his mind. It's not on my agenda. I have given it no thought. Yeah, so they're trying to say that Sam Houston was a slave owner and all this other shit, and they want that thing taken down. I didn't even know Antifa was in Texas. It's like, you've got some fucking balls on you to try to come out in my state to try to take shit down. That's a quick way to get your ass shot.
So who do they want to replace it with? Like winning?
Taken down. That's the thing. That's how shallow-minded groups like Antifa and just how fucking mentally retarded liberals are. They just want to take them down. They have no intention of putting anything back up in its place. So you see all these plinths with like shit missing on them now. Like the one that they tore down in New Orleans, it looks like a wreck, like a bomb went off on top of it. Now there's just this ruin on top.
Yeah, we've got two in Wilmington. I'm surprised no one's petitioned to take them down. I think one's just a Confederate memorial, and then another one I think's Jefferson Davis.
Yeah. Funniest thing is I'm proud of Alabama because they passed a law. They passed a set of laws to make it illegal to take down Confederate monuments. I'm like, hell yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What they should make is a law that makes it illegal to suggest taking them down.
They should just whip out the book of mental disorders and just, officially name liberalism.
See, I think we scared G with all the cat killing stories.
Oh, he's a dog person. It's okay.
Doesn't he have a cat, though?
Yeah, I think he just keeps it around in case the dog ever starves. It's a contingency plan. I told you about the ridiculous adoption fees for a pygmy pig here in Texas.
Why would you?
It's like I was thinking about replacing my dog that I lost in January with a pygmy pig, which is about the size of a schnauzer.
Just get a fucking hog, man. Be done with it.
I don't want something that's going to end up the size of my car.
It won't, because you're at 240 pounds.
And that is exactly why they charge $1,300 to adopt a pig. They don't want people raising their dinner.
The local hog farm and buy one for $50.
I can. That's the thing. But you can't walk out with a live one. They have to slaughter it then and there and you buy it.
Hell, come up here. We'll sell you one.
Now, I want one like May's got from CN Arsenal. That's about the right size. Like, if it doesn't get too much bigger than that, that's exactly what I want.
So you're thinking pet. I'm thinking meals for a couple months.
Well, you can buy a lot of pork for $1,300. That's for sure.
No shit.
Oh, did you guys see that barbecue place that put up on their marquee? It was like, what was it? Happy Ramadan and Memorial Day, half off barbecue pulled pork sandwiches, Muslims eat free. I was like, oh my God, someone did it.
Are we having a barbecue?
What I don't understand is I get it. They don't eat pork. It's a dirty animal or whatever, right? And they get violently offended when they're told that someplace serves a certain thing. And it's like, number one, why are you going there if you knew it was there? And number two, how do you even know what it tastes like? What if somebody made something and put it in front of you and you ate it and then you were like, oh yeah, there was bacon in there. Does he have to commit seppuku?
Good question.
Them boys ain't right.
Well, I'm thinking about reinventing Fire Clean and naming it Fryer Clean and using bacon grease as the base.
Yeah, what up, miss?
Pygmy pig talk.
Oh, okay.
I want one.
Those little pigs?
Huh?
Oh, those the little pigs?
Yeah, like the one that May has. I want one like that.
They don't stay small forever, dude.
I like those.
You gotta starve them so they can stay small.
Something that
well, no, there's a breed called the Vietnamese pygmy pig, and they're no bigger than like a miniature schnauzer, which is perfect. They only get up to about like 25 pounds or something.
My mom wants to get a pug.
Shit, I got a friend that would love you, Sean. She's obsessed with pigs.
If I had a pug, I would name it Frank.
Most American men are obsessed with pigs, or at least the bacons and hams.
I like Yankee. Yankee said in one of his chats one time that he was like, "Is it racist if I get a female pug and name it Harriet Pugman?"
Oh, that's good. That's some funny shit.
I was like, to me, I think that's funny as hell, but I guess people could find it offensive.
Oh wait, this is a DVD. Harriet Tubman. That's fucking hilarious.
My neighbor had two of them. They jacked one. Then, like a few months later, they jacked the other one.
You mean like dog naps?
Yep. We got Asians around here.
Dog napping is a serious thing. It's a real thing. That does happen. I had a friend who lost 2 Shar-Pei like that. They went in his backyard, tore down the fence, took the dogs, and took off.
It only happens around a couple of months. I forgot which one.
See, I've heard
really
Shar-Peis are pretty vicious. I heard they're kind of mean.
That's the sad thing. They were kidnapped to be used as, I forgot what they call them, up in a kennel and let a pit bull kill it, basically. There's a name for that when they put a dog in a cage like this. It's fucked up.
You get the dog used to killing another dog.
Yeah.
Is it bull baiting? Kind of like bull baiting?
I don't know.
The dog I really like them. And I had read a lot about them. Or the Italian
I think they got it angry. Y'all knew where I came up with Frank the Pug, right?
Yeah.
Is it in black?
Okay.
It's grandpa time, guys. I'll catch you later.
All right, see you in a bit.
All right, Tony.
Sorry, 2 o'clock. Hell yeah. It's flying by. See what happens when I get adequate sleep?
Hey, Sean, how you feeling, man?
Good. My new pills are 4 times bigger than the originals.
You got the horse pills yet?
No, they're about the size of like a bear aspirin now, though. What's funny is the label still says it's 5 milligrams, but it's clearly not. Like maybe someone screwed up at the pharmacy, but I don't give a shit because they work great.
Are you feeling better now than everything else?
Oh yeah. Like I feel like I can go shooting. That's something.
Hey, I got a question for you. Remember that 338 Lapua I showed you?
The bronze one?
Yeah, the semi-automatic rifle.
Isn't it called the Infidel?
No, it's the Sawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would your mom say if she saw you walk in with that?
She wouldn't understand it, to be honest.
She'd be walked up.
Well, what was weird is my Marlin was the first long rifle I brought into the house after I sold my 3 caliber AR, which she never saw. So like, as far as she knew, that was my first long gun. And at first she looked at it and she wanted to say something, but she didn't understand it. And then when I bought the second one, she really didn't understand it. And then I showed her Jurassic World and she sort of got it. She's like, oh. She's like, do you actually need that? I'm like, well, you know, if I literally want to bring home the bacon, I could.
I like that 4570 you got.
Yeah, it's one bit. That was a huge lesson in financing discipline too, because when the movie came out, I was like, I have to have that. And I had to wait and wait and wait. I wanted it back last February, and I didn't get it until January of this year. I just kept looking at it and like, I gotta have that. I gotta have that. And I finally got it. That's the longest I've ever waited for something that was right in front of me the whole time. Yep, I'm gonna get another one similar to it because I want 2 more Marlins in 2 different calibers. I want to get the 444 XLR, which is basically it's a 44 Magnum casing twice as long, more or less. And I want to get one of 35 Remington. It's a little rarer cartridge, but it's a powerhouse cartridge. They're short, fat little pills. I think it was before the advent of the quote intermediary cartridge. think the 35 Remington might actually be the first. And it was used to kill Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, the BARs punched holes through the car, but the 35 Remingtons would actually kill them. Yeah, it's
so wasn't it
inches.
Frank Hammer's Model 8 or whatever?
It's either Remington Model 8. That's right. The police carried them, and they had a special edition with an extendo.
Yeah, held like 15 rounds or something.
I think it was 20. It was huge. I'd love to have one. Like, I think I saw Iraq Veteran with one of those. He's got one with the extended magazine.
Yeah, I think Forgotten Weapons. I think he did one. Talking about
did you see
police
he was selling a couple of his guns?
Ian?
Yeah, he's selling 2 last-ditch Arasakas and 2 Berthier rifles. By the time I got to the listing, though, he only had 1 Berthier rifle.
I wonder why.
He said that he had extras, like he had redundancies, so he was kind of just thinning the herd. Probably because he found something that he wants more than those. But I mean, if you got extras, why not, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I did that with my Beretta. I was like, I got this extra that I hardly ever shoot, and I thought I was going to. Yeah, 35 Remington is just a hair shorter than a 444 Marlin. But say that is the first intermediate cartridge, because that was invented in, 1906? It's also known as 9x49 Browning. And 9 Don Gonzalo. Don Gonzalo. That's a hitman's name. Hell yeah. They should have just called it the 35 Hitman. The Oerlikon only sold for 25 grand. That was a fucking bargain. I mean, I don't know where you mount it, but like, you know how people have a tree in their front yard? I have an Oerlikon 20mm. It's pointed right at the mailbox. That'd be funny as hell. Yeah, 35 Remington is pretty cool shit. It'll send a 200 grain bullet downrange at 2,225 feet per second. That's pretty fast.
Yeah, it's moving for a big cartridge.
I like it.
I think that ammo's pretty dang expensive, though.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those handloader's dream cartridges, you know? Like 44 Magnum, 4570, 444 Marlin, 35 Remington, those are 454 Casull. Those are all like handloaders cartridges. Markel Fultz wants to be a Celtic. As long as Lonzo Ball is blackballed from the league, I don't care who's
Yeah, that guy seems like a dick. I don't even really know him.
Total asshole. His dad is just an enabler.
His dad just pimping them out.
Was LeVar Ball any good at when he was actually a player?
I've never heard of him, so I doubt it.
Yeah, it's like I saw him and I'm like, who the fuck is LeVar Ball? Like, I don't remember you, and I've been watching basketball pretty consistently since like '93. So
Unless he's one of the old timers.
yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up. Oh, he was a football player. That would explain why I didn't see him in basketball.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I never heard about him in football either, so.
He played professionally with the London Monarchs. And was a practice squad member for the New York Jets, Carolina Panthers. He never played in the NFL, that's why. Jesus.
So yeah, I've been watching the Panthers since the late
he's owner
90s, and I
of the
never
shoe
remember them.
company. He's owner of Big Baller Brand. That's why his shoes are made there. That makes sense. Dude's a douche. Chris Bosh may be returning next season. Finally.
Has Night Strike not been on here yet today?
He was here. He went out.
Was he? I never saw him. No, never seen him.
He was keeping us entertained till Sean got here.
So I had an idea for a theme music he could use. So I'm going to toy around with the idea in a GarageBand, see if I can't get it working. Because, you know, since Smeggy's in the big pocket of Daily Gun Show, and he's always late for hit or miss, you know, they might be getting a divorce soon.
Yep, the Smeg strike is about to end. It's like Brangelina, then there was Smeg strike. Yeah, it was nice. It was a slow news day.
Yeah, it's because Trump's been away.
I remember Angela Merkel she was quoted as saying that Britain and the United States are no longer considered a reliable NATO ally. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, that was the fucking point, you dumb shit. We don't want to be involved in your cesspool of fucking radical Muslim capitulation. I mean, you bankrupted your own country, bailing out Spain.
Yeah, Greece.
And now you want to tell us that we're not a reliable ally? I think that's a badge of honor. It's like, thank God we're not going to be called on.
This is how Red Dawn starts.
When the Reichstag blows up for the last time, who will you call?
Ghostbusters.
We are not going to answer that. Oh shit! I forgot that fight was on. God damn it!
I'll be back. I had to go grab a adult beverage.
Uh-huh.
Are you tired or sick?
My allergies have been acting up, so I had a job interview earlier, and then I have another job interview on Thursday, so I feel like I deserve a nice drink.
I thought you were like really overtired from watching reruns of Trump rallies.
No, the grass pond's like on ultra alert today, so.
All he needs is an ounce Ziploc baggie and a couple of Black Mild and a pocket knife. He will be all right. Day, Gator.
Blueberry switcher sweets. Raspberry Sister Sweets.
So Kell Brook got his ass handed to him by Errol Spence. Damn it, I forgot that fight and I missed it. He quit in the 11th round. He took a knee and he didn't come back up. Man. His career's over. Yeah, he might as well retire. 2 big losses in a row. Kell Brook suffers broken eye socket. Man. He went down in weight for that fight, too. Oh, well. I use this website called Boxing News 24, and they had a different system for the schedule before, which was easy to read, and now it's kind of a little more confusing. So it's like sometimes I miss the fights. Sucks.
Maybe you could email them and tell them how to revamp it so it's more legible again.
It's all Java shit, too.
Ah, tech nerds.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to see if Superlib actually wrote something. We want to share you this post that you made 5 years ago. Okay. Oh, that's my ex's basset hound. Dog roll.
Oh, Dano, did you do your long distance segment yet?
Wait a minute. Dano's not here.
Not Dano. I'm sorry, Sean. Did you do your long distance segment yet?
What do you mean?
Like who called you from furthest place away?
Oh, no, I haven't gotten any of those today yet.
None?
I got one that was local.
That doesn't count.
Yeah. Ariana Grande Manchester benefit concert will feature Coldplay and Miley Cyrus. Nobody cares. You still ran away. Didn't go visit the victims. You ran away to the country that you said you hate and you wish their fans would die. Can't believe that chick.
Well, it's really only the cheerleaders that matter in any sports team anyway.
Right. Ontario to increase minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2019. What they're probably not telling you is they're probably going to raise the province tax too.
Oh, they've raised the gas taxes and everything else there as well.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, Trudeau passed a few bills recently, which is going to probably bankrupt the country in 5 years or something. So they can join the European Union as well.
Let's see. It doesn't look like there's anything else going on.
What I miss? Any world-changing news?
Now we're talking about where this Maggie to Night Strike.
Oh, so I ordered those earphones I was talking about.
The electronic.
Yeah, and they're wireless. So I should have them. I don't pay for Amazon, so I should have them by end of next week at the latest. Yeah,
I need to get some electronic earmuffs.
I went to what's that electronic store that I said I was going to go to?
What brand did you get?
I actually got this brand I saw online called Bludio.
Ah.
because it got really good ratings and like almost 5,000 ratings, and it's like over 4.5 stars.
I think the ones I was looking at were some Pelotors, something like that. It was one of the earphones Military Arms channel recommended, and they're actually pretty good price. I think it was like
put this on the internal.
I think it was like 50. But yeah, like when I mow my lawn, I like to listen to music, and you can't hardly hear anything.
Right.
And those electronic earphones, like some of them have earphone jacks, so you can listen to your like MP3 player.
You know what's worse than your lawnmower?
Gunshot noise?
No, the Shark blender. Holy crap, that thing is loud. The Shark juicer.
Where are you posting, Sean?
That's because it uses a garbage disposal motor.
It sounds like it. And it sounds like the motor is not in something. It sounds like it's right in your face. You've had it?
I think we got one at home. It's loud.
Put it on. It's just like the first time I put it on, I was like, holy shit, it's broken.
Yeah, it's definitely loud.
But I'm not gonna lie.
I love working with a computer with autism.
Huh?
I love working on a computer that has autism.
It's a special computer. Don't make fun of it.
You got your camera on, dude.
I keep saying I want to upgrade this thing to operating system 9.0. Oh, shit. Hit the wrong button.
What? We love looking at your ceiling. What the hell?
See, and then when it finally woke the fuck up, it said, this call ended because your computer went to sleep. Oh, really? I clicked on it like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, well, no more Sean ceiling anymore.
Oh, shit. It was just starting to work, and I closed it out of impatience. Should fix it. There we go. All right, I'll put this on the internal first.
Oh, I was on my way to work today. I saw that a new product is available, and it's a robot cooler, and it follows you around.
Awesome.
Your inebriation level is too low. Please refill.
What was that one in Fallout? It was called like the beer
Drinking buddy. Drinking buddy.
Yeah. Like, hey, buddy, do you want a cold one? Like, yeah.
That's kind of creepy the way that says it.
Definitely send them to my settlement. I was like, yeah, fuck that other guy. I want the drinking buddy.
All right, so check that internal thing, and if you think that's newsworthy, I'll send it to Angry, and he'll just be like, no, God, no. How could you post such a thing?
I don't think it posted. I don't see anything.
Oh, that is so newsworthy.
Isn't it?
That is so newsworthy. I think we should try to get CNN to talk about it.
Yeah. Ye Hongwei sets a new world record using he's a kung fu guy. Uses his penis to pull an enormous helicopter 33 feet with just his genitals when he only needed to pass 26 feet. Here's the story for the rest of you. It's one of those kind of news days, guys. Be glad it ain't about terrorism and some other bullshit.
Figures it's on a website called The Mirror.
Well, it's the UK Mirror. I mean, it's...
Yeah. And the one right behind it is with cars.
Oh, this came from Canada, like French-speaking Canada.
Sure it's not Bob?
No, because it said Ne sera champa. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's French. And then I looked at it, I'm like, oh, batteries won't recharge. Duh. It's like if you can read the language, Like if you see them write it down, where they use Arabic lettering or whatever. Isn't that funny? English using Arabic lettering, or is that just numbers? Anyway, you can usually figure out what they're saying or what they mean. So she says, or he says, I think it's a she. Take a look. What's your first name? Ghislaine. Yeah, I think that sounds like a girl's name. If you're not, sorry, didn't mean to offend. This thing looks beat up. I don't know if it's a reverb. Phone, go here. Anyway.
Yeah, I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were talking about CNN.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, I think Don Lemon had said something like really stupid, of course.
What's new?
And they were like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Don Lemon had his clone Chris Como, so he won't be the stupidest person on CNN anymore.
It's harsh.
Like Chris Como is pretty dumb too.
Did you guys see how worn out Tiger Woods looked when he got arrested?
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy cow, he looked like he was 50 years older than he really is.
So apparently street names are called Rue.
Rue?
Rue. R-U-E.
Rue?
Because I've seen that in France. The streets were Rue. And apparently in Quebec, they're also Rue. Anyway, I think this person has a legitimate gripe. Seems like the charging base doesn't work. It is very interesting, comrade.
Yeah.
Barely 12:08 here. California.
Oh, really? There's no box for this thing either. Who the hell is doing impressions of dolphin calls?
Dolphin kisses.
Dolphin needs some fucking X-Lax. We have reached the talking shit segment of our show for the day.
Well, if that's the case, check the side chat.
Rate my poo!
Sean, did you check the side chat?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I remember we went to the Baltimore Aquarium probably when I was like 12, and we were watching the dolphin show.
Yeah.
And it was during the trick segment of the show, and there was, windows into the tank. So like one of the trainers is like communicating with the dolphin with hand signals, trying to get him to do this trick. And the dolphin's like shaking its head back and forth, like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Right.
And finally, it just drops this huge turd in the water and then does its trick.
Flipper has had enough of your shit.
Yeah. It's like he just needed to lose some weight before he did his like backflip.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it because he had a deuce to drop.
Yeah, it's just funny because like just dolphin shaking his head back and forth like a damn human would.
Camel's gone wild.
Yo, imagine that shit happened in midair.
Wait a minute. This happened in the UAE. This happened between Dubai and okay. I was gonna say, wait a minute. The guy who filmed it Just from Northern Ireland.
So I thought that was pretty newsworthy.
Stopping traffic to get busy. We've all been there. It's like sometimes she just looks too good to leave alone. I'm telling you.
I wonder if it happened on a Wednesday because it's hump day.
Yeah, that's
Guess
why they
what
pulled that
day
Geico.
it is?
Hump day.
Yeah,
That's why they pulled that commercial. I used to do that actually. Every Wednesday I'd come into work because I had this like Chinese lady that I joke around with every time I come into the shop. And I'd walk in like, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Hump day.
One of the coolest shirts I saw, someone posted on Star Wars Day, and it's like an at Walker, and it's like, guess what day it is?
Yep.
It's like, nice. It's a nice shirt.
So let's just Camel just got it down. I'm like, fuck it, let's do it right here.
What was that website I went to? It was like xgirlfriends.com or xboyfriends or something like that. T-shirts. This chick sent me this thing. Yeah, there's a website I found because of a friend. It's called Ex-Boyfriend Collection. It's fucking hilarious, man. It's like Newgrounds for t-shirts. It's like pretty decent art. I'll put it on the internal for you just so you can see it. It's pretty cool. Like, I'll probably order something from these guys. I don't know where they came up with the site name for it, but I mean, it's obviously not what it's about. And they do hoodies too.
That's pretty cute.
Like Fuzz Aldrin with the cat, Fidel Castro. I just like some of them because they look like old horror movie posters. Something you would see in Fallout.
The hot tub tyrant machine.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
Fidel Castro.
Yeah, I used to know this dude a couple years back, and like before the internet, back when there was like BBSs and shit, and his username was Grand Rooster, and I was like, I never put the two together, but Grand Rooster's just an offhanded joke for big cock.
Huh.
I was like, oh, that's what you meant. Now I get it. Oh, there's some funny shit on here though.
Yeah, when I was in school, when you needed to, we had these study rooms in the library, and in order to like guarantee to get one, you had to reserve one. And one time, like a bunch of frat guys had reserved one, and it was like, and you had to name the name of the room, and they named the room like Tri Delt or the Best or something like that. So then someone else reserved the room underneath them with like an arrow sign pointing up, and it just said huge fags. So like the whole school could see it.
Oh, Clay is asking if anybody's going to the Blade Show this weekend.
Not that I know of.
So I think I ended up taking a
I don't even think
screenshot of
BB's
it.
going. Was it? No, it wasn't BB. It was Pink. He brought his knife to NRA to get worked on, and they were like, "We can't fix it here. You know, we'll have to take it with us." Going through many boxes.
You saw the individual T-shirt I posted on side chat?
Yeah, you know it is the way that that's written. It is pronounced. The dish is actually pronounced that way.
Yeah, this is my favorite T-shirt.
Like I never knew that's how you pronounced it. I'm like, oh, really? And then that shirt just helped it make even more sense. I don't know. The only place that was near my work at the time that made it, it was shit. Flat rice noodles and like the weakest broth in history. And you're just supposed to grab that, dip that in the sauce, and then eat it. I'm like, it was just brown water. Or at least Shiner Bock will give you a buzz.
Nice.
It's like, yep, White Claw hard seltzers making me gassy.
Yep, we are overdue for a Dano live from Helga's House of Pain. We're overdue from a lunch strike.
I ate lunch already, but it's early. Or late here.
Now is a decent time to remind all of you out there watching on YouTube that you should come on down to gunchannels.com, where it is free to register and sign up and join in on the conversation, where you can come and meet all your YouTube personalities who generally host a show every night of the week, which leads me up to what's on Gunchannels tonight. We have, let's see, today is Tuesday.
Hit or miss.
So tonight we'll start with the
Or
Daily
just a
Gun
tip.
Show. No, tonight we'll start with the Daily Gun Show, which actually runs simultaneously along Indonesia Armory,
Which is a good show. You guys should check it out.
which is a hilarious show.
Yeah,
You
a bunch of guys in the shop.
At a gun shop when the doors close. That's a great way to find out. Indonesia Armory.
Oh, that backdrop where they talk, that's actually the back of the store?
That's the shop, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that will be followed by Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Or just a tip.
And is it two? I'm going to get this right one of these days. Is Big Gunner 81 after Hit or Miss, or is it Wednesday? I always get that wrong.
I don't know.
Let me take a look, and I just want to make sure I get it right this time. Oh, the schedule's not. There it is. All right, let me take a look. I want to make sure I get this right. I should just open this before I even do these.
Yeah, Big Gunner, he had on the actor from Better Call Saul, so I don't know if he's like
Big Gun now.
into guns or like the actor's just more of like a conservative, but I was like, oh shit, it's that one guy.
Ah, see, I did get it right. So yeah, Big Gunner 81 follows after Hit or Miss, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. And that will be Gun Channels tonight.
Don't forget to check out gearwebsites.com. We got patches, hoodies, shirts, and right now we got a good selection of bayonets. Gearwebsites.com.
Get your poke on.
Get your Pat's game on. Hey Matt,
Hey,
you heard about those playing cards?
oh yeah, I ordered me a set.
Old Western ones?
Oh yeah, Old West Tech. Great Kickstarter fund. Should join in. Support the cause. Let's get those cards made in America.
In America, that's right. Every dollar that goes over the goal will help ensure that the unit costs come down and that they're made here in the U.S.
I'm off to lunch.
All right, man. See you in a bit.
Be right back.
I lost my place. What's that doing? Oh, shit. I guess I better test this one. I love these returns that come with no description of problem. Oh, never mind. It just says no longer needed. So I don't even test it.
That's the whole problem.
It's like sometimes they send me returns without the return paperwork, and I look at these boxes. I'm like, the fuck do you expect me to be a psychic? I'm going to read your box. Wait, never mind. I take that back. Ladies, ignore that last part. That could be bad, okay? Yeah, I think I spent most of Saturday just playing fucking RimWorld. Everyone would jump on, like, what are you playing? I wonder how many copies I sold on Steam through that stream. People were like, let me try that. I know my old man wandered into my room, I think it was Saturday night for dinner, and I had RimWorld running, zoomed out, so I had this gigantic colony or whatever, and they were all like doing things. You know, you assign them to do things or whatever. He walked in, he goes, Jesus, how do you play that? I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, how do you manage all that? I'm like, oh, it doesn't start off this big. I was like, it gets to this size when you succeed. He's like, what's the goal? And I'm like, get off the planet, you know, much like humanity. And he goes, oh. Kind of just wandered off. He's like, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, I'll post this in the internal. Apparently, some sculptor has sculpted a pissing pug and put it next to the Fearless Girl statue.
Nice.
Oh, the trolling. It's becoming
the Fearless
epidemic.
Girl thing was stupid because the idea was to show that she wasn't afraid and she's in control, right? What that does is it shows that she's fucking stupid and she's about to get gored to death. If they wanted her to be not afraid and in control, they should have put the girl riding on the back of the bull market, meaning she's in control of the bull market, which means that she's a woman in power to control her own destiny. That's the proper way to do symbolism. Whoever put that one up there, all they did was prove that some idiot is going to run in harm's way to make a point and become martyr for no good reason. That's all that proves or illustrates. Like, they didn't think about consequence.
I thought it was originally put up to show that, like, women can get jobs in Wall Street or some shit.
Well, yeah, but then there's the first response to that's going to be that chick who quit working on Wall Street to become a porn actress. You do know about that, right?
No.
I can't remember her name. It's not like I go and look these things up all the time. I just read a story about her, but it's like Victoria something. Who left Wall Street job? Porn. What was her? Paige Jennings, Wall Street intern turned porn star. I think that's who it is. Yeah, that's her. It's definitely her. Paige Jennings is the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, she's pretty cute.
She's all right.
She's got what it takes to make it in porn.
Kung Fu Master's fake news. Look, just because it makes you cringe at the sight of it doesn't necessarily mean it's fake. There are people out there who do dumb shit like that.
Huh? Noriega died today? I didn't hear about that yet.
Yep, I announced it this morning.
I always found it interesting on how they got him to surrender. Was essentially like, hey, if you don't surrender to us, we're going to leave, and we're going to let your countrymen do it for us, and you're not going to like it the way they do it. And he was like, yep, you're probably right, I'll surrender.
They have him as leader of Panama. I thought he was more synonymous with Nicaragua, but shows what I know. I did not know that. All I remember was my friend's older brother served during the South American drug wars, and my coworker did too. So, like they told similar stories of how they were dropped in southern Mexico and they were picked up in like deep South America. They basically just didn't report anything they did on the way down, which was slash and burn and kill. I'm like, wow, serious stuff.
Gotta take them out.
But I mean, it was funny because they both have different backgrounds. Like this dude's half Romanian and half Mexican, and he served, you know, in our military. Whereas my friend's brother, he's half Hispanic and half white. He grew up here his whole life, but they told the exact same story, and they didn't even serve in the same outfit. So I'm like, I tend to believe it when I get two different sources from two different backgrounds talking about the same conflict that they both served in at the same time, just two different areas. They both worked their way down.
That's pretty crazy.
Yep. Yeah, my coworker here, he was saying that like the cartel leaders they had like bloodhounds and, you know, dogs that would sniff you out or whatever. And a common practice for his outfit was they would sleep in a river where the water was up to their neck, and they would lay, you know, back to back against, you know, like a partner of theirs, and then they would sleep back to back with the water up to their neck. And I was like, damn, just to keep their scent signature down.
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore.
Mm-hmm. Dude's a badass.
What was it, like the old story that a Delta Force sniper was the one that really took out Escobar?
Mm-hmm.
Which, of course, you know, the Colombians deny, but it would make sense that they would want the Colombians to think that their own guys took them out. Ugh.
I don't know why people do this shit. They buy something, they do a return request within like a week or two of them buying this item, and then they don't ship it back to me for like 60 days. And they act like it's, you know, it's my fault when I charge them, or I only give them 50% back. I'm like, your order is almost 3 months old, brother. Like, you're gonna send me this shit back. Your postmark date is your dead giveaway. Like, the return request date was March 6th, and here it is fucking May 30th, and your postmark date is May 27th. It's like, you fucked yourself. Why'd you want to give me half my money back? Why'd it take you 3 months to ship the shit back to me, asshole?
Yeah, we have people coming all the time trying to return shit after 90 days, and it's just like...
This has been through 5 wash cycles.
Yeah. And it's like, well, where does it say you can't return it after 90 days? We're like, right on your receipt.
Yeah.
Literally at the bottom.
Work on those fucking literacy skills. Next
oh my
person
god,
learn, please.
It's fucking terrible. Like it never fails. We'll have a booth, and on the top of the booth will be like women's tank tops, and on the bottom will be like women's denim shorts. And we'll have like a sign that says women's tanks, $9.99. And they'll show up with the damn denim shorts, and they'll be like, there's a sign over there that says these are $9.99, and we're just like, no, it says the tops. And they try to argue with that shit. Like, well, it's in the same booth. I was like, but these are shorts. This is not a top. Like, how do you get through everyday life? And sometimes we just end up giving it to them, just like fucking get them out of the store. But it's just, yeah, we had this lady one time. She tried to return a boy's shirt and had like Cheetos crumbs all over it. My buddy was like, "Yeah, I can't return this." She's like, "Why not?" And he's like, "Because it's got Cheetos crumbs all over it, so clearly it's been worn." She's like, "No, it hasn't." He was like, "I'm not going to argue with you. You're not getting your money back."
I want to talk to your boss. Okay, you can reach him at this number, 1-800, eat a bag of dicks.
Yeah, it's like, he's going to tell you, and that's the one thing I do hate. It's like, they tell us this policy, and then when, like, the manager gets up there, he, like, overrides
cush.
it. Yeah.
They cush.
I'm just like, now that makes me look like an asshole.
Yep.
And if
it's a commission gig, you still lose that, too.
Yeah, and I have some managers that are like, "No, I don't override it because I know that makes y'all look bad." And I'm just like, "Thank you."
Yep. I used to have, when I worked at Sears, I worked in appliances and electronics, but I had a friend that worked downstairs in clothes. She fucking, and every day it was like, this woman needed a drink. She'd come up to my department when things were slow, and she's like, "You have no idea." I was like, "Yeah, I do." And she was like, "These people." I'm like, "Is it any particular kind of people?" And she's like, "Yes, the assholes." I'm like, "Okay." So it's definitely not racially motivated. And she's like, "These stupid people don't read the tags on the back of their clothes. They buy a large and they come back with a small because they didn't dry it properly and they said it shrunk too much." And I'm just like, "And you took it back?" And she's like, "I had no choice."
Yeah, people, retail is the pits.
Yep. That's why I call it retail hell. Most of my friends are in it.
Yeah, I got a job interview on Thursday, and I'm really hoping I get it, because then I can, like, put my 2 weeks in, or just cut back retail to, like, 1 day a week.
Just to have the hookup.
Yeah, just to get the discount.
I actually thought about that for a little while, too. I was like, maybe I'll go back to, like, delivering auto parts on Saturdays for the guys who don't want to work on Saturday, because it's only a 2 o'clock gig. And I thought, no.
Yeah, well, my roommate was like, "You say that now, but once you start working full time, Old Navy's going to be like in the afterburner, you know."
Right.
She's like, "You are not going to look back."
Oh man.
Yeah, I could write a damn novel about some of the shit I've seen there, and it'd be a bestseller.
Yep. I'd say my second girlfriend in life. She lived in the house behind me. I think I've told this story before. Anyway, there was 3 sisters, and I dated the oldest one. I wanted to date the middle one, and then my friend dated the youngest one. But anyway, like, I worked with her dad. Her dad helped me build my truck and all this other shit at the dealership and all that good stuff. And then he was part of the Banditos, and he wrecked his bike one day riding drunk. She almost died because she was on the back. He had brain damage, which led to a stroke, which led to a heart attack, which killed him eventually. Anyway, her son graduates high school today, and I was her first. But anyway, yeah, she's posting all this sappy stuff today because she had to fly all the way from Massachusetts back here, and her son's graduating from high school today. Just feels surreal. I'm like, just think, 3 years ago in your son's life, he could have been hiding under the bed of his first girlfriend while her dad was looking for you. She came to my house one time in the middle of the night, and it was like the second time we ever slept together. And her dad woke up, noticed she wasn't home, came straight to my house and started knocking on my door at 3 in the morning. She was laying underneath my bed hiding from him.
Huh.
And like, my mom had this silky terrier. It's like a Yorkshire Terrier, but it's all the same color, like that gray, that buff color. And she was clawing underneath my bed the whole time. I'm like, "Stop fucking doing that!" I finally kicked her, and she's like, "Yike!" And I'm sitting there trying to do my best impression of looking like I just woke up. And my dad did just wake up. He's like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "I'm looking for my daughter, and I know your son's been seeing her." And I'm like, "Dude, she's not here." And I was like, "I don't even know." I was like, "Why would you think she was here?" And he was like, "I know you're fucking." And I'm like, "Whoa, dude, like seriously." I'm
Parents
like,
in the room.
Yeah, I was like, "Nothing's going on," and she's not here. And he left, right? My dad went back to bed. 5 minutes later, I'm sitting there. She's putting her clothes back on. She's like, "My dad was here." I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Where the fuck am I gonna go now?" I'm like, "Go to your friend Deanna's house down the street and chill out till morning. And tell him that you were never here."
Yeah,
He
don't
bought
want to get caught in that situation.
Dude, he would have killed me. Like if he really knew, he would have killed me. I would have died. I'm just gonna have to screen share this because I can't explain this. Turn the camera around. What the fuck?
We're putting cum inside M&Ms.
What?
Gross.
Are you for real?
Gotta be photoshopped.
M&M's just got really interesting. It looks like there's some sort of caramel thing in the package below, but what?
Maybe the banner's like squished together. And it should be wider than that.
I don't know.
Ugh.
How is that not racist? Report says that Facebook has an, quote, army of Filipinos, end quote, policing offensive content for $2.20 an hour. They're part of the offensive content removal team. So he's in the back pocket of Big Duerte.
So anything anti-Muslim, I guess, is a no-go now.
Kind of admire the guy for going on a slash and burn in his own country, trying to get drugs and corruption out. Can you hold it against him?
No, that's what fucking Mexico needs to do.
Yup. Now she's posting pictures of when she graduated. The next big thing in manly wear, mantyhose.
Oh, God.
It's supposed to give your legs the look of tribal tattoos everywhere. Mantyhose. What the fuck? First we had the mankini. You should wear that with your mankini.
I thought the rompers were bad.
Dear European parasites, shove it up your ass. This awful sign from Europe went viral on Memorial Day. All Americans must be accompanied by an adult.
Oh, considering we saved their asses twice in 1 century, they should be more grateful.
Lest they forget. Oh, well.
Well, I can see them in 50 years from now when it's the Islamic Republic of France. They'd be like, please help us, America. Just be like, nope. We tried to warn you.
Oh.
It's like scary to think about. It's like the birth rate and the death rate for like nationalized French people It's like I saw something where the average French couple needs to have like 2.2 children to sustain like jobs and taxes and whatnot. And the average birth rate,
the hell out.
yeah, and the average birth rate there right now is like 1.6 or something. Well, like the average birth rate for like a French Muslim family is like 7.2. So it's like, unless the French start doing something drastically, like in 30 or 40 years, you know, they'll be the minority.
I wonder if they'll change the official language. It must be something.
And it's like, once you get a certain percentage of Muslims in a country, that's when you get Sharia law. That's when you get all this other crazy ass shit they like to do.
Well, it's when the flag turns to red, white, and green with a saber,
Yeah.
or a scimitar and a star. No, I mean I used to say that as a joke, but I mean, like back in the day during the Arab Spring across northern Africa, all the flags turned into red, white, and green and black with sabers and stars. I'm just like, wow. Tell me there's no takeover.
I mean, it's gonna happen. Like, it might sound racist as fuck, but no, it's absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if you don't believe me, go look at Libya. Libya used to be a predominantly Christian country.
Most of North Africa was originally.
Yeah.
Like I think Morocco wasn't.
Yeah, Morocco is what, the Paris of the Middle East or something?
Yeah.
Or it used to be.
There's 10 of them.
That's why Israel doesn't take shit from anybody.
No. See, it's really funny. It's like we don't dog Asian countries for being a homogeneous society, but you know, God help you if you go to fucking Europe or the United States, you have to blend. It's like, really? Yeah. Last I checked, it was okay in Japan and Korea and China not to.
Yeah, it's this hairy situation. And it's like, I try not to throw all of them under one bus because that's what the left does with anti-gunners. It's like, every time there's a mass shooting, it's like, oh, every gun owner is like an evil SOB. Yeah. So I don't like to paint all of them with a broad brush, but...
Damn angry. That's a tough gig. Like, I had when I was like fixing arcade machines and shit, I used to work at like a place like Celebration Station, I think it was called, which was like a miniature version of Six Flags type of a thing, glorified Chuck E. Cheese's. And I fixed the arcade machines, and the buddy that I carpooled with, he worked as a cook, and for him, it was the prep work that was the hardest part of his job, because the washing part was easy. They literally just took this thing and stuck it on a conveyor belt, and it went through, and by the time it came out the other side, it was perfectly squeaky clean. But yeah, if you had to do that shit by hand, fuck that.
Yeah, I work with a guy that he's a main chef for Red Lobster. He just has like all these crazy stories. Like, he's like, oh, don't go to Red Lobster tomorrow. I ain't gonna be working. Your food's gonna taste like crap. He said he's had a couple of coworkers since Trump got elected. He was like, yeah, you know, Yolanda was at work yesterday, and today Yolanda wasn't there. And it turns out Yolanda got deported because she had a fake Social Security card. And Trump said, adios, amigo.
What I miss?
Not a lot.
And he was like, are you happy that Trump's your president now? I was like, well, she was breaking the law, so yeah.
Yolanda had a nice ass, though. I've never been to Red Lobster.
You went to Red Lobster?
I've never been to Red Lobster.
This is basically the Chili's of seafood.
Yep.
Yeah, Chili's and fucking, what's the other place? Fucking nasty Applebee's.
The only problem with Chili's is do you remember like when Chili's first came out? Like all they made back in the day was tacos.
Baby back ribs.
No, that came later. Like when Chili's first came out, when they first went into business, the only thing they ever made, I think, were burgers and tacos. And then they expanded. And after they expanded, they brought like ribs and Southwest cuisine and things like that, which is fine. But then it was managed by adults, but it was run by like college kids, right? And everything was too salty. Everything. And then they made Applebee's, which is basically just Chili's with a different seasonal or regional menu. And it's like, what the fuck? Applebee's shut down in my area. Kind of sad.
It's just a bunch of frozen food.
I don't miss it, but I thought it was sad.
Well, I go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I asked the guy that worked at Red Lobster. I was like, "Hey, do y'all ever have like all-you-can-eat lobster tail?" And he was like, "Yeah, we did it once." And he was like, "And we got so many lobsters from this one area that it actually like the population like declined, so they couldn't do it anymore."
I got a better one than that. Do you remember back in the day when they had the bottomless bucket of crab?
Commercials.
I went with a friend. We took a day off of work to do this.
No,
we went
it's
at
serious.
lunchtime. It was serious because my friend was like just under 300 pounds. And I was like this, at the time I was probably 150 pounds. I was kind of scrawny. And we went in there. By the time we left, 4.5 hours went by. We were probably a little bit giddy from all the salt water, and we were slightly drunk. And I looked at the receipt, and every refill was a 1.5 pound refill. And by the time I was done getting to the bottom of the receipt, we had eaten 33.5 pounds of crab.
Damn.
Just us two. And then like weeks later, the CEO of Red Lobster was fired.
Yeah, like, yeah,
they never did it again.
He essentially said the same thing. He was like, yeah, I think they get like I think it's a lobster from like the Florida area. It's not like a Maine lobster. It's like a...
Yeah, the Florida lobsters have no claws. They just have really long antennae and really good sized tails.
Yeah, so he was like, yeah, we just, in like preparation for this event, we like overfished the population and there's like locally no lobsters left in the area.
Yeah,
so they were like the environmentalists like got all over their asses and shit. So they haven't done it since then. So I could eat me some all-you-can-eat lobster.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
I want to take my dad to crab boil.
Those were the days, man. I remember that bottom. Now they do endless shrimp, which I guess that's not bad either. Like I tried that one time, and they don't ask you what you want for the refill. So like you get this like surprise every time, which is fine, you know. I like the variety. Like one time I went, I had scampi, and I like scampi because it's buttery. And then the next thing they brought me was fried shrimp, and I was like, that's cool. Then the next thing they brought me was coconut fried shrimp. I'm like, that's awesome. And then they brought me this other one, which was like Cajun fried or something, and I was like, everything was good. It was just never the same thing twice. I guess whatever the guy felt like making at that time. Remember, I took my dad out one time for, I think it was Outback Steakhouse. Took him out for ribeye and endless shrimp. And dude, oh my gosh. By the time we got out of there, our bill was like $190 because we kept pounding down dark beer with it. It was epic. We have a Dano. Just a Dano.
Not a Bob, not a Mike, just a Dano.
Just a Dano.
It's reaching towards a point of humility in my name. It's just Dano.
Yep.
And I always liked that because at the time that I had to pick a name and I wanted something with no numbers in it, like, you know, Dan325YX.
Yeah.
Come subscribe if you can remember it.
Right.
And not
Hard
knowing
enough.
if I would actually make videos or not, I actually initially did it just so I could get a subscription feed of the channels I liked, rather than having to just do searches all the time and then forget, oh, whose channel was that had some things I liked on it?
So you're the progenitor of before people had to use the real whatever for Twitter. Yours is just Dano.
Yes.
See, you should ask for royalties. You should demand them.
The concept behind it was humility.
I wonder if someone made a Twitter called The Real POTUS.
Like, I also was thinking about doing one
so.
that was already taken called Just My Opinion. I'm no expert. It's just my opinion.
Right.
And therefore, that would be my default to say, well, where did you get this from? Well, how do you know? Well, I'm just a guy. It's just my opinion.
I like Rick's show name, Life as I See It. That's creative.
Yeah, and it's another way of the same concept, just worded differently.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I was also trying to do was to keep it like short as far as typing. Easy to remember, easy to spell. And somewhere out there, there is a Just Dan. And I want to say to Just Dan, fuck you for taking that.
Did he beat you to it?
Yeah. I mean, back before 2010 or whatever it was, within the first year or so that YouTube came out is when I created my account. And Just Dan had already been taken. And I know it was by some gay guy named Dan.
Hey guys, it's Just Dan.
And the reason I know that is because the Just Dano is a takeoff of one show of Will and Grace. And many of you don't remember this, and that's fine, but it was two gay guys and a straight woman.
I remember Will and Grace.
I remember it was two gay women and one straight guy.
No, that's another show that was much earlier in the 70s.
I want to
Come and knock on our door.
Three's Company.
We're waiting for you.
We're waiting for you. There it is.
Two's Company, two. Three's Company.
Well, he was pretending to be a gay guy, correct?
Yes.
That's the only way he could stay there.
Yep. Yeah, these were gay guys pretending to be straight.
See, you couldn't have that show now because that would be like gay shaming or something.
Oh, exactly. Yet, I assume, I guess I know what that word means, that there are plenty of people that in their private lives are willing to be out, but in their public and family lives are still in.
It's like bosom buddies. You couldn't make bosom buddies now because it's two men pretending to be women.
Right.
Or dress like women, I should say.
Or what about Mrs. Doubtfire?
Oh, yeah, you know.
I mean, it speaks against women's have corrupted the power of government to use as a weapon against men.
I think Miss Doubtfire, I think I was 10 when that came out, and that was the first time I kind of figured out what a gay person was because his brother was gay, the makeup artist. He referred to him as like uncle something and aunt something. So it's like, yeah, but I think that was the first time I realized like what a gay couple was.
Uh-huh.
And then like the Birdcage came out a few years later and I saw that and then I really figured out what a gay couple was. Even though it's a hilarious movie.
I have a ever so slightly amusing, and I do mean slightly amusing, story about the first time I ever knowingly met a gay person. I don't mean saw somebody dressed up in a street going down in a parade. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actually met. There was this guy, after I was out of the Army, one of the first jobs I had was working in the psychiatric hospital. And there was this guy, so we all work, most of us worked third shift, at least all the people I knew. it was mostly Filipinos for whatever reason. I don't know why. And myself. In fact, I was one of the few Anglos that was working third shift. It was me and a woman. But on payday, we used to go out and have breakfast on payday every morning after work. And then I was within about, I'd say, I didn't know this at the time, but about 2 months before I was going to eventually find a better paying job, because the job paid for shit, at one of these breakfasts, he was really hyper nervous, and I couldn't figure out why he was so nervous. And he was trying to say everything except what he wanted to say, which is what would change our friendship? It's like, I'm not sure what you mean. What would change our friendship? That's such a vague question. I don't know what that means. But and of course, what he was trying to say is, if you knew I was gay, would that change our friendship? But he couldn't come out and just say it until he started talking about other people. Like, I know this guy, this other guy, and I'm like, so you're gay? Is that what you're trying to say? Because he just wouldn't come out and say it. And he said, yes. And I said, so? And he said, I don't think you understand what I mean. And I said, no, I know what gay means.
I'm not a smart man,
said,
but I know what
does that have to do with the fact that I like going out for breakfast with you on paydays and things like that? And so he was really blown away that it just didn't mean anything to me. I mean, it certainly wasn't positive, but it certainly wasn't negative. It didn't mean anything to me. Just something we didn't have in common.
Yeah, one of my best friends, he finally came out when he told me. I was just like, yeah, I know. He's like, what do you mean? And I was like, dude, we've known you've been gay since like middle school. He was like, really? I was like, yeah. It's like your nickname, because his last name was Allen. So everyone called him Chris A because we had a bunch of Chris's in our class. But his nickname was Chris Gay. We were like, yeah, your name wasn't Chris Gay for nothing. It's like, we knew you were gay.
Yeah. Yes. And of course, whether it be middle school or high school, if any males try to show any effeminate qualities, they're immediately pegged as gay, whether they're gay or not.
Yeah, but
we got the most chicks.
That was the 80s.
Well, it was like he was really good friends with all the girls, but he never tried to date any of them. So that was kind of a red flag.
Action, so to speak.
And then he went to New Orleans one year. And he came back and he was just like, yeah, it's just crazy. The last day was so crazy. And we were like, why? He's like, man, I was walking around New Orleans and I got lost in like the gay district part of the parade. He's like, and I was in there for like 4 hours. I was like, so wait, you were stuck in the gay district for 4 hours? Doesn't that seem like 4 hours too long for a straight person?
3 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a bit too long once you came to that realization.
Right? You couldn't take a left?
Yeah, exactly. So like when he told everyone, we were just like, yeah, dude, we've known for years. It's not like a big deal.
My old man didn't
okay,
have a
I just want to
choice.
make sure our friendship's good. I was like, yeah, dude, I've done forever.
But I do
My old man
understand
didn't have a choice when he was in a dart league back in the 80s. And this one part of the league tour always took him downtown to this one place called Mary's, which had like paintings of two Freddie Mercury looking guys like all over each other on the walls of the entire building on the outside. It was pink with that on the outside. It's called Mary's. He was like, yeah, I used to hate going into that place. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, the dart tour always took us over there, every once a cycle or whatever. And he was like, I hated going in there. I'm like, dude, free drinks, clean bathrooms.
Yeah. And
You should have told me about it. I would have gone.
like our church group, they took a field trip to Europe one summer. I didn't go on it, but I heard the story. But they were in, I think, Amsterdam or something. And they ended up going to this bar. And they were just like, oh my God, this bar is all like guys were buying them drinks. It's all this like crazy like pop
You're so
music
friendly
before
here.
yeah, before pop music became popular in the States. This was probably late 90s, early 2000. They're like, yeah, everyone's nice. They're buying us drinks. It's like cool music. And their chaperone came in who was gay. And he was just like, I know this is a gay bar, right? And they're like, what? And he's like, why do you think all these guys have been like asking you to dance and buying you drinks? And they're just like, so repulsed by it. They're like, oh, get me out of here. Where's your shower? Oh, yeah.
That's the funniest thing. Is like I had a friend who had a similar situation. He was like, dude, it's great. He's like, the people are friendly and the drinks they just keep coming. People are always buying you drinks. And he was like, and you know how they're a little bit behind in music? He was like, they're still playing all that cool shit from the 80s. I'm like, dude, you're gay. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, that was a gay bar. He's like, no way. And I'm like, guys buying you drinks should have told you something.
Now, I do have something that's generational in regards to being gay or not gay, that my generation had to deal with an unknown that those that are older generation than me or younger than me never had to deal with because of the advent of science. And that's when HIV hit the scene, and we literally, and science had no idea scientifically how it was transmitted for a period of years. And even when they did, it took time to disseminate that information. So we didn't know, was it a kiss? Was it using the same silverware?
Oh yeah.
Touching a doorknob. I mean, it sounds silly, but that is how other bacteria and viruses can be transmitted.
Well, that's why one of the Timothy Dalton bonds, he doesn't have sex because it was at the height of the AIDS epidemic.
Yeah.
And they wanted to promote like, hey, James Bond doesn't go around sleeping with a bunch of ladies. Be like James Bond.
I call him the gay Bond anyway.
Yeah. So he's like the only Bond ever to like not get it on in a Bond film.
Yep.
Which one was this?
Timothy Dalton.
Timothy Dalton. I think it's the one where he takes on the drug cartel.
Which is like all of them.
Yeah, because like I think in that one he's technically supposed to be like on leave and he like escapes.
His is all ninjas, drug wars, and cartels.
Yeah.
But there were people getting, if they had like an elective surgery, they would not get it until they had enough blood from known sources of heterosexuals. Because the fear, it's hard to describe the level of fear unless you lived it.
Dude, no, the scariest time was when this actually happened too. This dude stuck himself with needles, so like his blood would be on the needle, and then he stuck them onto seats at theaters. And then people would sit on the needles when they sat at the theater. Caught, and like something like 50 or 60 people got infected.
It was rare, but there is, and I suppose it still happens today, just we don't hear about it. But it was real that there were people, gay people or people who got blood transfers that were so angry at the world, they just wanted to spread it and spread their anger through transmission.
Oh yeah,
there was a gay man purposely having unprotected sex to spread it to that world to spread his anger, literally.
Oh, I read a couple years ago a guy got convicted of that. So it still goes on,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I understand the anger. It's the expression of the anger that's outside the norm.
Well, I read something. It's either in that movie and the band played on, or something related to it, that it was like this one Canadian flight attendant that is pretty much responsible for the entire HIV outbreak because he slept with so many people.
Yeah, I heard something very similar to that about a flight attendant, male, that made occasional trips to Africa, to where they have different feelings and cultural thoughts on the whole topic, let alone they can have certain types of sex and not necessarily consider themselves gay. It's like prison gay. Well, that's just prison gay. I'm not gay. That's just prison.
It's like, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20.
You have been Hernandez.
What the fuck?
Clay blames Dano for the gayness going on right now.
You've been Hernandez.
No, I'm sure it's driving Clay crazy, and that's what I enjoy most.
The fuck did I walk back into?
Well, hey, y'all will never know the pain of growing up in the non-PC 90s with the last name Gaylord. How many gay jokes I got growing up.
Yeah, because we used to call people Gaylords back in the 80s.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I had a coach one time. His last name, so you always called him Coach's last name, Whitehead. And you can imagine in high school, you're thinking Whitehead.
Gonna pop that guy.
Yeah.
Ironically, he probably had flawless skin.
Right. That would be funny.
And then after Meet the Parents came out, I got called Fokker a lot. They'd be like, "So your last name's Gaylord?" I was like, "Yeah, like Gaylord Fokker." I was like, "I guess."
Oh God.
She's like, "So you're a gay Fokker?" I was like, "God damn it!" Fuck you, Ben Stiller.
They would have had fun with you in boot camp.
I know you're famous. You call me Annie Manalakis.
Yeah, I was not like, I was pretty scrawny in high school, so there's like no way I could have joined the armed forces unless I was like super ripped and not just gotten hounded.
But yeah, if that would have been a goal of yours, to where you could have exercised to the point to be able to achieve that goal if you wanted.
It's probably something I could have done. Like 9/11 happened my senior year, and I gave it some considerable thought because I knew I wasn't going to go to college straight out of high school, at least not like a university, and I gave some considerable thought on joining some type of branch. Because when I heard about 9/11, I thought this must have been what the greatest generation felt after Pearl Harbor.
That was our generation's version of Pearl Harbor. Without a doubt.
Oh, absolutely. A bunch of my friends that I graduated with, they joined because they were like, yeah, man, we were attacked on 9/11. I'm not just going to sit by idly and let that shit go on. In hindsight, I wish I would have done it. I feel like job-wise and, definitely college-wise, I would have been better off because...
You say that. Everybody I know who joined for the GI Bill, when they got out, they said they all got fucked. They were like, that was the biggest lie perpetrated on.
Oh, you're talking about the GI scam where they wanted the money back?
No. I know that one too. But like everybody who said they went in for the GI Bill got fucked. And I'm like, really?
And
like the one friend that I had that actually got a payout, he wasted it and he went to ITT, which went out of business.
I had a guy, when I was at university, I worked for the university in the dorms, and there was a guy that lived on my floor, and he was a Marine that had survived the Lebanon bombing of the Marine barracks. Mm-hmm. And he had actually walked out of the building he was in had collapsed all around him. He was lucky to survive. But he was able to go to school at that time. The program was still working back in '83. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the guys I talked to, I think they all had to do like a couple years of community college until the government, I guess, would give them more money for a university. So.
Oh, the guys I went to school with, they all got GI Bills.
It's like,
they should get paid.
It's like, yeah, the GI Bill helped out my grandfather substantially to the point where he died. He probably died a millionaire. He was born pretty poor. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I just let the country down by not serving.
Why didn't you go?
I don't know. It was like a bunch of things. First, my mom was like dead set on not letting me do it because like her cousin got killed in Nam and her father's brother got killed in World War II. And she was one of those hippies in the 60s protesting against Vietnam. So I think she saw like the war in Iraq as just like a sham for like Halliburton to make a bunch of money.
That's I should say, almost every mother's reaction is what you had.
Yeah, so.
Not mine. They were like, fucking go. We'll take you there. We'll drop you off. We'll pick you up in 6 years. I'm like, you cocksuckers.
And then it was like, well, your father didn't work. It's like, me and your father didn't work this hard for you to like go join the military and get killed. You know, yada yada.
Did you ever tell your mom? So you were the one spitting on them chins, right?
Well, I told my mom because she's like, you need to find a job. I was like, just think, Mom, if I would have gone in the military, you know, done my 4 to 6 years, gotten out and started doing private contracting work, making like 6 figures a year.
Tax free.
Yeah, and she was like, well, you could have been blown up or killed. I was like, well, I guess that's the chance you take in life. I was like, I could go get killed in a car wreck tonight, you know? Can't predict your own future.
Exactly. You can get blown up just as easily here as you can in freaking Riyadh.
Yeah, these days, true that.
Holy shit. I don't know what the hell this guy's writing, but it's in like super Spanish.
What?
I think it says receive the package via UPS Mail Innovations. And then I don't know the rest of it.
I think my reaction was, you know, oh, the wars are going to be over so quick. And then by the time, like, the shit started really going down in Iraq, you kind of realize it's like, oh, shit, this is pretty bad. We're not going to get out anytime soon. And then it was like, you know, I used to be more liberal back then, so I believed all the, like, bullshit the media was spouting about war, so it kind of turned me against like wanting to serve. But hindsight, looking back, it probably would have been better for me to have done it than not have done it.
You know, my way was I signed up. I was gonna go way through. My fucking vision didn't let me go.
I was gonna say they probably put the fucking vision test on you and 4F'd you in a heartbeat. They were like, nope.
Oh, see, that's another thing. Like, my vision sucked, so I would have been one of the grunts running around in like the Coke bottle glasses.
Yo, check this out. Check this out. I was volunteering at the Veterans Center. I was asking the guys, y'all gonna go volunteer? I was gonna sign up tomorrow. I went in the next day. I came back to the Veterans Center. What happened? I'm gonna be seeing you guys for a while.
It was like one of my good friends, he was in the Marine Corps, and he was talking about like, I was like, yeah, what'd y'all do for fun? Like when y'all were like over there, like when you weren't, you know, getting shot or blown up at. He was like, well, he's like, we used to find like old washer and dryers and onions, ovens. He was like, and we would pack them full of C4 because we had to use the C4 by a certain amount of time or else we wouldn't get as much next time. Like the supply order came
like
in.
Federal budgeting.
Exactly. He's like, so we just go out in the desert and blow shit up. He was like, one time I put a hand grenade in a washer and just like ran away real quick. He was like, and I guess it had a shorter fuse than it should have. And he was like, because that shit blew up like as soon as I got like 12 feet from it, it exploded.
5, 4, boom.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, there was supposed to be 3 more.
Aren't they standard 5-second fuses anymore?
They're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I suppose there's always a little bit of variance in there,
Mm-hmm.
which has always driven me crazy.
That's a Friday grenade.
When I was in, we actually threw grenades, which I guess I heard they don't really do that anymore.
Yeah, that's what he told me. He was like, because he told me that story, and I was like, whoa, I thought you know, he started talking about grenade training and whatnot. And he was like, yeah, he's like, we didn't even get to throw, I think we got to throw 1 live grenade in training, and the rest were smoke grenades.
A, you got 40 millimeter. B, the only time you're probably ever going to throw one nowadays is when you actually have to pick up an insurgent's one and throw it back at them. So,
yeah. He was like, yeah, after that, I stopped throwing grenades in washers. But he said, I was like, I asked him, like, I was like, what's the most scared you were over there? And he was in intelligence. And what he did was he would hack into like Al-Qaeda's like emails So he rode around in this special Humvee, and that would pick up the signals, and they would stop. And he would like look through their emails and make sure like these are the guys they're looking for, and then like the extraction force or the combat force would go in there and like take them out. He said one time I think he was in like Fallujah. He's like, yeah, we're just driving around. I'm trying to pick up this signal, and we get ambushed from this rooftop. And he was like, and I turned to like look out the window. He's like, and all of a sudden this guy is shooting an RPG from a rooftop. And he's like, and I see the RPG coming. And he was like, and I knew right then, if this thing hits my Humvee, I'm dead. And he said it hit the Humvee and it was a dud.
Oh,
so he was
man.
like, yeah, man. He was like, talk about seeing your life flash before your eyes.
He didn't have the one with the plated doors?
I think
for third world quality.
Yeah. And then I was like, well, what's the craziest thing you did over there? And he was like, well, this one time I convinced the door breacher to let me breach this house because he wanted to like shoot the shotgun apparently. So he said they he had breaching rounds in the shotgun. So he said he breached the door and he was the first guy in. He said there's a guy reaching for like an AK on a table. So he just shot the guy like point blank range. And he's like, yeah, and it like pretty much cut this guy in half almost.
Wow.
And he was like, yeah, that was probably like the craziest shit I saw over there. He was like, he was from Boston. So he had this like really thick, Matt Damon Boston accent. And he was like, I told the guy not to reach for the AK. And, I had to like pull the trigger. And that was the end of him.
Good impression.
So, have any of you paying members over on Gunchannels, have you seen any of the cards? This is not to do with the Old West cards, but the Gun Channel member cards.
Wait, that's becoming a thing?
I've seen them. I don't have any, but I've seen them.
Hold on.
Like I'm not in there, but I'm just saying it's just people who had pictures that were easy to copy over. I guess on a Sunday morning you did them.
But yeah, like you would have never thought he was this like stone cold killer in the Marine Corps because he was just like, I think he used his sense of humor as like a coping mechanism. And like, we were all at work one day and I was just like, yeah, Pete was in the Marine Corps. I was like, I'm pretty sure he killed people too. Like kind of like being sarcastic. And someone was like, oh shit, Pete was in the Marine Corps?
Like everything got quiet and serious all of a sudden.
So finally, like Pete comes walking in and someone was just like, Pete, Matt said you were in the Marine Corps. He was like, yeah, I was in the Marine Corps. And he was like, did you kill anyone? He was just like, I don't know. Oh yeah, the guy I shot in the face with my Beretta. Yeah, I think he's dead. He said because I asked him, when I was in the market for a Beretta, like I knew that's what he used, and I was like, oh, what do you think about it? He's like, well, one time he's like my M16 jammed up on me. And he was like, and I had to pull it out, and he had to shoot a guy with it. And he was like, it took 3 or 4 rounds, but he fell down dead.
Yeah, the use of humor in regards to the darker things is a very common outlet for people that have been in violent circumstances, whether it's war or whether it's...
Oh, ain't that the truth, man? Marine inside jokes, non-Marines usually don't get them. They think they're deliberately being like murderous, ravenous fucking rapists and murderers and shit. And they're just like, no, that's just Marine humor.
Yeah, but they asked him to go to Afghanistan for like 6 months, and they were like, yeah, well, you'll get a $50,000 enlistment bonus and yada yada. And he was just like, nope. I asked him why, and he was just like, well, in Iraq, all these guys are like, they're running around with like these old ass AKs. They don't know how to shoot them. Like they don't even aim. They're just taking pop shots at you. He's like, whereas in like Afghanistan, a lot of those guys have been fighting the Russians for years in the 80s. So he was like, they're well trained.
Oh yeah,
like,
they're seasoned veterans.
Yeah, he was like, you'll be on a patrol and they'll just come out of the fucking mountains and shoot up your squad, and then they'll retreat back in the mountains before like air support can show up. So he was like, Afghanistan's fucking like scary, whereas Iraq's kind of like a playground. And I say that in a lightest sense. You know, I know Iraq was pretty fucking bad, but
there's also the differences of terrain and whether you were at the beginning, the middle, or the end. Yeah, the beginning and the middle, not so much a playground. Like the Battle of Fallujah.
Oh, yeah. You want to know what kind of people you're fighting against? Just watch the movie The Beast of War. And that's with Russians fighting the Afghans. And those people are still fighting today, or their kids are fighting, and they were trained by these people. They know their backyard. You don't. So yeah, they'll come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
hey, Daniel, you're in the playing cards, man.
And like he was super pissed when they ISIS or whoever took back Fallujah. He was like, "Yeah, man. Like the only time I've ever seen him get really serious." He was like, "Yeah, man. I lost like 4 or 5 of my friends taking that fucking place, and we're just gonna fucking let them have it." He was like, "That's fucking bullshit."
Exactly. I mean,
he's like, I kind of want to re-enlist right now, just to like fucking go back over there.
It's a microcosm of what every war is you give up blood and treasure to gain whatever it is you gain, and then to, like, much like Vietnam, to just, you know, abandon it. It's like, well, then you're saying all my friends that I lost gave up their lives for nothing.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely.
I mean, I understand the anger and the rage. Makes perfect sense. I feel the same way.
Oh yeah, they all hated Obama with a passion.
Yeah.
Which is probably why I was such good friends with him.
That's the only reason I'd hang around Marines.
But yeah, he had some crazy ass stories. Because I asked him, I was like, "Oh, did you ever get like suppressors over there?" And he was like, "No, but one time some like SAS guys were like in our like squad one time," and he was like, and they all had like tricked out gear, and a lot of them had suppressors. And I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool."
Now, I'm curious. Were they suppressing 5.56 or suppressing something else?
5.56, I believe. I think they used the, what was it, like the L85 or whatever.
Okay. Because I wonder if because on 5.56 obviously you still have the supersonic issue, but I wonder if at what distance that the sound from that snap tends to get dissipated.
I don't know. I guess they use it just more for communications. I guess it's easier for them to hear orders and give orders if they can cut out some of the, you know, noise out of it. I mean, I'm sure it's still loud, you know.
I just, with all the money that they sprinkle on, you know, specialized forces, I always, I guess, assumed that, you know, internal ear comms and protection is only a drop in the bucket when you compare to how much you're spending on a night vision stuff, where it's, you know, tens of thousands per item, per soldier.
Yeah, and I had another guy. He was a Marine named Ross, and he was kind of a bigger guy, so he got to carry around like the M240, the M249, or whichever like light machine gun they use. And he started talking about these rounds they got, and I guess they were like penetrator rounds, so they weren't necessarily considered AP. But he was like, yeah, they're like barrier rounds. He was like, yeah, one time, like, I think he was in Afghanistan. He said, like, they got attacked by some Taliban or whatnot. And he was like, yeah, this guy, he's coming on perimeter, and he was about 75, 100 yards away. And he was like, and I just laid down a burst of this penetrator rounds on this guy. And he was like, it pretty much cut him right in half. I was like, damn. He was like, yeah, we used to do shit like that all the time. He said his favorite weapon was that automatic grenade launcher, but they could only shoot it in a couple bursts because it was so expensive. He was like, yeah, you know, our guys told us, you know, we could only shoot it in 2 or 3 second bursts because like the rounds were so expensive, and we could only get so many of them a month.
Hey, Daniel, you're still on the playing cards, man. They got Sean, they got everybody.
I know you're. What's better than one? Just one Justano? Two.
You mean the echoing two Justanos?
You shouldn't be echoing anymore.
Oh, yeah, you're good now. Let's read it.
Switching over to my phone.
Oregon Republican. Hey, if the police won't protect free speech, we'll use private militias. Interesting.
Could you say that again? You cut out on my end.
Oregon Republican, I guess a lawmaker, was saying, if the police won't protect free speech, we'll use private militias. It's like, man, if it's come to that, we got some serious soul searching to do.
Yeah. And granted, that is only one person, one lawmaker, but still.
Well, it's like that. The last protest they had at Berkeley, it's like the police are just sitting there, and people are asking them, like, hey, why aren't you, like, arresting these people that are throwing bricks at us? And he's like, oh, well, we've got stand-down orders from the higher-ups. And it's just like, well, if they can't protect you, who's going to protect you? Because there's, other than the police and the military, that's it, you know?
Yeah, well, since when is, after all the training and all the expense, your sole function to be a witness?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need any training for that.
Yeah, they look super pissed. Like, you could tell they're mad that they're just sitting around watching, like, businesses get burglarized and people getting hit with bricks and shit.
It is what I'll say, the quintessential liberal politician would back that sort of position up. We're here to keep the peace, not make more hate.
Yeah, I think they're just afraid of, like, a PR nightmare. Like, them arresting someone and someone gets a video without any narration to it, you know, and CNN runs with it, and now everyone's giving, like, the Berkeley police chief a bunch of shit, even though he's out there doing his job.
Well, I mean, but it was the Berkeley police chief it was his decision to decide, do I share that this was my decision, or do I share whose decision this was forced upon me by?
Clay told me 41's the maximum enlistment age, and then he said, if Dano can get hard, so can you. So I forgot you're hard now because you've gone through Jaeger's course.
You know, I knew they changed it to 41 back after the Twin Towers. But I didn't realize at this point, at this late in the game, that they were still accepting people up to that late age. I mean, it's brand new. That makes sense. I mean, somebody who's already, done 4 years, okay, you've already got your initial investment in them. I understand it. They already have a MOS. They have a skill.
Yeah. Well, what's the draft age?
Somebody from E1, they may not even make it through basic, and then they may not make it through their MOS, let alone ever actually to be an asset.
Well, it's like, unless they've changed it, I think the maximum draft age they'll do is 35, from what I remember.
It was World War II. We've never had it in Vietnam.
Yeah, I knew we didn't have it in Vietnam.
Times, just like the 41, you've never been able to enlist in 41 until this all-volunteer army drafting concept came along.
Say you're a robot kind of bad, Dano.
I was just saying that until the all-volunteer army came along, there was never a 41 because they didn't draft what they needed. Am I breaking up still?
Yeah, a little.
Not as bad. Yeah, it's just crazy that, you know, certain cities are just going to let, you know, people be attacked because another group just doesn't like what they're having to say.
That's what always kind of freaked me out with the concept of sanctuary cities. Is like, how can they, for years, almost decades, get away with that?
Technically, they shouldn't
And
have.
now we have California trying to be a sanctuary state.
Yeah, well, it's like you had a weak federal government for the past 8 years. You know, Obama wasn't going to take out his voting base. You know,
right? But I mean, if i.e. the Supreme Court, I'm just saying the potential exists to revisit the war between the states. Even if a shot hit won't be fired, it's at the premises of that sort of thing. You can only deny, I mean, the question of the federal government powers was settled in 1864. Now, we don't necessarily like it or agree with it. Change that. But you just can't flip the bird to the federal government as a state government or municipal government.
yeah, it's funny, like, just some of the things the federal government decides to, like, if I modified my AR to make it a machine gun, how long do you think it would be before the ATF showing up? Whereas, you know, you have cities that are clearly not following federal law, and the federal government hasn't done anything about it for decades. It's like either enforce everything or enforce nothing.
When it comes to them, they're all corrupt. They're not going to do it unto themselves.
Yeah, it's interesting times we live in. Just waiting for the day where it's like breaking news, Governor Brown, you know, signs letter of succession. Leaves the union to leave the union immediately.
I'll sign that.
Oh, hell no.
It's like, Knives,
Oh, no.
you are the resistance.
You got the worst guy than Brown coming up, too.
So is there a difference in him saying we're the union and him saying that we're just not going to enforce the union's laws?
Well, I mean, he can't not enforce federal law. So
But
the
they've
only
been doing
way,
it. They have.
oh, I know, but I guess Trump's like, yeah, we're not going to put up with this shit anymore. So the only way to get around that is to say, well, we'll just leave the fucking union and form our own nation, and we'll do what we want, which is exactly what the Civil War was fought over, is whether the southern states had the right to keep slaves as property, and the federal government
whether
said,
they had the right to self-rule.
Yeah, and the federal government said, no, you don't.
Can we just put it down like a budgie?
Is Robot Dano on his computer?
I think he's on his phone.
I think Skynet is attacking him.
It's the Russians.
What the hell is
The Russians hacking all his metadata.
Helga's.
Helga sounds like a foreign agent.
Secret code.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting whether California is willing to let sanctuary cities go, or if they would ever be serious about, succeeding.
I'll just say if something happens to one, like a blow, like a terrorist attack, it's blood in your hands.
Because I feel like California would say, well, we make enough capital that we don't need any, federal dollars for anything anymore.
We make capital or we make taxes?
Yeah, exactly.
Because they'll need to raise taxes pretty damn high to afford
Flick
any.
California down like down the center line like a butt cheek, man. It would be good.
You can come back into the United States, Knives, anytime, all right?
Fuck. Is that a Zippo?
Smoke him if you got him.
Yep, it's a Zippo.
I miss my Zippo.
Ain't got any lighter fluid for it, though.
You can call a cutlery lover. He has plenty. I have a Zippo somewhere that's been dried out for the last 15 years or so. If I could find it, I'll send it to you, Knives.
I used to smoke cigars back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember in high school, when I couldn't get a pack of cigarettes, I actually smoked the thin cigars that they had.
You smoked them backwards with a bunch of Marines, got me into them.
That's what it tastes like, smoking them backwards. That's how strong they were.
Backwards.
Backwoods. Those are the good old days. But the cigarillos were a big thing with me and my friends.
My buddy got me into cigars and shit, and I was into that.
You smoke the real stuff, or you just smoke whatever you get?
Well, my buddy used to get like $35 worth of shit.
Damn. Those are expensive ones.
Yeah, you never liked the little cheap ass ones.
Well, the cheap ones don't taste good, that's for sure.
I remember he had a $600 worth of cigar.
That's
I don't know why would you spend that much money on that shit. I used to tell him, why the fuck did you spend that much money? I don't know.
Well, everybody's got different hobbies, so it is what it is. Does anybody else have this blue square that you could use the mouse cursor for to toggle over all the options in the chat window? Or is it just me?
I don't know. Hey, Matt, when you got to go to work, man?
Oh, I'm off for next 2 days. I got a job interview on Thursday, though.
Good luck with that, man.
Yeah, I'm hoping I get it so I can get the fuck out of retail. Actually start making enough money to maybe buy a gun or two.
Yeah, I got 2 more months, man.
Man, that was like the longest veteran call I had to ever deal with. This dude just got back from the Middle East yesterday.
And he's already breaking shit.
And then he got NSA'd. You know, right now he's still talking.
Apparently the NSA don't like me talking about servicemen. What the fuck? Did you get any of that?
We just heard you had a call from a serviceman, and he just got back today, and then it cut off. Yesterday.
Yeah, he got back yesterday. He's like, I just got home to my wife after 3 years overseas. I was like, holy shit, dude. Welcome.
Damn. 3 years. That's
like, I was like, I feel sorry for that woman this morning. He's like, you know it.
It's like, oh, by the way, here's your 1-year-old son.
Right.
Like, wait, how did this happen?
Right. Oh man, it reminds me of that fucking, was it that Mari Povich picture? Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Where it's
Where
like
the white dude sitting there thinking he's pretty sure he's not the father of this child.
I saw one picture where it was like a woman who's clearly like 9 months pregnant, and it's just like husband back after 1 year deployment. It's like, well, where the hell did that baby come from?
Right? Ain't no fucking storks here. See, that's another one of those. Remember we were talking about like useless fad toys or whatever? The paternity test episodes on Mari were definitely the same thing. It's like the television version of that. Oh, here it is. James has a feeling he may not be the father. I'm going to just put it on the internal.
I saw one Maury Povich where like the guy was not the father. Oh, that's pretty good.
I'm pretty sure you're not the father.
Oh my God, that's good.
I saw one where, and the guy like literally started like breakdancing because he was so happy he was not.
Oh yeah, he's like, oh.
But some of those, there's one lady. She's like a regular on Maury Povich. I think she's got like 7 or 9 kids.
Good God!
And she doesn't know who the father of them, of like 4 or 5 of them. So she's testing new guys like every other couple months.
And that's not even the one with the most visits to Maury.
Yeah.
There's my baby dad.
And then there was one where it was this one lady, and she had all slept with the guys in the same family. Like 2 were brothers, and like the other 3 were cousins. So you know how they interview all the guys saying like, Terry's a slut, I'm not the father. Well, it got progressively worse. Like it seemed like the further it got away, like the more inbred they were. To finally, like the last guy was like, I'm not the father.
That's the father.
It's like the first guy seemed normal. The last guy seemed like he was borderline retarded.
Stop drinking shine. Look what it's doing to your kids.
Yeah, we did some field work in West Virginia. We were on this like back stretch of road. But it was like if I had the money, I would totally build like a cabin up there because it was like beautiful scenery. Like it reminded me of like the scenery like Chris posted all his fucking gun pictures on. But anyways, we were like towards the end of the day, and we were just kind of like fucking around and like banging on rocks with our rock hammers. And this guy rolls up in this like old Buick, and he's just like, "You need some." He's like, "You need some dynamite for them rocks." He's like, "I got some in my trunk if you want to go at it." And we were just like, "You think it's real dynamite, or you think it's like moonshine?" And he just thinks we're like fucking bored. I was like, maybe we should take him up on the offer.
Yes, you should.
Yeah, I remember we went up this trail trying to find something, and I was like, I don't think we're supposed to be up here. And I was like, do you see that no trespassing sign back there? And they're like, yeah, what about it? And then I looked down, and there's like 223 cases everywhere. I was like, yeah, we need to leave now. It's like these hillbillies don't play around.
You are not the father.
Oh, but you are. See that stork over there? He told me.
Shit. How mad would you be if you just came from being in service and shit? You got a fucking kid.
You mean
fucking yours?
You mean the girl you live with has a kid and it's not yours? How would you feel?
I'm mad as fuck.
You guys remember that meme? Dating a girl who has a kid is sort of like playing someone else's saved game. Only a gamer will get that.
That's pretty good.
Man, man, stop sending me fucking offers, Domino's. I can't eat you. Oh, we should go back to that. You know, where you is Dano still here?
I left.
He got
Helga's.
He got Helga'd out.
NSA popped him.
Oh, I'll ask him when he gets back in. I can hear the sound of him working the treadmill. But we should get back to that. Name one food that you can't believe someone would stop and look at and go, "Yeah, I'm gonna eat that." Should get back to that. I like that theme. Yeah.
It has to be food, though.
Well, somebody once looked at a sea cucumber out of the ocean, which is a big slimy turd, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna eat that."
That's nasty.
One day, some dude fucking came home late from work, and Hillary was sitting there. One day, Bill came home from a hard day at work, and Hillary was sitting there, spread wide, purring at him. He goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna eat that."
Oh.
See?
I'm pretty sure he went, "Oh, hell no."
Monica, I need you.
Save me.
He's doing it again.
My wife's trying to seduce me. It ain't
Oh,
gonna
that's
work.
actually very good.
Ain't gonna work this time, Hildebeest. I'm a free man.
Who's the first guy that looked at a fucking beaver, a real, tattletale beaver, and goes, "Man, I'm gonna eat me some beaver. Gotta be something edible on that."
See, I would think it was probably some starving fur trapper.
That's what I'm thinking.
It was like, man, I gotta eat something. I might as well eat this fucking beaver.
Right.
Hey, don't beavers have some kind of fucking age or some shit?
You burn it out. You cook it out. Sure, you can boil it long enough or something. I don't know.
Fucking stonefish look ugly as fuck.
Somebody looked at a nutria rat and goes,
Yeah.
"Man, $20 is $20."
You guys ever seen a stonefish?
Yeah, ugly looking things.
Yeah, why the fuck would you eat that?
People eat that?
Yeah.
Some Asians like, yeah, I'll eat that.
Well,
Where
just think of the people that eat like crow and possum. Ugh.
Rat.
Oh, possums are nasty. I don't know how anyone could eat those.
Exactly.
You'll eat anything if you're hungry enough.
That's true.
If you're North Koreans, you'll eat the bark off of trees. I've seen that shit. I've seen this video from North Korea, and this woman corroborated the story because she escaped and she was on one of my mom's like Korean TV shows or whatever. And she was like, yeah, she goes, I lived in this neighborhood where every tree from 6 feet above to the ground, all the bark was missing.
Huh. Wait, I thought North Korea was a paradise, according to that one guy.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be. Fucking luxury hotels.
Yeah.
So luxurious, there's an extra pair of double G's in there. Luxury.
That one guy from Matcha.
Yeah.
Dude, stonefish sashimi sounds pretty good. It does look really good. Gotta remember, I'm half Asian. I like sushi.
Well, just think of the guy that was like, I'm gonna eat that blowfish, even though all my other friends.
That was me, dude. Oh yeah.
All my other friends have like died from eating it. I'm gonna eat it anyways.
Yep, I've done it. Like I just crossed that shit off my list. If you eat too much of it, your mouth will go numb, and so will your diaphragm. That's why you die, because you can't breathe.
Yeah.
But like they usually slice it up super thin where you can see through it, and they only give you enough to kind of give you just an idea of what you're about to experience. But your mouth will go numb. What's
the actual name of that fish?
Fugu.
Yeah. Okay. I knew it had like a certain name to it.
I am not answering that call. Fuck Amazon. It's like every time they call me, it's for something that I have no control over. They never call me for actual customer problems anymore. They're like, I need to speak to your marketing guy. And I'm like, wrong place, dude.
Man, those stonefish are ugly mofos.
Yeah, but I bet they taste good.
I don't think so.
You definitely don't want to step on one.
Why?
I looked at it the first time I saw blowfish. I didn't think they were edible, but damn, are they good.
Well, if they're venomous if you step on it, how are they not venomous if you eat it?
You have to take all the veins out of the meat.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
Well, see, you can swallow rattlesnake venom because it's a venom. It's not a poison.
I can't imagine those stonefish getting many dates.
No.
I wonder who said fucking eating bats would be a good idea.
Bats?
Yeah.
Same guy who ate a rat. I mean, they're essentially the same thing. Just one has wings and echolocation.
Check this out. I was like, what, fucking 8 years old, and I went to Mexico. My aunt, she always has bat problems because she lives by the river. Fucking bat was hanging out, man. It fell down. It caught air, started flying, trying to fly away. Man, swung a piece of a broom at it. It fucking lost it.
Octopus is pretty good. It's really chewy though.
Yep, that's the original. That's the Far East taco.
Yeah, it's like gum. Like you can chew it forever. In fact, I think they make octopus gum out of octopus.
No, you gotta know how to cook it though.
Well, I've only ever had it on sushi.
Hey guys, I found the missing wise man.
If like Trump had a fish, that's what it would look like.
With the hair flopping up on top, right?
Gonna make this coral reef great again.
It looks like it has a human face. Look at that thing. Freaky.
Well, I think it's got one of those mouths where it like just sucks something up real quick. I think its jaw opens up really wide.
But it has like human face features. They're just like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, they're showing the repercussions of the venom from those fish. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it will like kill you.
Holy crap. One of them shows like this person's leg. Like looks like it was being eaten out from the inside. From the poison.
So I was checking out stingrays. The way they pee is by their skin. So all the top layer just filled with piss.
I'm guessing they're not making any women's purses from those anytime soon, huh?
Yeah, well, you got synthetic urine on fucking makeup and shit.
Yeah, so Georgia just released a get away with a speeding ticket license plate. It says back the blue. And on the top, it's like a blue line and with the black letters and a black ribbon with a picture of the state of Georgia with like, you know, the police blue line thing going through it. I was like, yeah, that's a good way to get out of a ticket.
Go 100 miles an hour on the freeway. Don't bother me. I ain't going to jail. Who the fuck make that law? If you go 100 miles an hour, you go to jail.
Unless you're in a DeLorean, then you're going back in time.
I've never heard of a stonefish before you guys just mentioned it. These things are amazing. All the colors and shapes and sizes these things come in.
Yeah, we got them here in California.
They're amazing.
Till you step on one, you're going to have a bad day.
But just to look at them was just like, wow. Half of them look like something you'd find in like science fiction movie.
Night Strike.
What's up?
We missed lunch strike.
See, stonefish was Stone Guy's favorite animal.
It was his pet?
I'm just making that up.
No.
You're making that up. I don't think Stone Guy had a favorite animal. I think it's just, you know, whatever he caught out of the creek.
Oh my god, we have a lunch strike. What's up,
It's
man?
not a lunch strike if it's like at 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
He's here?
All right.
Dude, it's almost
The supper
5
strike.
p.m.
It's the supper strike.
Dude, I didn't eat out. What the fuck is with this?
Well, maybe you didn't pay her enough.
That should didn't sound right.
Wow, Sean. Wow. Sean, I don't want to hear about your
I'm
escapades,
here all
all right?
night. I'm here all night. Try the stonefish. Yeah, try the stonefish.
So seriously, what's going on?
I have a World of Warships playmate for you, actually. I just put him in our clan last night. He's a buddy of mine. He was a former DJ at New Eden Radio, just like Zach Riley in the game. But he just started a couple days ago, so maybe you have a playmate to help you work on your low tier shit. Just a little bit of gaming.
Right. You know, I'm.
Damn, he's only been on here for 3 minutes. You're already shaming him. God.
I'm not shaming
That's what
him.
Sean does. You know, Sean shames people. You know, until
he
to the
runs
grave.
that tree like old
Shame
people
channels.
fuck. That's all I'm saying.
I don't.
What's up, Night
I'm not that bad.
Shame
Hello,
channels. I like the sound of that.
How you doing?
This is Shame Channels. It's always been Shame Channels.
Good
And
to
if
see
anybody
you.
thinks any different, you haven't been here long enough.
Trigger.
Don't worry, we'll get to you.
Hashtag
Take a
triggered.
number.
Don't worry, people will
we'll
go
get to
after
shaming
John
you.
next. It's your turn, John.
Woo!
You're getting it
about
next.
time.
Hey, y'all were talking about Stone Guy, right?
Yeah.
What his favorite animal was? Wouldn't that be like a
Stonefish.
raccoon?
No, I thought Stone Guy's favorite was crawfish.
I thought it was a raccoon because they look like bandits and they're always running off with your shit.
Oh! Wow. I hear Helga's House of Pain.
Look, it's been, what, 2 years, maybe 3 years now? Almost 3 years. We're working on the third year. If the guy was legitimately having problems, he would have at least come on and cleared the air before, you know? Like, I didn't do it, man. I have fucking marital issues. I'm like, okay, cool. You should have told us fucking 2 years ago. Now you just look like a scumbag thief.
Yeah.
Who's doing their laundry?
Like,
Yeah, it's not like
he's not. Dano's at Helga's House of Horrors.
Yes, and it's not like he's the first guy who's ever had marital issues. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. It's never happened to anyone I know.
All right, Dano, so you weren't here earlier, but name a food that you can think of. Like maybe you've experienced it or maybe you just know of it. But name a food that stuns your mind, that someone actually took a look at it and goes, yeah, I want to eat that.
The suckers on an octopus.
Tentacles.
Whatever those things are.
They're so chewy. They're good.
See, I would think like fish roe, like fish eggs.
Yeah, that is a bit weird.
Because you're gonna have to see the fish either like spit them out, or the fish is gonna have to be like cut open. It's just like,
Well, it depends on the size of the eggs.
It's like those little shiny ball things look good.
You can push the roe out of most fish. Like if you know where they're at and you squeeze just right, you can pop them all out.
Gross.
That almost reminds me of like milking fish.
Oh yeah, oysters and all that shit.
Oysters looks like a big ass fucking noogie.
Yeah, but they're good.
But they're disgusting loogies.
They're good with Tabasco sauce and some fucking...
Well, you're one of those people. My father is one of those people.
Who the fuck put Tabasco sauce?
I do prefer the fried ones, though.
Well, you have to cover it up with Tabasco, which will kill any taste of anything. You know it's bad.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about drenching it. Like, you put a drop of Tabasco right in the center of it and squeeze a lemon over the top of it. And
Yeah, but Tabasco is like the two worlds equivalent of a nuclear warhead.
Oh, Helga's a front for the NSA.
Now it's robot channels.
Sorry, Dano, but you sound like you're in a Faraday cage.
Hey, Sean, how much time you got?
What was that?
How much time you got?
Well, I get to go all the way to 5 today, so about an hour.
Yeah, Raphael's got a good point. I guess anything pickled.
Pickled egg.
Oh, man, dude. I was going to say that. My dad actually made pickled eggs and pickled sausage before. I'm like, why?
Did you like
And the pickled eggs just look weird, man. They turn into like
pink.
some of them do. Some of them end up looking like a jawbreaker with all the dark colors.
Huh.
Like, I don't think so. Like the Chinese have black eggs.
That's weird.
Well, they're like half rotten. They put them in like warm sand or something, and they age them. I'm just like, no.
Well, just think of the first guy that like made the hot dog. He's like, I'm gonna take all these animal parts and just grind them together and cook it.
Yeah, I think Mark Novak said it best. He was like, for those of you who love sausage, you probably don't want to see them naked.
Yeah, for real.
I used to make chorizo.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
Fucking, what was it? Four big old boxes of pure fucking chorizo mix.
Yep. Raphael says with Stephen Hawking in a blender.
What happened to Raph? Why isn't he jumping into any of these chats anymore?
Oh no, he held it down on. I think when I was doing the show on Saturday, he was in here like soloing it for a long time, talking to the audience. He has it's trying to communicate.
What was that, Dr.
Not still roboting?
That one part.
Quick,
no.
Dano, say danger, Will Robinson.
Danger, Will Robinson.
That came out perfect.
That came through perfect.
Roboting.
I'm sorry, I can't do that, Mike.
There you go.
Hey, nice one. You got a show today?
Yeah, we got hit or miss tonight. 9 o'clock.
What's the show going to be about?
No idea, but that's the fun part.
That's the hit part or the miss
Night
part.
Strike. Where can we find hit or miss?
Gunchannels.com.
What's that?
Gunchannels.com is a free-to-register service where you can come in and join the conversation with all your favorite YouTube personalities, including Night Strike, that hosts Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
And what do they discuss?
Guns. What else?
Guns, gear, geeks, gaming, you name it.
Oh my
I
God!
can answer your
Sounds like my
question just for a
favorite
second.
show.
We literally cover every topic that we can.
Yes.
No, we're recording a commercial now.
Oh, are we? Oh.
You interrupted.
No. Look, we even have our own HAL 9000.
What was that? That Simon Says game? Does it sound like that?
Oh yeah.
Shall we play a game?
Dude,
No,
the
that's,
NSA pop that time was furious. Fuck you, Eric Holder.
No. Shall we play a game? That's whatchamacallit? That's
War games.
War games, yeah.
Yeah.
Matthew Broderick.
Yep.
Why do I know
Very
that? Just
young
don't
one.
ask.
A very young Matthew Broderick.
Those were the good old days.
Yeah.
That was before Ferris Bueller, right? By a couple of years.
Yeah.
Way before, yeah.
And before War Games, there was that fucking Bond movie where he played that 3D game or whatever that would shock you while you play it.
That was when times, immemorial, before John was married.
Never say never again.
It wasn't that long ago. Well, never mind. Maybe it was. I don't know. Some things you just try to forget, and some things you have no choice.
Right.
Yes, to answer, I believe, Robbie, you were absolutely right. Tobiko is fucking delicious. That is a fish egg I have no problem digesting and devouring in large quantities.
Oh God, we're not gonna get back into that whole caviar chat. We don't have Hosh here for this.
Wait, you guys talked about caviar?
Yeah,
I love caviar.
a couple months ago, a while back, we were talking about caviar and whatnot.
Nah, it's not my thing, man. Like, I only eat it when it's with sushi, like flying fish wasabi and tobiko on like certain rolls. I don't go actively looking for fish eggs to eat. That ain't my deal.
It was a whole chat we had with Never Enough Ammo, Hosh Nasi, G-Webs, and some other people. It was also the chat where Matt found out that I could do a Yoda voice. He got pissed off that I hadn't done it before.
Oh yeah, that's right. Like, how could you withhold this from me?
Hey, I got one. Pickled pig's feet.
Fuck no.
Pick a what?
Pickled pig's feet.
No is what those should be called.
Some type of tea on that shit? Some lemon? Damn.
Man. Next you're going to be telling me, y'all should try lengua. It's the food that tastes back.
Let's take some lengua tacos, man. Bah.
It's the taco that tastes you back.
Get some lingua straight from the
Casey
beach.
Kasem from 1989.
Robbie's saying your GC member cards are perfect. I think you were very creative on the back side. I'm afraid to see what it says on the back of the night card.
Chocolate.
They don't say chocolate.
Jonas and the Pussycats.
Hit or miss.
Everyone knows it's Jonas.
Oh God.
Hey, Matt.
Fuck you, Matt. Fuck you.
Hey.
Hey. Hola. I'm using your language. ¿Cómo estás?
Yeah, muy bien. Your mouth.
Nah, come on, man. This is supposed to be casual gun channels. It's que onda, be.
En inglés, por favor.
Ándale.
Que onda.
La onda's mía.
Yeah, earlier Night Strike Hit was gay channels for longer than it needed to be.
Yeah, I walked in and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Raphael knows lengua. He's like, oh
okay.
God, no.
John goes to both sides, so it's all right.
Well, it was Dano. It was Dano's fault.
Yeah, it was Dano, dude.
I think Dano was reminiscing about his Blue Oyster days.
Wow.
Fatality.
I'll get you, Gadget, next time.
That's my Dr. Claw voice.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is the one impression I can do without even hesitation.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is the Yoda voice.
And you do it pretty well.
Yeah.
So shriveled up green guy Night Strike, you do Yoda pretty well.
Yeah. So,
Yo, Matt, did you ever get that banana
I can't even
patch?
read this.
Yeah, I did get that banana patch.
That shit cool?
Yeah, it's definitely a neat looking patch.
Bastard.
Oh yeah, that's the one you wanted. I forgot.
Yeah. Y'all donate up this tonight, please. Donations. MR556 or Noveski Infidel. Thank you.
you think people are gonna donate a Noveski to you?
No, he was donate the money so he can buy one.
Spell the PSA.
How can we guarantee you'll buy one if we give you the money for it?
I guarantee I'll pay off my bill.
I was gonna say he'll use that money to pay off his eye bills and then fucking hop into Heavy's car and take off with him.
So here's what you do, Knives. You get you and some of your cholos, just go rob Flippy's house. I'm sure he's got one laying around.
That's a long drive for a robbery.
But then they'll be close to Mexico.
Hey, Flippy, you got some room in the back, man. I'll give you $5.
And Shanga NS8 again.
Here's some
Yeah,
oranges.
why am I the one getting NSA pop for y'all's jokes?
No. At least it's not me getting it every 2 minutes.
Let's see.
I don't know. It's funny when you get it, John.
Yeah, I know.
I do like that infidel because it comes with a flaming pig already on it.
It's pinning welded 13 inches, man. Of hardcore.
13.8 with a flaming pig. That is pretty nice.
And Night Strike, I'll give myself a NSA bump just for you, baby, okay?
Right.
I'll squeeze one out just for you.
Okay, that's enough.
Aw.
Let's finish our bump. Fuck it.
So John, when are you moving away from New York?
Ah.
Or are you going to be one of those people that's going to stay and fight?
He's part of the resistance.
I'm going to let them fight their own bullshit.
It's a short trip. It's a
Fuck
short
that
commute
dude.
to
Fuck that
Vermont.
dude.
Isn't it?
Remember, if you're listening to this, you are the resistance.
Shut up,
Send me money.
Take the underground gun railroad to Vermont, man.
Is that the closest?
No, that's going further north. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, but Vermont's the
they're the
original
good-
constitutional carry
they're a
state. They have
good
like
state.
no gun laws.
Wait, Vermont?
Yeah.
They have like no gun laws. None,
Seriously?
zero. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bernie Sanders even talked about it during the debates. It's like
Yeah,
I come
they're the
from a
original.
state with virtually no gun crime, but
It's an
no gun
outrage.
laws.
It's a
Yeah.
travesty.
You'd figure
We
if
got no
Bernie's
gun
over
laws here
there,
in
there'd be
Vermont.
plenty of gun crime and plenty of gun laws.
He's gonna say that from his fucking.
Oh wait, Bernie wants to give everybody else's stuff, not their guns. Okay, never mind.
Right.
See, I'd give it to Bernie because he called out Hillary Clinton during the debate on her anti-gun shit. He was just like, "You just want to take Americans' jobs. That's all you want to do."
While Bernie wasn't pro-gun, the thing is, he wasn't Hillary Clinton left-wing Obama anti-gun either. He's not pro-gun,
No,
but he wasn't that anti, because he specifically said that he did not want to get rid of gun manufacturers in our country because
Right.
that
Bernie-
means we're losing manufacturing jobs.
Is that because
I think-
Vermont has gun manufacturers in it? Or no?
I think he
No,
was
I
on the
think-
borderline of anti-gun and not.
What
Yeah,
Bernie
he's on the
Sanders
borderline
did
of
for the
insanity.
election
Well,
was
that's
push
we need to
Hillary
know
so far to the left to make her look like a nut job. That's what he did. Like he did more for Trump's campaign than he did against Hillary's campaign.
Yeah, he wasn't necessarily pro-gun because I remember him saying he supported like an assault weapons ban.
Yeah.
But he was definitely because like Hillary Clinton, she wanted to make it so you could sue the gun manufacturers, and he was like,
She also
No,
wanted to get
that's-
rid of the gun manufacturers as well. And he's like, no, I don't support getting rid of the gun manufacturers because if we don't have any manufacturers in the
Yeah.
United States, nothing's going to get made.
he was like, these are good American-paying jobs. You know, why do you want to get rid of them to suit your agenda?
Can you do that on the screen so we could see your hand movements at least?
No.
Stop looking at my hands.
If you saw my face,
They're
it would
huge.
end Gunchannels dating forever.
Actually, if you want to see Matt's face, just check out his Instagram.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
I
I
tell
thought
you-
you were going to show like hands with an extra digit and an extra knuckle or something.
I tell you, I looked at Matt's picture and I was out the rest of the night with a bottle of vodka trying to forget it.
There you go.
What?
Or you were out with a bottle of vodka enjoying it.
Or were
Yeah,
you
there
mauled
you
by were you mauled by pit bulls or something?
He enjoyed it so much, he just tried to have to drink it out of his system.
I enjoy isn't the word I'd choose.
One hand, one bottle.
Man.
John,
Now we're ugly shaming.
stop while you're ahead, John, because you don't want to go down that path and fall down that hole.
Like I said, just take the underground gun railroad to Vermont. You'll be fine.
Where's there to live in Vermont?
It is lovely countryside up there.
But can John afford to live in Vermont?
Nobody
No.
can afford to live in Vermont.
Compared to New York City, are you fucking kidding me?
I think
Bernie's
Vermont.
coming after everybody's money.
I think Vermont has one of the highest incomes, mean incomes in the nation.
Well, yeah, it's like the Kuwait of fucking
Yeah,
of the United States. It's like
it's
what,
you gotta
30
be
people?
rich. Yeah, so you gotta be rich.
It's
to live
the
up there.
Kuwait of Baghdad.
Well, you can always be a Mainer, eh?
Yeah,
What a Maine, eh?
Maine's got pretty good gun laws. I think they're constitutional carry now, right?
Number 15.
Oh, that's right.
Nope, I just made it easy for you.
Because I think Bloomberg, he tried to pass some anti-gun bullshit up there, and the Mainers are like, no, you don't.
I'm packing my bags right now.
You like a
don't fly here,
lobsters and
Maine, eh?
AR-15s.
I'll tell you what, they have fucking Sea Dog Brewery up there. That place is badass.
John, I doubt you're packing your bags right now. Nice try.
He has to
No,
buy
I
the
am.
bags first. Oh, Oh, that's what we're missing. We haven't been dub yet.
Dub.
We haven't been dub yet.
What's the budget?
That's Russian. What's the budget?
Okay.
It's Russian for everyone's favorite guy in Atlanta.
Where is he?
In Atlanta.
He's on a work trip?
He's probably stuck in traffic. He's walking his little yap dog.
No, don't make fun of his dogs. He gets pissed off about that. You should have seen when he tore into Bob for that.
See, now he's going to jump in. Who's talking shit about my dogs, you fat, inbred fuck, 40 cow, 135 grain carrier motherfucker?
You fat fuck, you fucking disgusting. What the fuck? Shut the fuck. You know what?
You guys are saying dog or Dodge?
You've just proven that DV is the Morton Downey Jr. of Gunchannels. You fucking slime ball.
You guys are saying making fun of his dog or his Dodge?
Yeah, he's got a little chihuahua, right?
Oh, his dog.
Actually, doesn't he drive a Charger? I guess that works both ways. I forgot who it was. Somebody on Gunchannels drives a Charger. I don't know. You can't make fun of me. I chose my car as a joke.
Yeah, DB's a character. Especially when he's been drinking.
Which is exactly the first thing I'm going to do.
Smacky's funny when he's drunk, too.
I've got 3 bottles left of Leffe Abbey Ale. When I get home, there's going to be 0 bottles left. I guess I can use this.
Okay, so what we got on Gunchannels tonight? The GC Daily Gun Show.
Oh, you weren't here for that
Night
earlier.
Strike.
Yes,
no.
on Gunchannels.
Gunchannels.
Daily Gun Show, which runs simultaneously with Andalusia Armory Shop Talk, both followed by Hit or Miss, Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock, which is followed by Big Gunner 81 at 10 o'clock Eastern.
Does
I finally got it all right.
That was gunchannels.com tonight.
Does Andalusia do their show the same time because that's
Yes.
when they happen to be closing up the shop at the end of the day?
Yeah, they're a gun
so.
shop in Alabama. Andalusia, Alabama. Specifically,
Yeah.
that's why they call
I
it
was just
Andalusia.
curious why it was the same time. Why it wasn't like a half hour later or something.
G-Webs started. They started the Andalusian Armory before G-Webs started the Daily Gun Show, and G-Webs and Daily Gun Show people decided to quark them all the time.
Right.
Oh, okay.
See, Jimmy used to have it kind of easier because he would do the Daily Show leading up to the Daily Gun Show. Now that the Daily Gun Show runs an hour after I leave work, we have to run it 2 hours longer. Makes it for a long show.
Yeah.
We are the LP08 Longa Pistol of Gunchannels. We can pull that helicopter 33 inches too.
Gross.
Oh, did Night Strike see that?
I don't think I want to make him feel queasy.
See what?
This
Yeah,
dude
don't wanna
pulled a
know.
helicopter 33 inches using nothing but his pecker.
I
He
don't.
only had, he
I
only
don't
had to go 26 inches, but he just kept going. And then Clay said it was fake news because the guy was wearing a harness, which makes him a fraud.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's no Jack LaLanne. And his feats of strength.
Well,
Lead it up to the agent.
well, when he can take out a helicopter with a taxi, then I'll be impressed.
Ah. I got the
Because-
reference.
Let's see.
Because
I got the reference.
he's no John McClane.
Yeah.
How the fuck you wrap that thing around yourself?
That was 4.0, right?
That was it Live Free or Die Hard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was the last one with Jai Courtney or whatever is his son.
No. That
No,
was
that was the third one.
that was the fourth one.
The fourth one?
The fourth
Yeah,
one was
Live
the
Free
one
or
with
Die
Sonic.
Hard. It was pet named Die Hard 4.0 because it had to deal with technology or whatever.
Yeah.
I just remember it had everything. It had Maggie Q, who was kind of hot back then. It had the police car killing a helicopter, which that was awesome. It had a Lincoln Continental suicide door because he needed something analog to drive. And it had a BMW that, what's his face, hit up like BMW's version of OnStar. Say, my dad's having a heart attack. Please start the car. I was like, that's so bullshit.
Live Free or Die Hard. Die Hard 4.0. Yeah.
Sponsored by Viagra.
I think that was the last one I actually liked. I didn't like the one from the last one they did with Russia and whatnot. I didn't like that one.
The story itself was okay, but I don't know. Everyone's gonna say, Jay Courtney let that one down.
Probably.
Who still uses AOL?
No, that's
every time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gets every time. No, I set my Gmail to a notification sound. Just play that every time I get an email.
Oh,
the
okay.
text message one's the best.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that on your cell phone or the computer?
That's on my cell phone.
I don't want that shit on my computer.
What is it?
So that's just a sound file?
Yeah, it's just a sound file.
Oh, okay.
Shit, if you had an original copy of AOL, you could just rip the sound file. That's what I did.
I don't know anybody who has one of those since God knows how long.
You got laid.
Let's see if I can pull up the sound. There we go. Sound. This is my text message. Where is it? There we go. Text message.
Okay.
Damn.
I had a buddy, every time he got a text message, it would say, mail, motherfucker.
No.
He was sitting next to this old lady at the mall, and all of a sudden you just see this, mail, motherfucker. And she just like stares at him like, I'm so disappointed in you, Sonny.
well, I used to have Sean, have you ever played Supreme Commander, Fortune Alliance?
I don't think so.
Well, I had a sound from that where every time I used to get a text message, it was strategic launch detected.
Oh.
That was pretty good. But then, when you play that, when you're sitting down at the DMV, yeah, you don't want that on speaker.
I have a friend that used the tactical nuke warning from Call of Duty. He used that as a ringtone. He was sitting in a library and that shit went off and like half the people got up and walked out of the library like thinking it was a real like drill.
Nice.
Oh man, he cleared out the library.
My brother had that Power Rangers one. And I killed the cat.
No, you didn't kill it.
This is where you're supposed to go, well, fuck you then.
Here's the one I used to have.
Strategic launch detected.
Oh, shit.
Where is that from?
From Supreme Commander Fortune Alliance. It's a video game.
Okay. Almost sounds like the same voice that goes, we're out of Vespine gas. We need more Vespine.
No, it's a different game. There's also this. I had this one too.
Oh, that's a free throw.
No, that's the Super Mario Brothers coin effect.
Oh no, that's a made free throw right there. I know. I know where it came from.
Yeah. So.
The NBA actually pays a royalty for that. That sounds like it's from Super Mario World.
No.
It's not Mario Kart, right?
No. No, it's from the same game as this one.
Oh, that's from Link to the Past.
Link to the Past.
That's from the original.
That's from the original.
So you're lucky Tony's not here. He'd be all over you right now.
You know what? Fuck Tony.
Hey, I put gaming and geekery in the tags, so it is part of it.
You know. Listen, some of us younger folk have guns because we saw them in video games and whatnot.
Oh no, we don't count that anymore. We're not younger folk. We have Caleb now.
Oh, we have Caleb now. Okay, so we use him. He and his friends, got into guns because of video games.
For some reason, when I picture what
too.
Tony looks like, he just for some reason reminds me of the grandfather off Courage the Cowardly Dog.
He looks exactly like I thought he did. The guy who surprised me the most so far was Rick. He did not look like I thought he looked. I was like, whoa, that's Rick? He's like, that's Rick. Okay.
Rick Mitchell or
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy from Rhode Island?
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd look like that. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know. G looks exactly like I thought he would. Exactly.
I've never seen a picture of G-Webs.
Oh, dude, you see him all the time. Freaking.
You only see his hands.
No, that's not G, dude. G's two-tone, black and brown with big pointy ears and a big long yeah, that's G. I told you, he's the first ventriloquist, dog in history.
The first ventriloquist Doberman in history, yes.
Exactly. I mean, there's no surprise there. Looks exactly like I thought he would.
There is he does have a video where you can see his face for like a split second.
That dude from Tau Flatermouse, he was a surprise. But then after you see it and then you put the voice together, it's like, oh, I guess that is him.
And we lost John.
NSA Pop continues.
Nice. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go get something to
When you
drink.
take out a helicopter with a Civil War era cannon, that's something. Now that you mention
All
it,
right.
I did take out a vertibird with an American Revolution cannon once in Fallout. That worked out pretty good. Oh, Raphael's going over the day in history part that we did earlier. Yes, Hernando de Soto discovers Florida while looking for Cibola. Olivia Newton-John reveals she has a breast cancer diagnosis. Bound to happen.
Here comes the snowman. Do.
Making you die.
Did we all just get NSA Pop?
No.
Nah, just you.
No.
Nope, just you.
What's up, Maggie?
What's going on, guys?
Maggie!
Eh.
Where are you broadcasting from today? You were on a plane or something the other day, right? Or headed
Earlier
to one?
today I was. I'm home now.
Okay. Yeah, we had a pretty full show today, actually.
Had myself a nice little mail call.
Oh?
Yeah? What guy
Got
business?
swung that way.
Got my trading cards.
Oh, you got your cards. Nice.
I got my one-of-a-kind prototype, unopened Old West Guns deck.
Nice.
Not a single person in the world has an unopened Old West playing card deck.
Are they still unopened?
Of course they're still unopened, dude. I ain't fucking touching that.
Gonna go get this certified, put it in a plastic box.
Dude, yeah, I missed on the fucking AK one.
Yeah,
What's
you
that?
have to-
I missed out on the AK one.
The AK cards?
You can still get the AKs at
Yeah, you can still buy them.
K-Bar.
Shit, you send me
Yeah,
your
they
address,
still
I'll
offer
send you some. I got like 3 or 4 packs.
If you do, you're gonna have to address it to Cuchillo. So then his mom
El
will be like,
Tortuga.
then his mom gonna be
Senor
like,
Cochillos.
My
What
only
the fuck
problem
is
with
this?
the old West cards, I'm getting like a whole case. I kind of don't even want to open that box, so I'm gonna have to get another deck that I can actually open and play with.
oh my god,
Where did Night Strike go?
He ran away.
he got NSA popped.
Oh, him
You
too?
saw Smeggy and he fucking ran.
Yeah.
It's because Night Strike and Smeggy are the same person.
Hey, do you guys know? Does Squib have an Instagram account?
Oh,
I don't
The only
know.
person I met that I don't have Instagram. I tagged everyone, all the cards I have. I tagged all the people, and I added them. But I didn't do it for Squib because I don't know if he has one.
Oh, I never asked. I'm not sure if he does. We will have to look into that.
I searched for Squib, and there's just way too many people that have that in their name. And people that something or other, took me forever to find Heavy B. I'm like, I know I'm following him. Typed in Heavy B channel, and then it was the Heavy B.
He's got a busy week this week, doesn't he?
Then I found him.
Oh wait, no, never mind. He said he conglomerated like all his stuff into one carload, so I guess he doesn't have a busy week, unless he's going to be spending it all outfitting a new place. I heard the sound of what I think was a turboprop.
Yeah, I had myself some good leg room today. I love that seat. Second best seat on the plane.
Oh, near the exit.
Well, it's the one where there's no seat in front of you because it's an exit row. Like, it's the row of 3, but the window seat, the row in front of you only has the aisle and what would be the middle seat. There's no window seat in front of the door. So I had like 2 aisles worth of leg room.
Nice.
That's when I was sitting down, like my knee was like at the lady's like back, and then I had my legs crossed and my foot was like level with like her elbow. So it was pretty much like half in the seat in front of me. It was nice.
Have you seen those new business class Boeings or something, or United flights where they look like a plane full of cubicles? That looks fucking awesome.
I have not seen that.
Let's see if I can find a picture of it real quick.
We were talking about that one that I don't remember what it is, but it freaking, there was a commercial for it that lady from Saturday Night Live did one where like it has a bar and showers and you have your own little like cube. It's like a fucking flying train. Like, yeah, it's got a bed and a little like desk sitting area and shit.
Oh yeah, I saw Jennifer Aniston did a commercial like that. Yeah, that's great.
You know what? I'm confusing that with Tina Fey because she does the one on the plane, the American Express or whatever, or Discover. I don't remember what one. That's why But holy crap, dude, that'd be nice. Like if you're going to fucking like, China or Australia or some shit, like.
Yeah, because it's like a day's worth of flying.
Home sweet home. Now, this is just how I left it. Messy as fuck. It's good to know that I didn't get broken into and by like a maid or something. I come home, all my shit's put away. It's like, what happened?
We clean, but then we also rob. Consuelo.
No.
No, Steve.
You didn't have lemon pledge, so we took all your money.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. Fucking stretching out. Feels so good. Laying on the couch. All right, get my computer on here. Jump off my phone.
Did you see what Ralph put in the external?
Oh my god. Stock indexes fall, but Amazon shares break $1,000 barrier.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
It's because of, you know what it is? It's because of the Grand Tour. That TV show fucking exploded their subscription count. Yeah, here's a picture of those planes I was talking about, by the way. For you. I'll screen share for the rest of you guys.
Raph said, is that the seat where you have to help people out of the plane in case of an emergency? But we all know if something happens, you're most likely to yell out, good luck, suckers, and run out.
So
no, I would help people.
This is what they look like on the inside. Like you get these little cubicles and shit. That's just crazy. That's the new business class flights or whatever. They've got like a little computer station and everything. Pretty neat. It's groovy.
I wonder how much those tickets are.
Well, let's find out.
A lot, I'm sure.
Because also back in the 80s, they used to have one fucking room.
Well, obviously, it's going to depend on distance and where you're going to. Hey, speak of the devil, there's Rick. And the computers, Maggie.
Computers, Maggie. I am computers, Maggie.
Sorry, I can't do that, Maggie.
Will I still dream?
Oh, no. Don't go to the light. Of course, I saved the biggest and heaviest boxes for last. Naturally.
I have to say, sometimes I like going back through the external chat and trying to figure out what the fuck you guys were talking about. I see stuff about oysters and, well, mountain oysters, which are not seafood.
It was the discussion on
Dr. Detroit's better than Dr. Claw. I don't know who that is, but I agree.
It's like,
you don't know who Dr. Detroit is?
No, I
probably
don't.
It's probably best we let that stay dead.
the oysters thing was, what food do you think someone just looked at and said, yeah, I'm going to eat that?
Oh, yeah. Your turn, Maggie. That was the question. Like, name a food that surprises you that someone actually sat down, looked at, and goes, yeah, I want to eat that. Maybe you or just somebody you know, or what that item was.
How about pig's feet?
Okay.
I did that.
Yeah, I think that was knives.
Yeah. He was like, pickled pig feet, and I was like, fuck no. No.
Pickled biscuit.
Like, if anything, you should have picked, head cheese.
Oh, that's fucking nasty.
Right? The stuff it's different for the Vietnamese restaurants, like sandwich places, but it's still the same idea of what it is. I think the strangest and grossest thing I've ever smelled was I was in Spain one time, and they were making head cheese, and they hang the head and air dry it on a rack for like 4 months before they even mess with it. It just sits there in the open, in the air. I was like,
oh, hang on, I changed my mind. I got a different one.
All right.
Okay, the fucking oh my god, what the hell is it called? I don't know, but over in like Iceland or whatever, where they just eat like rotten fish.
Lutefisk.
Yeah, lutefisk.
Like, oh man, my freezer went out. I totally forgot this fish was in here. It's probably still good.
We got a moon.
It's like, I'll tell you a food never to try is Vegemite. Ugh.
No, don't eat that fake cabbage. You seen the fake cabbage?
Fake cabbage?
Don't eat kimchi.
Yeah. It's like this fake cabbage that they make look real as fuck. But it doesn't burn under fire, under flames, and it stretches out into plastic. Don't eat it.
Fermented herring is what that shit is that Smiggy's talking about. It's from northern Sweden. It's basically a form of rotted fish in a can, and usually the fermentation makes the can swell up like it's about to explode. I've seen this shit. You open it, and that smell spreads faster than decomp ever will.
Gross.
It's staggering what that smells like.
I want to know what that cabbage was that Boo was talking about.
Plastic
They
cabbage.
it looks like they're making eggs in like boiling water, right? They pour this stuff on this water and then it hardens and then they crumble it up and put it in another thing that they poured in, and so it wraps around the part that they crumbled up, and at the end it looks like a real cabbage ball, but it's fake.
I'm genuinely curious what that's called now.
It's some lady like put it on her stove and was like, look, it doesn't burn, and then after she heated it up, she like stretched it into like nasty looking plastic bag material. Like, don't eat it.
Chinese synthetic cabbage?
Ugh.
How Chinese make artificial cabbage. Why would you need to artificially create something that's so cheap and easy to grow yourself?
It's Chinese.
That's hilarious. And it doesn't burn. That's what's even funnier.
It's like someone who's making like a flame retardant race suit and they accidentally drop the chemicals into like a thing of water and it scrunched up and they're like, hey, that kind of looks like cabbage. I bet we could eat it.
I'm gonna put a picture in the channel and see if Moon says, yeah, that's the thing. I think
Yeah, like line all the shit that you don't want to get caught on fire with it, and then it'll be fireproof.
That's weird. It's the second link. The link above the first one I posted was that fish thing, but the one below it, that's the cabbage thing. What is this way? Oh shit, that's heavy. I think you're paying $18 for shipping on this motherfucker. I get to like make up the shipping costs when I do these returns. It's heavy though. Clicking furiously. So the boss and the wife are now back from their vacation. Couldn't we have waited one more hour so I'd be gone? Wouldn't that have been nice? Have an entirely peaceful day. I should have drove the car that puts me in a better mood. Oh, well, at least it's a short week, right?
Yeah.
Still need to go and make my 4570 stand up and bark.
You still feeling that good?
Hmm?
You gonna feel that good to do it?
I haven't shot it yet. It's kind of embarrassing. I still have to sight it in and group with it, all sorts of shit. One. Cool. I only got 2 more to do and call it a day. So Moon, was that the thing you were talking about? Or did you not be able to click it?
I'll look at it when I get home. I'm on my phone.
It does look a bit. What's really funny is like from a distance it looks really good. And then when you realize what it is, you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean it looks amazing until I saw that one video of that lady like trying to light it on fire and stretching it.
It won't burn. This is the work of Satan.
What did I jump back into?
Burn the witch.
It's like the anti cabbage.
Yeah. The scarlet cabbage. Burn the witch.
Hello?
What?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So Smecky, how's that?
Kids in your divorce.
How was that that airplane flight, Maggie?
It was good. Plenty of legroom.
He said he got a really cool seat this time, so it was comfy.
Yeah, I saw Instagram. He got a really good seat.
Second best seat on the plane.
You know, if that plane ever crashes in water, Smeggy's gonna live.
Yeah, he's the first at the door. Actually, they do have a game like that. It's called Stranded Deep. And you start off as a guy sitting near the exit door on a plane, and it crashes in the ocean. Like the whole first couple of minutes of the game is just like the beginning of Castaway.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
It's like, so long, suckers. First dibs on the raft.
Right.
So, Smeggy, you ready for hit or miss tonight?
Nah.
No, he's
No?
jet-lagged.
Oh, okay.
Artificial sniffing. I know that. I heard that.
I'm gonna go cry now.
Yeah, I'll send you some cup of noodles so you can make a fort. We'll cry under it.
What are you doing with them CNN tears, fake tears? CNN
It's so I can make fake news.
Right.
Honestly, I'm not gonna do that. We've got enough fake news as it is.
As far as fake news stories goes, I saw a good one this weekend. It was about a body they found on the grounds of Chappaqua, where Clinton's house is, and it was like this woman. The forensics says that this woman died almost 20 years ago, which would have been at the height of the beginning of Clinton's campaigns for president, and she showed signs of like bone spurs on her wrist from being bound and gagged, repeatedly raped. Her hips were fractured in such a fashion that showed that she had like multiple pregnancies that were violently removed from her, and I was like, whoa.
Did you get that from like InfoWars?
I think it was InfoWars.
Well, you know, the globalist agenda and whatnot. But remember, they're now an actual media source outlet because they got a press pass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Psychic vampires.
You know, people give InfoWars shit, and I will admit, obviously, like, Alex Jones hypes some shit up or whatever, but he actually gets a fair...
Yeah, he gets a lot of it right.
Correct. He just says it in a way that's just like, dude, you're being crazy or whatever. But, like, if you actually listen... I saw him on Joe Rogan, and he really impressed me.
Oh, God, that's a good podcast.
Like, he wasn't as... Because when he would say some stuff, Joe would be like, wait, what? You don't really mean... He's like... But then he would back some of it up with, like, facts, and then the other stuff you find out, like, oh, yeah, he was, like, exaggerating a little bit or whatever.
Yeah, when he talked about the whole, like, pedophile ring and that pizza place, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, well, and that's... To hear him explain, at least on the Rogan podcast, like... He never said, like, that's exactly what's happening or whatever, but it was, like, it was billed as if he was the one that, like, started that story or something.
Yeah.
God damn it,
No, don't chase them. Don't chase them, you jackass. All you have to do is live long enough to get next to the castle. Come on, get next to the castle.
Smikey's playing cell phone games.
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna win. Woohoo! I win. I'm always playing something.
$29 for shipping on that one.
Oh man. All right.
Sir Strumming. Never gonna eat that ever. Never.
Her name was Sony. Pass the VCR.
Wow, Knives, that's pretty bad even for you.
Nah, Family Guy.
Blame it on Family Guy. There you go.
man. So do you guys have governors that were cool enough to actually play, like gamble shooting targets for quarters? Because mine does. Like he still does it in his off time. He'll invite people to come over and shoot, and be like, "Would you like to place a wager? Target shooting for quarters." I'm like, that is the coolest governor ever.
Didn't he also just get some flack for making a joke about shooting media or something?
He's just saying what we're all thinking then.
Well, I'm not arguing that. No, I love how he decides to, either veto a bill or sign it.
Yeah.
Did you see that picture?
Mm-mm.
All right, let me go get it.
I supposedly have buku rain coming, but WeatherBug lies and it says it won't be here till Thursday. It looks like it'll be here in about 4 hours.
John, check out. Oh, you can't check that link.
I can see it. I'm at my desk.
This is great. I'm gonna make a voodoo doll of myself and give it a back rub.
That's how the Texas governor decides to either vote on a bill or.
Oh hell
no.
yeah!
Nice.
I like that.
So if you make a voodoo doll of yourself and give it a hand job, does that mean you're gay?
I don't know. Why don't you try it and let us know?
I don't think so.
That would be known as the hashtag wank paradox.
That would just be like third-person masturbation.
It's taking stranger in the tub to a whole new level.
Aw. If you put your voodoo doll in the bathtub of warm water, does your skin wrinkle?
Do you pee your pants? I put my voodoo doll's hand in a glass of warm water.
That's creepy.
Okay, that's enough.
Yo, Sean, shall we do the last bump of the day?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, guys. Make sure you guys check out gearwebsites.com. They got patches, hoodies, shirts, and right now they're selling bayonet, AK bayonets, man. Gearwebsites.com.
And
love
with
those
that,
bayonets.
I want to thank you all for joining us today. Normal service will resume tomorrow. Stay tuned in 1 hour for the Daily Gun Show in Andalusia Armory, followed by Hit or Miss on Tuesday nights at 9 o'clock. And Big Gunner 81, who follows Hit or Miss at 10 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for joining. We'll see you tomorrow.